And I think that's not true. So that's the angle that I'm going at it with. What is this here? Here we go. Start listening. Okay. Yeah. And so, and then I hopped in men's space because he sent me a silly question asking me about my DNA, my lineage, and then asking me if I am using the judge, right? Because there were some women in the space that is calling Peter basically a racist or anti-Black American because they didn't like some of the things Peter has said, and they don't understand how I could co-host a space with Peter. So, not that I give a fuck. Um, but I did tell them my DNA. No, I am not Caribbean or an immigrant. And I said I am more American than probably anybody in that space as far as native and Mayflower and enslaved Black Americans, Africans, or whatever. Hello to everybody on YouTube. So they got upset. I didn't care. And just to piss them off even more, I called them bitches and mammies. But that was very much intentional. And I did not get to answer. I did not get to answer the question on if I am using Judge Joe Brown. And the answer to that is yes. Yes, I am using him because if you can't be used, then you're useless. We use each other. I am his third eye, as you can say. Yes, that's what I am. So, and listen, and the floor is open to any and everybody to come up here and speak, whether you like me or not. If you want to come up here and say you don't like me, you can. If you want to ask me a question, you can, or speak to the multiple of different topics. Now, I did send the judge a link. I know he was out to dinner about an hour and a half ago. So he said he was going to be hopping on, and I'll give him a call, to see when. And we're going to take our time tonight. It's no rush. So, welcome everybody, and let's get into it.
Yep.
Do it. I'll do it.
Go ahead, Carrie.
I am so sorry. Go ahead, Peter. I didn't mean to do that with the mic. I just was talking out loud. But I was just going to say, since I'm talking, I was on that previous podcast at the last minute and I got ridiculed for um, having a laughing face because I was just saying, I know Dana was arguing with the other gal, but it was so stupid with the other girl, and it just I was laughing because I don't know if anyone understands that. I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly, but I think it's stupid. So anyway, when the host announced me, the girl said, "Oh, that's the white girl," or something like that. That was laughing. And I said, what the fuck does that have to got to do with it? But anyway, I just can't believe how some of these spaces are getting like white against black. I mean, I was brought up in Pennsylvania. I had friends that were black and my best friend is black, and I actually accidentally say things that I don't realize I'm saying, and my friend tells me about it. But it's crazy. It's just like a war. It's someone's is promoting this shit, and I don't agree with it. And I feel bad that people feel this way, but I'm not black, so I don't understand completely. Um, how it is, but I go by the law system, and apparently it hasn't been good for the black system. And I don't know, but it doesn't mean I'm prejudiced. I'm always for, I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean?
I know what you
That's
mean,
all I'm
Carrie. I
saying.
just right, and you're not trying. Listen, you're a white woman. You only know your experience, and you're not. you're not trying to project. I think sometimes people of other backgrounds try to project their own perspective, perception, and ideology onto another group, and you just can't do that. And it's not just white people projecting onto black people, but whether it's Hispanics, it's other races and other groups of people do that a lot.
Exactly. I love everyone. I don't care what color you are, but it's just the way I feel. But I guess no one believes you.
Yeah. I see the judge. Judge, I just sent you a co-host. And I know you're probably going to be in your car, but you'll probably get good reception. So check, 'cause I just sent you co-host. Um, who's?
Hey, Dana.
Hey, I didn't write anything down in order, but I think HBC was next.
Okay.
Lamar also has his hand up, and Rusty
Lamar,
Cannon. Hmm.
Rusty.
Hey, Danny, could I go just really quick? So
Go
I'm
ahead.
just if you don't mind. So I'll be really quick. I'm working some back channels. Um, some of you know I used to work in the U.S. intelligence community. I'm in communication with some friends that I used to work with at FBI and DHS. They are actively tracking this Unite the White rally. It's not what people think. I would say if you take that website for that group and throw it in any domain analysis tool, something like Website Informer, run it. You're probably going to find some interesting stuff. I'm hearing two main things. This is potentially a dangle that where FBI will have CIs at the event, that there will potentially be agent provocateurs trying to start some crazy stuff, and that there are extensive efforts to employ U.S. intelligence domestic collection capabilities for anyone who's thinking about going to that rally. Specifically, there's a tool that I used. I'll be a little bit careful here. It's called Anomaly 6. It's basically you can geofence an area and collect every single personal electronic device within that area. It was used on January 6th. This is how they were able to track everyone who was in the area, link it to their bank accounts, link it to their credit cards, and run them down over time. So, for everyone watching this thing, don't buy into the crazy. If some shit pops off, and pardon my language, Dana, just take a pause, research it. It's not what people think, and I'll end there. Thank you so much.
Hey, I want to congratulate you for even going there. Very many people don't even realize that's exactly what happened in the January 6th situation. That's how they discovered that there was the FBI, the CIA that was in that group and everything. So everybody want to incite that Trump intentionally, he didn't intentionally, but there were people that instigated and stirred up stuff. But no one knows about the 34 more CIA and FBI operatives that was in the rally. Okay, that was there. So I'm congratulations for doing that. I actually more people need to know that that type of stuff occurs.
Yeah,
But
thank you.
but when I'm sorry, Dana.
No, I'm
Go ahead.
saying, thank you, Lamar. I really appreciate you saying that and bringing that valid information to the floor. But go ahead, it's HBCU, and I just wrote it down. HBCU, Rusty, El Hotep, D Golden, and ADS.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. Shout out to you and Judge Joe Brown. When are we going to realize that these are the same people? They all run in the same groups, right? I mean, trying to throw it off on the FBI. These are the same people who are in suits and ties and regular clothes, and they mix in with the rest, and they just think like the rest of them. And you see that on this app. They own fake accounts, and back to what Kerry said, and we're trying to figure out who started this whole divide thing. It wasn't black people. The first post I saw about this case was from a white page, and it was quite disgusting. Uh, Now you can argue whether or not with black people responding to it or whatever. Uh, but we saw who started all of this and made this about race, right? But these are two underage 17-year-old kids who got in a fight. One got stabbed, one got killed, and the other we saw he was just released, right? The and we saw response from his mother today. I think she was pretty clear. If you did not watch his mom's response, I think you need to watch that. Now she's not making it about race. I think the father, they say he didn't make it about race. His uh, interview, what we see now, if you want to point the finger at who's making this about race and dividing everybody, is white people, and specifically white people on the right. You're gonna see those, right wingers, those Donald Trump supporters, who talks about, what they talk about. And I mean, just scroll down your algorithm. If it's, and I know it's hit your
HBCU,
algorithm because it's hit mine, and I don't follow any of these people. And it's go
HBCU. Do
ahead.
you mind if I interject for like 10
Yeah, go ahead.
seconds? Just 10 seconds. So, to your point, I'm not saying you're incorrect, but from what I'm hearing, because I no longer have access to classified and all that kind of stuff, what I'm hearing is you have bad actors, both domestic on both sides of the racial extreme and foreign, that are looking for every opportunity to blow this thing up. That's what I'm hearing.
Amen.
And Lamar, speak
Amen.
to. I know you spoke about it
Well,
before. There was GRU agents and Chinese agents during the George Floyd riots. Is that correct?
Yeah, so when I was still at Quantico as a counterintelligence officer, I worked very closely with Washington Field Office. They tracked Russian GRU officers at several kind of politically sensitive incidents. They were in Ferguson, Missouri. They were at pro 2A rallies. They were at pro abortion rallies. And the point is this: they don't care what the social fissure is. They're looking to pour gasoline on the embers. And this goes all the way back to the Soviet era where they did something called active measures. And you can look this up on your own time. There's a ton of research out there about it. But it's basically they identify social fissures in a target nation and then they just exploit the hell out of them. Racial, religious, economic, political, whatever it is, they're going to use it to tear the target nation apart.
I believe it. I think it's some truth to that. Rusty.
Yes, ma'am. So I caught. I'll start with. I caught part of the tail end of. I guess it was the tail end because I missed the whole. I think it was Jake Lang, wasn't it? The one that you guys said that is. Do I have that right? I want to make sure I'm not speaking out of.
Yeah, he was the one talking about the rally on Saturday.
That's really weird. See, I followed like the J6 stuff, pretty carefully because that was just like that was my awakening when I found out what was happening to like average citizens. It really shocked me. I was like, holy crap, I can't believe the government is coming after people like that. But the thing that was weird about him, and I might be mistaken about this, but I'm pretty sure he was like the one that stayed in there. He never, because he wouldn't do a plea deal. So he never actually went to court, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know. That's really weird. I mean, I kind of always thought he was a nice guy. And I'll say this too. I subscribe to Diligent. Usually he does really good spaces with great content and stuff. But these past two spaces that's been about this topic about that stabbing, it's kind of irked me. Like, I don't understand that with everything else we have going on. Like, we, just had that massacre in Florida today. Um, we've got stuff going on with RFK Jr. We've got a lot of really, I'm not saying this isn't important, but it's like the judge said last time when I was in this space, people need to let this happen and take place and let the process work out. There are so many crap things that you're seeing on both sides. I mean, like my algorithm, because the people I follow are showing me one side, and the other people's algorithm is showing them something else, and they don't coincide. You know what I'm saying? It's two totally separate stories. So this whole thing is like some kind of psyop that's being run on us. I mean, I really do see that. So I appreciate what the last gentleman was saying when he was bringing that up. I totally believe that. And I do believe, I think, because if we ever, as Americans, all got on the same page and said, we're tired of this shit, we're tired of being put last, we could get stuff cleaned up. So if they've got us at each other's throat, and yes, we've had, you know, a history, in our country with black and white America. I get that, but at some point we've got to look as a country what's best for us and try to move forward and support one another. And all this stuff isn't helping. I mean, like, you look at mainstream media that we followed and they've led us around like that. And I'm seeing the same shit happen with these influencers on Twitter. And it's just kind of disgusting because I can think of so much better things that we could actually affect change on. This needs to play out. The lawyers need to do their job, the judge needs to do hers, and we can wait and see what's left. We have no effect on this other than trying to start some kind of race war or something. I mean, it's weird. I don't understand why we have some of these influencers focusing on this when we have so many other things that are actionable that we can affect right now. So I'm just kind of, I swear it's like every day. I love Twitter. I really do, because you get to meet them. Like, who would have ever thought I'd be up here with Judge Joe Brown? I loved him. I was a big fan. I'm 50 years old. Remember watching you when I was a kid. Um, but I don't know. It's just it's
Well, let
kind of.
me ask you this, Rusty. These influencers you're talking about, are you noticing the pattern that these are right-winged influencers?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because when you think I've always saw it on the other side. We all know it's there. It's been there. But to see it on your side all of a
you
sudden, you're
you
like,
just finding out it was on your side?
yeah. Well, I mean, I
Oh,
knew our representatives were crooked as crap, but some of these
okay.
people I've followed very closely for several years now, and I didn't really see this before. It's weird. It was almost like when when.
I'm gonna let you know now, Rusty. They're posting from their real accounts now. Back then they weren't fake accounts. You just didn't know it was them.
Well, my point is like, it's weird because I remember when um the October 7th stuff happened. It was like literally that day you had certain actors, if you'll call them, they turned on like a switch. You automatically had, so it's almost like they pick certain events or things and they set up these spaces, and you had one that was pro Israel and one that's pro terrorist, and they just rival each other, and they try to get everybody involved and make them pick a side. And I just, and and it's almost like you have others that lay dormant, and now here they go popping up. It's their time to try to cause division. And that's kind of the way it feels to me. Maybe I'm totally off, maybe I'm wrong, but that's kind of what I wanted to add. But
No,
thank you for the time.
just really quickly, I don't think you're wrong at all. And anyone paying attention to geopolitics now, take a look at what's happening in Europe and the Asia Pacific. European countries are all telling their citizens to have storable food and water and a bomb shelter to locate in the event of war with Russia. Russia's doing the same thing to their citizens. They're building brand new state of the art nuclear fallout shelters as we speak. And we are over here in America arguing about NIL and college football. And I'm not saying that this incident's not important, but we're bickering over the racial animus connected to two young teenagers whose lives, well, one no longer has their life. The other kid, regardless of how this plays out, his life has changed forever. I agree with you, ma'am. I think we're getting the trick bag.
Um, I'm gonna go to El Hotep.
Oh,
El.
holds up. You got on.
Yeah, I just,
There you
I
go.
just, I just want to go off what Rusty was saying. Anytime you got, the media, I call it most effective devil in America, orchestrating something, you got to be aware. You know, anytime it's a racial incident, it's easy to get emotional. But you got to remember, you got to use common sense and rational thought. And a lot of the times, black and white people don't use common sense and rational thought. It's racial. And you just got to use common sense and rational thought. You had the incident that Dana had just mentioned, and you're just now hearing about this incident. And this happened in 2022. This incident in Texas happened maybe less than 2 weeks ago, and it's plastered all over U.S. news media outlets. So people just got to be aware of who's pushing these agendas, why they're being pushed, from both sides, left and right. And like the gentleman was saying, you do mostly see a lot of this from the right. I haven't really seen most of the left comment too much on it, maybe because I don't really pay attention to what the left and right is saying. But I am noticing a lot of people on the right um, make comments on this. But you just got to be aware of what's going on globally and locally. There's a lot of bullshit that's going around that people aren't talking about. So you just got to use common sense and rational thought.
Yeah. I agree. D.
Hey, everybody. Hi, Judge. Hi, Zena.
Hey.
Hi, Peter.
How you doing?
Good.
Hey,
Hello,
D.
how are
Hi.
you?
So, first and foremost, I have to say, out of all the spaces I've been in regarding this topic, Zena's has been the most productive, at least in my personal opinion. Not tolerating the hate and giving everybody a platform is a positive. So, thank you, Dina. Carmelo is claiming self defense, which means he has to convince the jury, not X, not anybody else, not any other social media platform. The use of force must be reasonable and proportionate to be perceived threat. Period. The end. That's it. So, however that's going to be, that's going to be. The prosecution hasn't even received this case yet. So, all the assumptions are neither here nor there. That goes for either side. None of us were there. So, trying to dissect clips of videos and comments and articles is just a waste of time. It's causing problems. It's time to put down your phone, go play with your kids, take them to the park, go to work if you have a job, take your significant other out to dinner. Try doing something productive with your time. No sense of ignoring your home life to discuss this case anymore. It's one thing if it's discussed one day here, one day there. But to continue to talk about this case and hold spaces for hours and days to say the same thing over and over is, in my opinion, your excuse to be a racist. And that goes for both sides. So find something else to do to talk about except and waste your time. This is just counterproductive, and I'm gonna land.
Well said.
I think you came up with a good statement of the law, ma'am. If I might elaborate, in layman's terms, before you can escalate to the use of deadly force, you must convince the jury that you have a reasonable belief that you will be killed or subject to life threatening injuries, permanent disfigurement or dysfunction, or very painful injuries if you do not use the deadly force. Otherwise, there is no justification in the law for the use of deadly force. Now, everybody has a right to defend themselves. I'll pass the mic.
Um, Golden. Golden.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I was hoping to absorb more of the conversation before I weighed in with my input. I do appreciate the space. I think you guys are on the right track. Everybody's opinion does kind of matter. At the end of the day, I'm just going to listen, and I think my expertise it's not relevant as of right now. So thank you.
If you're not going to speak, I'm going to rotate you. You could always request to come back up once you get a more thorough analysis of the space.
Thank you.
ADS.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
It's
How are
good to
you?
be here. I followed you, Dane, from the last thing. I made sure I wanted to be here to follow. Hey, what's up, Judge Brown? How you doing, sir? I'm a big fan of yours.
All right, sir.
I've
Thank
been
you.
following you a very long time. I just want to add to this conversation. Now I'm a retired military guy. I no longer identify as black. I identify myself as a descendant of American slave. Want to honor my ancestors. And one of the biggest things I have come to realize is the arbiters on both sides that's manipulating. We have been manipulated since Jamestown and Bacon Rebellion and what happened to Nat Turner. The Christians and everything were afraid that the black male slaves is going to do the very same thing that Nat Turner done, and so the law, and I think Judge Brown will probably get, the law has always been controlled by those who are in power. And so until you understand how the law is written, and I just won a lawsuit against a major corporate, $1 billion corporation. And had I had not had a appreciation of the law, I know that I would have lost. Good thing I was financially set, I was intelligent, and I did not allow myself to be handled as a nigger. And majority of the time, the law, both sides, I no longer operate from color. I believe there is a dominant minority majority that intentionally seeks to keep the what I call the underserved minority or underserved majority divided. And they want us to keep us divided through color. And we just buy into their color construct by calling ourselves black, white, and constantly buying into that. And we're going to continue. I'm not even bothered by, I'm not going to get involved with that conversation about the two. It's a shame on both ends, okay? The young man thinks he has to carry a knife to defend himself. And the fact that there is multiple other things that played a role in that. But the fact is, a life was lost, okay? And someone felt like he had to take a knife to defend himself. It's wrong on both sides. And where is the humanity in that? So this is a good space. I love that you did this, Dan. I'm glad I followed you. I actually followed you to really get with you because I think you've done yourself an injustice on the last thing. But since you put this together, I'm going to give you some props. I'm going to let you pass. Thank you for
Well,
putting this
what
together.
last, what injustice? I don't understand. Elaborate.
I don't want to go there. It's just not the space to do it. I want to keep it.
Wait, I'm trying, but
I
what are you referring to another
no, Dana
enclave?
is the Dana. I just want to, yeah, the what defined was
With who?
the whoever the gentleman that was we were just on
Diligent.
diligent. Yes,
Oh, with
diligent. Yes,
okay. So what are
yes,
what was you upset about?
man. I'm not gonna go there with you.
So
I'm
why did you
your.
bring it
I'm. Not,
up?
I brought it up to give you praise. I love what you're
Wait, but
doing.
you're saying that you're comparing, saying I'm doing better this time as opposed when I was on his space. I don't think I did anything wrong on his space. I think everything that I said was facts, and I stand on that 10 toes down.
And I'm not. Okay. Since you want to, I brought it up, but I brought it up to praise you on what you're doing here. And I think you've done yourself an injustice. And what I mean by that, and I already talked to him already. I went on and spoke to him already
I think I know where
on
you're
his.
going, but go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
My point is this here, and I just spoke about it. Okay, culturally, my demographics of people are operating from their hurt and their pain. Okay, so whenever anything happens, okay, no matter what it is, okay, we always go there because we have not in this country yet resolve the hurt and pain. And I was telling him, I said, when you got parents, and I got parents, I got a father and a grandfather who never were allowed to be visible. They were never allowed to look another culture of people in their face. My father came to my birthday party and he saw me and I spoke and he said, son, I'm so proud of you because you spoke as a 50-year-old man, knowing that you was a man. And look how diversified your audience is. You are a man. He said, son, I wasn't a man when I turned 50. I was just a boy. And granddaddy was not even considered a human. So when I'm hearing us culturally in a space arguing and bickering about stuff, I know we're doing it out of our pain, out of our things that we had not overcome. We have not dealt with. And that's something that we culturally got to deal with. We can't make someone else fix us and do anything for us until we resolve our issues with ourselves. Okay. And that's why I give you props for I like the way you put this together. I think you did. You're doing something very respectable, and I want to give you props for that. On that last one, I just don't think you've done this is my opinion. It's the first time I ever heard you. For the first time I heard you, I didn't like the way you represented, but you did it out of pain, you did it out of hurt, and I do appreciate it, I understand. But I
Well,
like what you're
I
doing
didn't do it
today.
out of pain or hurt because I'm not. That's one thing about me. I'm not a victim. I'm a victor. You cannot be both. I choose to be the victor. So I'm not in pain from what my ancestors had to endure because they went through something so that I could have the freedoms that I have now. Now, as far as being in diligent space, that was his space, and he was a little bit too heavy-handed on that mute button. So if I'm talking, you're asking me a question, I was giving him simply yes or no answers because I knew the type of questions that he was throwing at me. And the fact is that he did not want to answer my questions that I posed to him. See, he didn't have all the facts because he doesn't know American history. And I made that clear. So if I know that I'm more aware and more educated on certain topics than another person, but I'm in their house, they're always going to have that type of upper hand to direct the conversation. So you could disagree with what I said or maybe how I said it, but don't never interpret that as into what you think of how I was feeling. See, that's why I wanted you to explain in details. I don't do tribalism. And I'm not the Black American whisperer. But what I did let him know with the question he was asking me when it came to FBA, no, it is not a group. It is not an organization. It is something that we look to as a lineage. That's just like if somebody called themselves African American, Negro, colored, ADOS, or Black freedmen. Every Black person, we are not a monolith. I'm educated, I'm smart. Now, my diction is different because of where I come from, but make no mistake about it, I know what I'm talking about and I know what I had said in his space. A lot of people didn't agree with me, and that's fine. So, and I could get,
Again, this is your again. Again, this is your space, and I'm not in here.
but
I'm
I
just an
asked you a
outsider.
direct
It was the first
question.
time.
Wait
Eh,
one second, ADS. I asked you a direct question. What was it that I said that didn't sit well with you?
Again, I'm a person that is very proud of who I am and how I represent. I believe the space and the way that we culturally was there. Culturally, I mean, not just you. Culturally was there. I was ashamed in the way that we conducted ourselves as a
What did
whole,
I
as a group.
say that did not
And
sit
that's
well
not
with
important.
you?
I'm not there. I'm not here to do that
No,
with
I
you.
think you
Okay?
should because this is it.
No, man.
Okay, so one second.
I'm.
One second. Let me say this because I hopped in a men's space. Me and him are cool. We just met really last week, and I have him on my YouTube platform, right? So I hopped in his space because apparently people were questioning him about my own lineage. And about certain people who I associate with or whatever. So when I went to that space and I asked a woman, what is it that somebody says specifically that didn't sit well? So if you want to, if anytime you have a disagreement or a discourse or you're throwing an accusation at somebody, you need to be specific as to what that was, not generalize it. And if you cannot, then the fact is that what you say is irrelevant. And that's why I'm asking you, if you think the way I conducted myself by just being me, whether you thought it was classy or not. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. What was it specifically that I said that you took issue with? That's all I'm asking.
All right, you want me to go there with you, so I'm gonna just go there with you, okay? As a 64-year-old man that no longer identify allowing the dominant European culture to control the narrative of who I am, I believe what you did is you fed into the narrative when he specifically said, and you was right to call him out on it, but the fact of the matter is that you have to hear you was not willing to hear him out about
I
why
think you
he
need to just say it. I asked you a specific question. What did I say?
you denied the fact that culturally we as a demographics of people have the pain, the things that we have gone through has not come by our own hand.
I never
Okay.
said that. So
You articulated, yes you did.
no, I did not. So
Yeah, yes, yeah,
and
yes you
this
did.
is
Yeah,
why
yeah.
I
Okay,
asked
that's
you
why I didn't want to go because you
specifically.
don't
Wait,
you
wait,
don't
wait.
read.
And then on top of that, right now, you did not even tell me what specifically I said because I never said no shit like that. For
But
anything, I said to him,
but you
"Wait,
did. But you did. See,
hold on."
you are a
No,
person
and this
that
is
does a lot of.
and this is the problem that I have with people. See, people want to hear what they want to hear, and I don't like using this mute button. People want to hear what they want to hear, how they want to hear it. I did not say no shit like that for anything. I made it clear to him that this country historically is racist. And he said it's not now. So again, it was a lot of back and forth, muting me every 30 seconds. So you really couldn't even get an understanding of my full complete statement because I was constantly muted. And this is what I'm saying. When somebody said, "Well, I didn't like when you say certain things or how you conducted yourself," and when you ask a person what exactly was it, be specific. They can't never tell you that. You got to throw your age that you 64. Honey, I'm 48 and I'm about to be 49. I have 4 grandchildren. I am grown. I don't need you or anybody to try to tell me how I conducted myself, or I should have been this, or should have done that, or should have known this, or should have been more pro that. I'm gonna say how I want to say it. And I'm gonna do what I want to do. And I know when I went up there, I know the type of question he was asking me. I know he was trying to paint me in a corner, but then I realized he kept moving the goalposts because he doesn't know anything about Black history. He doesn't know a lot about American history, and I knew that. And that's why he kept staying on, is FBA a group or organization? That was the main conversation. That was not even to the topic, because I did speak to the topic when I got on that platform. And then it evolved into FBA and of course Tariq, because people are just obsessed with Tariq Nasheed. And I said to him, that is not a group. It is not an organization. He tried to tell me the definition of a group and an organization. And I said to him, you think that's what it is because you're white and you say so. I'm not playing that. I never came out my mouth and made it seem like, oh, well, this is that. No. So, sir, I don't know what you're talking about. And this is why I'm asking you what specific statement I said, and you cannot even tell me that. But you want to tell me that I'm speaking from a place of hurt?
I,
Absolutely
and
not.
and you're doing it now.
No, what I'm doing is correcting you.
You haven't corrected me. You
Yes,
doing
I have.
exactly.
Because
No,
what
you're
you
doing
did is
exactly.
you
You're doing
came up
exact.
there and you're
You
taking a
doing
statement.
exactly what I'm so
Which
sick
is
and
what?
tired of
Which is
us.
what, sir? Which is
I
what?
know this is what I'm sick and tired of
Which
us
is what?
culturally. Sick and tired of us culturally. We have been in this country for ancestry. We have been in America for 400 years, and we still do not know how to act diplomacy and handle ourselves in such a manner that we do not have to use profanity. We don't have to
Oh
get
no, I'm gonna
loud.
use profanity
No, no,
all
no, no,
goddamn day.
but that's okay. But I'm a surgical technologist, and I've been in that field for 40 plus years. Okay, and one of the greatest things I learned about operating in the dominant European culture, the greatest respect that one can get is the way the diplomacy and how you conduct yourself in that environment. We
In
didn't
whose
write the law. Oh
environment?
no, no,
Hold
hold
on,
up,
wait. In
baby.
whose
Hold
environment?
up, babe. We
No, no,
didn't
no.
write.
I'm not
No,
your
no, we
babe, but I
didn't.
want you to answer that question because now you about to go down that yellow brick road that you really don't want to go down because you're about to expose yourself. In
No,
what
no, no. I'm not about
environment?
to expose
In a
myself.
white environment?
And I no. I
No,
call.
I need you to answer that question. What environment? Tell me the environment you're talking about. Conduct yourself in what environment?
Let me
Who's
off. When
whose environment?
I'm very clear. I'm very clear. I wrote my
No, I
book.
know. I need for you to say
I'm
it.
not your
I
black.
need for you to say
I'm
it.
going to say it. I'm unapologetic. I call it the dominant culture. It's just like in the jungle, baby. The dominant culture rules. And when you are in the dominant culture, you got to know how to navigate in that
Oh,
culture.
trust me, I do.
Oh, no, baby, you
I
don't.
do.
I
What
saw you in
makes you
action.
think? What makes you think
I
that you
heard you in
know
action.
more than me?
You do
What makes
not
you think
know
that?
how to operate in that.
Oh, yes, I
As
do.
we would say in
I
the
operate in
military.
it all
No,
my
no, no.
life.
If we would say in the military, I saw you come. I don't even need to get you close to me. I can pick you
Is this
off
the
before you come.
military? No.
I'm a military
And since I
person.
don't
Okay,
care, and that's the
and
problem,
and
sir.
and
You are a soldier. You take orders. I give it. That's the difference. You work for me. My taxes pay for you to go overseas and fight for this country for my freedoms. That's what I pay for. You are a soldier. You take orders. And I appreciate your service. But make no mistake about it. You don't know more than me. Your age does not mean you know more than me, nor do your experience. So don't sit up here and tell
I
me
didn't put
how
my
I
age out
should
there.
act.
Is I
Listen,
just said that
let me
your
make myself
behavior
clear,
is
ABS, and I'm
your
gonna give you the last
behavior
word.
was an
Wait,
indicator
wait, let me
of
make
your
myself
lack of
clear.
being able to
Hold on for
handle
a second.
yourself
Hold
in
on,
a
hold on.
dominant
Hold on.
European culture.
Hold on for a second. Because I don't give a fuck about no European culture. This is Dana's culture. I create my culture. I create everything that I got. Because this is America, and that's why everybody loves this country and break their neck to come over here. So I create my life, my existence. Make no mistake about that. And a lot of people don't like that type of talk. Black, white, or whoever, especially men or whoever. I don't give a fuck. So if you think, oh, I need to be, more classy and more proper, all that, hell no. I'm going to be what I want to be. Yeah, I'm going to turn up when I want to turn up. I'm going to be respectful always as long as I'm getting respect. But what you're not going to do is sit up here and act like you get to tell me how I'm supposed to act, and it's some culture, it's some pink bullshit. So you didn't like how I was talking to someone, whether it was the tone, whether I was cursing. I don't give a fuck. You don't gotta like it. It is what it is. This is X Space. Now, when I go on my YouTube channel, it's a whole different program. And see, that's the difference between you and I. I don't take orders, I give it.
All right, may I make an interjection as the judge here? Our topic is conflict resolution part 2. This is a good example of a conflict that might be resolved with a little modicum of indulgence, one party for the other. I don't think you two are actually trying to get on each other. I think you are both displaying a difference of opinion based on perspective. Now, everybody's going to have differences of opinion. That's what this country is about. And differences of opinion inspire argument and debate and argument work out in the long run into resolution and consensus. So, can we get back to the topic of conflict resolution as it is so necessary to our circumstances today? That might be a way of getting around declaring and waging a little war here that is what it is. I pass the mic.
Thank you, Judge, and I agree with you.
Well, let me say this. New rule in the room, or any room I come into, especially my spaces, don't worry about how I come across and what I say. Don't worry about my attitude. Don't worry about it. I don't need correction. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If it don't bother you, it don't bother you. Talk about
Dana, you don't need to
the
explain
topic.
yourself, Queen. If they don't know, they don't know. And if they new here, you got to get used to it. This is how you get down and this is how you rock. So deal with it. If you don't like it, leave. Simple as that. This is her room. This is her show. So she gonna rock out with her boobs out. And if you don't like it, get the fuck out. I'm sorry, Judge. Go
I
ahead, y'all.
And
All
no,
right.
I totally agree. I want you to understand. I'm the same way when I'm in my space. So I totally agree. When I'm running my space, I'm the alpha. So I got it. I'm
My
cool with that.
brother, respectfully, I disagree with you on one aspect, my brother. You said something that kind of threw me off a little bit when you said when you're living in a European dominant society, that kind of gave me a clue that you don't understand who you are and where you stand. And that sound kind of
No.
like scared talk. Can I speak? Can I speak, bro, respectfully?
Okay,
Man to
but you
man.
giving your perspective, so go
Yeah,
ahead.
man to
Go ahead.
man. I know this is, hey, this is all an opinion. You know what I mean?
O-
Nothing personal, but this I'm
Okay,
going by
it's your
what I
opinion.
heard.
That's I agree.
And
I
I'm
agree.
going by for what I heard. And you were saying in the dominant European society, and you fail to realize that you being a black man, you are ain't no European society dominated us because as us being black Americans, American culture is our culture. And a lot of these Europeans are standing by watching us like they right there, ear hustling this room, saying what we doing so they can have something to grow on and to talk about. I mean, I'm not calling you scared, but when people talk like that, to me, that's that sellout scary talk to where people not scared. I mean, they're not strong enough to fight and build on their own and stand on their own. I come from Oakland, California, home of the Black Panthers. You know what I'm saying? I was taught to fight. My daddy, he was an R&B singer. He fought in Vietnam, and he was on the PT boats, and he was well recognized for his valor, and he's buried at the Naval Burial Yard in Vacaville, California. So I have a lot to say, and I can speak on this. And I'm a Black American who traces lineage to 1851, South Florida, to the Seminole Creek people. So I think I have a lot of credibility in this as me being 50 years old, a Gen Xer. I kind of experienced those a lot of things, and I saw a lot of things. And one thing for sure, two things for certain, the moment when I hear a person submitting before they try to fight or come up with another solution before giving in, that make me question certain things. That make me question people. I'm a fighter, as a man, that's what I was taught to do is fight. You know, I wasn't taught to conduct myself or be a certain way around certain people for people to like me, because no matter how much professional, no matter how much money or well dressed I got, I'm still a nigga to them. You know what I'm saying? So I'ma
Well,
always be me, and I'ma always be proud. So I just want to say, you know what I mean? I'ma stand firm on who I am. I'm a strong Black man from Oakland, California, the streets of Oakland, where lion, tigers, and bears are. And if you out there, don't nobody care. You know what I'm saying? So I land my
just
plane,
really,
and I hope
just
I
really quickly,
hopefully I was respectful and not too disrespectful to you, my brother. I land my
just,
plane.
just, really-
Hold on, just been up
just
for a second, Twizzler. One second, Lamar. 1 second. The blue. I saw your message. You said that you have to go with your family. Did you want to say something real quick or something?
Oh no, you invited me in, so I
Yeah.
assume you wanted
Well,
me to.
I invite everyone in my message. I send everybody an invite. So, did you want to speak to this? Because you sent me saying
I
that you have
invited
to.
you up, the blue collar. I invited you up
Oh,
to speak. Yep.
yeah.
So we were in the last space, and I think we're not to get into it, but I think where ADS is talking about is tonality. Which, to be honest, Dana, I didn't see any difference between the tonality of the way that you spoke in that space than anybody else that was in that space for literally the 4 fucking hours I was in that space. It was devolved, and it broke out of intellectual dialogue about a criminal case that really, at the core of it, the incident itself had nothing to do with race and everything to do with two young boys with zero emotional control or higher thought patterns getting into it with each other and devolving to the worst possible case scenario. And of course, when you came up, when it came to diligent, and I've been trying to have this conversation, we've had parts of the conversation for years, back and forth throughout spaces when it comes to what FBA is. And I think where he was trying to go with that, in his mistake, but still was trying to go with it, was the concept of FBA being a group as in a demographic group, whether it is a formal group or an informal group, whether it has infrastructure or not infrastructure, it has an identifier, and that we as a people, as FBA, identify with and advocate for those who identify with FBA. Now, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I think that's where he was trying to pin you down. In regard to that case, in regard to everything in there, you know what? From what I've listened to in the space so far, to the degree that I can, and I gotta go to bed. I've been up for like 38 hours so far, and I need to go spend some time with my wife. Um, I don't think anything is getting worked out on this damn app. If you racist and you white and you racist and you black and you got an axe to grind, this is the perfect case for you. Go ahead, go out in the street and beat the life out of each other, and y'all can figure out which one of you deserves the last two brain cells in your head. And you know what? The rest of us will be happier when you're all gone. Um, Judge Joe Brown, is nice to hear you speak tonight. I haven't seen you Thank you,
Mm.
sir. Thank you.
2020 back in at the Solutionary Summit. As far as all the rational people in here who like to talk about the nuances of the case and the reality of convictions and charges and what actually happened,
you know what, more credit to all of you who are willing to sit through a rational discussion rather than devolve into degradation and debauchery. I appreciated what I heard listening so far. God bless everybody.
Hey,
Just as a
love you too.
caveat, nobody's calling
Thank
for violence. We abhor violence, and we don't want anybody to be violent.
Exactly. Yeah, and as far as FBA, I
Being
just
serious,
okay.
y'all.
What you say?
I was being an asshole. I wasn't being serious. Don't anybody get violent.
Appreciate that qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, and then as far as listen, yeah, the conversation, he asked me questions. I didn't bring up FBA, and in fact, it was being redundant, and he diligent, and even if he's in this space listening, he could come up. He was trying to identify what an organization and what a group of people is, and I said, you think that's what it is because you white and you say so. So going to ADS, I don't know what you talking about saying that when we in European spaces. I don't care what space I am. I don't see, I'm not saying, oh, this is a room full of white people. Let me be on my best behavior. No, I'm gonna be me. And I'm gonna let that white person know if they don't know what they're talking about, or if they have their history or they facts wrong, just like I would say it to a black person, a Hispanic, an Asian. It doesn't matter. I treat everybody the same. There's no European culture environment that I'm gonna switch up. I've been dealing with white people all my life, all types. And what I've have done for a living for over 20 years, like I don't look at people where you're that group, you're that group. Now systemically it's something totally different. But as an individual, you're like, no. So if I'm in a room full of white people, I'm not uncomfortable. I'm very comfortable wherever I go, whoever's
Hey,
in the room. If you don't
Just
like
to, just
what
to
you
Danny,
say,
leave,
can I address that
just
just
to
really quick? Oh,
just leave you with this before I go, and I think this is the mistake of most of the white European descent. I don't care how you want to identify them. They assume the stoicism and the methodologies and ideologies of people like Marcus Aurelius and guys like that, because they had advocated for an ideology of stoicism, that these dudes were passive individuals and didn't engage in violence and didn't have violent rhetoric or ever step outside of that calm demeanor. The reality is those men engaged in vengeance and vendettas on a regular basis, and the entire methodology of basing your ideology on those individuals is absolute bullshit. So the men who reference it and reference the idea of cooperating within a society in which dialogue and the verbal chess game that you engage in business and professional lifestyle, while that is a necessity of the professional lifestyle here in spaces, it is not necessary. This is the streets. Pull out that knife, verbally pull out that knife and go ahead and mug that person intellectually, of course.
just really quickly, if I could, I understand. Here's what I think what I heard ADS was saying, and I can say this as a veteran as well. What I heard him saying is good order and discipline, as taught in the military, is irrespective of the color of your skin. Now, I think to what the blue was saying is in these spaces, we should not attempt to hold ourselves to some higher standard of communication. Where when I was growing up, my dad would always say he would always point to MLK and Malcolm X besting their counterparts in academic institutions without devolving into name calling and yelling and all that other kind of stuff. Now, I understand spaces is not that. So that's what I heard. The only other thing I was going to say really quick before I drop down, Dane, and I appreciate your patience with me, is just got another message back channel. And I was, what one of my buddies just said is beware of groups just like Patriot Front, who oddly reduced their activity after President Trump was elected. Um, and that it would be a mistake to assume that the US government, specifically the FBI and DHS, did not have or control or influence groups on either side of the racial divide. So I would say for those who are just looking at the right side and say, oh, look, these white dudes are going to come out with tiki torches and all sorts of kind of stuff a la Charlottesville, there are also organizations of people with more darker melanated skin that are operating in a similar fashion. So he said, pay attention to media coverage of this protest or whatever, or march, whatever the hell this thing is going to be, because that's one of the best indicators that something stupid will happen. For example, CNN never covered one of Trump's rallies until the Shanksville, or was it Shanksville or whatever, where he was,
Butler.
Butler, where they tried to take a shot at him. It was the one event where CNN covered it throughout Trump's campaign, and it just so happened to be when someone tried to take a shot at him. So I would just say, keep your head on a swivel. Please don't give into the crazy, and just be prepared, because dumb could be right around the corner.
Quick question: what melanated groups are being pushed by the government?
So I personally don't know, and I know my friends well enough to where they would never say
Oh, so
anything.
basically, you
What,
probably
just
just
really
made
quick,
that
just
up.
really quick, they
Cool.
would know. I'm not making anything up. They would
Well,
never
you
say
just didn't
anything
Yeah,
know.
that
I'm
would
I
hearing a
just
violate
bunch
asked.
of
their.
scared talk
If
too.
you could
I'm
just let
hearing a
me
bunch
finish,
of
because
scared
you asked
talk,
me a
man.
question, so
Hey,
Like
I'm just
Wait,
trying
scared
to.
stop
people.
muting
I'm
me,
just trying to
Peter.
finish really
You know
quickly.
that's
I
bullshit. He
can't
made.
hear
No,
what I'm
my
saying to
point is
anybody
this.
let
while
him
we
answer the question. If
quit
you ask someone
talking
a question,
over
let them
each
answer.
other.
Yeah,
Be
so my point is
orderly.
this: they would never
Be
provide
orderly.
specifics that would violate their national security clearance. But a good example on the right side is Patriot Front. Now, I personally, I worked Russia my entire career in the U.S. intelligence community. So my mission was not domestic, outside of helping the FBI track Russian intelligence officers running around doing stuff they shouldn't be. So if you're asking me specifically to identify a group on the black side of, or on the black political divide, I would say, hey, you got me. That was never my mission when I worked in the government. But I would say for them, they would never specifically point to one that would violate their national security clearance. So for anyone else, if you're aware of a black organization that seems to operate and avoid federal scrutiny, that might be a good signal.
There
Just
is
a
none. But go
FYI,
ahead.
the intelligence agencies do not create groups, do not push groups. What they do is infiltrate groups and try to direct groups from within. That's their whole operative, is to use any extremist groups or groups that may lean in a direction and try to infiltrate them. They try to do it with the Black Panthers, they do it with Patriot Front, they do it with a whole bunch of shit. So that it's just there's nuances to how they operate.
BLM.
But I'm done.
They tried it with the Nation of Islam as well. You're correct.
Okay.
Appreciate you being here, Lamar, and giving that insight as a former operative.
Yep. I'm going to drop down and give everyone else an opportunity to speak. Dana, Peter, thank you so much again. Judge Joe Brown, I hope you guys have a great night.
Thank you, Lamar.
Appreciate you,
Appreciate
Lamar.
you.
Yep, always love
I
you, man.
heard that.
Hey,
Immortal.
I heard
I
that.
hit you in your stomach if I ever saw you, Pete.
Immortal is next. Immortal.
Why?
All right, so greetings to you, Dana, and greetings to the Honorable Judge Joe Brown. It's always a pleasure. Peter,
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
yes,
Hey,
sir. It's
Immortal, how
always a
are you?
pleasure. And so here's so many disturbing things. Oh, wrong on both sides. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. There's no wrong on both sides. Um, when it comes out that you had two 6 foot plus 200-pound thugs attacking a child that didn't do anything to anyone, when it comes out that they were trying to take his property from him, when that comes out, then I would expect that if race is not a factor, I would expect that charges would be dropped against this young boy, Carmelo Anthony. And I would expect that the surviving twin would be punished for the loss of the life of his brother while they were committing those crimes. That's what would happen if color was not a issue, but it is an issue. And to illustrate that, let's look at the school. I just put a article in the Blue Pill, and y'all can look at it for yourself. But it's about the school district around there. Then it talks about how black students make up 11% of the student population, but they account for 35% of out of school suspensions. So, what that means to me is that 11% is being antagonized and being mistreated and being bullied and being all through the school system, and the teachers are allowing it. And then whenever those black students act out as a result, I know every case isn't about this, but most of them is. You don't get over a third of the children being suspended being black when they're only 11% without this kind of systematic dynamic. So the whole school system allows for things like that to happen. And in this case, tragedy struck. And I really wish that people who sympathize with the Metcalfs, I really wish you would quit spreading misinformation. Just think about how little we actually know. You don't know what Mark Carmelo stabbed that guy with. You don't. Nobody has shown and told any murder weapon. You don't have any information about the murder weapon, or it's not even a murder weapon. Whatever he used to defend himself, you don't even know what it is. It could have been some other sharp implement, maybe not even a knife at all. So the misinformation is fueling uh, this terrorism that's going on in that part of the world. I found another article. I won't. I'll put it up later, but found another article where a black man, he wants to go to the local golf course, and he gets there, and the caddies are calling him boy, grown man, calling him boy. So he comes, he pays it no mind, goes about playing his golf, and say he gets to about the eighth hole, and he gets to a sandbank, and they didn't scribbled a swastika in the sand. So that's Frisco, Texas for you. So yeah, there's no both sides are wrong. I'll never be in the wrong, and I'll never feel bad for defending myself against thuggery and brigands who would come and try to harm me physically. I don't know what kind of harm, and Carmelo didn't know what kind of harm them boys were capable of. All he knew, they was bigger than him, and there was two of them, admittedly, admitted by the surviving twin, admitted that they approached him, admitted that they got physically violent with him, admitted that they tried to take his property from him. And it's crazy how that gets downplayed. It's crazy how, because if it wasn't about race, then you would never downplay that. I mean, you would never do it. Just imagine me trying to come take Peter. Hey, Peter, you don't get to sit here. Grab Peter all up, snatch his belongings. Peter, subject to do anything. And then just imagine it's two big, strong, tough guys like me. Peter can subdue us with his just physical body. I don't know what he looks like, but I imagine that he wouldn't be able to. I imagine that Peter couldn't handle me by himself, let alone if it was two of us. So, all this, somebody said, oh, well, you got to use equal force, period. There was two of them, even in boxing. And I know my elder, Judge Joe Brown, will say that was a punk move. He should have been able, equipped to deal with a physical situation like that without having to, use that type of force. Well, I agree. I agree, Judge, but that's not the law. We're talking about the law. The law doesn't require you to be able to fight off two big thugs, two big 200-pound thugs. It doesn't. It doesn't require you to go get that training. So we're sticking to the law. And the law, is pretty clear in this. And the only thing muddying it up is this whole race issue. Now, I hope that our Black Americans will stay away from that, that Klan rally that they're having pretty soon. Stay away from it, because that's a setup. That's a setup. They out for blood. They're upset. People have been given these narratives that are inciting them. Nothing about Carmelo Anthony screams violent. Nothing about him. Even his pitches and the way he walks, the way he moves, the boy is green and softer than medicated cotton. To Judge Joe Brown's points. Well, guess what? It's all kind of people out here in this world. You got tough guys, and then you got guys that are softer than medicated cotton, but they good at math. Okay? you ain't gonna always get everything all in one man. Some of us, do inventions and all this, and some of us, concentrate on building up our physicality. So I'll be glad when this conversation moves to locking up the surviving twin for leading his brother into that. That was so ignorant and stupid. I could never lead my brother into something like that. As a matter of fact, I've taken my brothers away from making mistakes like that. Like, don't do that. No, I'm not going to do that with you. Nah, we gonna go this way. Nah, I'll leave that alone. It ain't worth it. We got things to do. That's what I would have told my brother. I would have said this. I would have told my brother it's unsportsmanlike for you to try to kick him out away from under that tent in torrential rains. That's not sportsmanlike. We're at a function. Let's not chimp out and behave like Neanderthals. But he didn't do that. Oh, you backed him up. He had backup. The boy that died had backup. So there was no overcoming him. There was no one on one. Let's fight like a man. No, because if he did whoop commence to whooping on the deceased, then the brother was just gonna jump in. And let me tell you about Dr. Dre's little brother. Since we talking about fighting, and people think that, oh well, you ought to be more manly. Well, Dr. Dre's younger brother was manly. He was tough, and he was short. He was a little bitty dude. And guess what happened to him? When he came out of the liquor store, he got into an altercation with a guy twice his size. And he was handling his business. He was throwing his licks. But guess what? Through the tussle, they fell. And the larger guy fell on the smaller guy and killed him. That wasn't supposed to be a death in that. It just fell on him. And he's dead to this day. He's dead now. So I get it, Judge. I get it, man. But we can't, unfortunately, we can't put our values on how to raise boys or how boys are supposed to behave on everyone. And I miss those days too, Judge, when boys were boys. You know what I'm saying? And men were men. But we ain't in that phase now. We just got people. We got people, and sometimes they men, and sometimes they males. Inciting this violence. Stop it, white people. There's no two sides. No, the man, boy was attacked. There's no two sides. It wasn't no two sides of wrong when we were enslaved. It's no two sides was wrong during Jim Crow. No, you were wrong. Racism. Racism. Last thing I'm gonna land it with this. Racism. Race has a definition. Ism has a definition. When you stick them together, it means something. You know what it means? It means I can't practice racism against anybody, against no one. I don't have the power. I don't have the tools. I'm not in position to do it. Now, if you're talking about prejudice, prejudice is something different. If I say, Peter, get your pale ass off my porch and stay the fuck off my porch, that's my porch. You don't tell, I get to allow, I got freedom of association. I can tell you get the help, and nobody look like Peter can come in my house. That's prejudice. Racism is, Peter, I'm going to devalue your home because you're a white man, Peter. I'm going to go in here and praise it for less than it's worth because even though every house around you is owned by white folks, I'm singling your house out for less because you live in it, Peter. I'm gonna make laws that says that you can't vote, Peter. That's racism. If you defend yourself, Peter, I'm gonna put a murder one charge on you and let the real culprits go free. That's racism, Peter. When it's 11% population, student body population that's black, and 35, over a third of them, 35% are being get the out of school suspensions. That's racism. That's systematically being done. That's not being done by act. And don't give me that black folks are this and that. No, that's an affluent neighborhood. Those black kids over there got money. Maybe that's why they can't fight. They didn't come up where they had to fight. They came up in a community that thought they didn't have to fight. And unfortunately, the father of Carmelo Anthony is starting to realize that he has integrated and moved his family into a burning house. Frisco, Texas, who moves there? You're going to find out. You're going to find out who moves there. you know? So stop the gaslighting, white people. Stop inciting these sickos to go out here and commit terrorism against children, judges, family. Stop it. Stop it.
May
Landed
I
with
ask
that.
you a question, sir? What did racism
Yes, sir.
have to do with this situation down in Texas?
Well, the racism comes in where the actual culprits go free, and the actual victim in this situation is charged with murder one, even though murder one, obviously this doesn't fit. Obviously this doesn't fit. I've read the elements of murder one in Texas. It doesn't fit. There's so many things in there that claim to have happened that don't fit murder one. I don't even know why they went that high in the first place. So that's
Well,
racism.
might I make a suggestion that perhaps making that assessment right now is very premature because in my 50 years of doing this professionally, very seldom does it occur that the facts that you hear or the alleged facts you hear in the media match what comes from the witness stand or gets introduced into evidence at a trial. Very seldom is there a match. But the point is there's a concept, white, black, brown, red, yellow. There's a fair fight ethos that human males have had unless they're at war with each other, and that seems to be violated here. The other thing I'd point out is, okay, 11% of the defendant's home student body, that is where he goes to school, only 11% is black, but he is captain of the varsity football team. He's captain of the varsity track team. And that 11% matches generally the school district. Next thing that comes to mind is I don't buy into that thing about he's outsized. Look at Bruce Lee. Look at somebody that is skilled in the manly art of self-defense, manly art. Next point you have here that bothers me is if he is a captain of the football team, he starts. And the position he might hold on offense, say a wide receiver perhaps, or a running back, he's going to be looking at two defensive tackles, two defensive ends who are going to probably weigh more than the two assailants here, alleged assailants. He's going to be looking at three linebackers, maybe four, who are about that size. So what's he supposed to do? Lay down and roll over anytime one of them comes after him to take him out? If
Well,
he's
well, let me
playing
speak.
defense, he's going to be a defensive back, and he's looking at two defensive ends, two defensive tackle, not defensive, two offensive tackles, two offensive guards, a center, and a tight end, and some running backs who are going to be bigger than him. So what's he supposed to do? Lay down anytime the play starts? I don't buy
Well, let
that.
me. Well, let me speak to that. Let me speak to that, Judge. Okay, in the game of football, there's something called unnecessary roughness. So there are rules in place to keep things from getting too violent, too hitting too hard, or whatever the case might be. Face masking. You can't do just anything you want on the field. And these kids are trained to deal with what's going on the field. Now, back in my day, well, not even in my day. Nope, because it changed in my when I was going in high school, late '80s, early '90s. Let me tell you something, Judge. These sports guys are wimpy, wimpy, wimpy. Trust me, I beat them up by myself by the twos and threes for disrespecting me and thinking that they could, mistreat me. And I whoop them. And then they went and got their friends. And I whooped them too. And they was football players. They not teaching these sports guys how to fight. They're not tough like that. These are some of the most of them are loving on each other. And shout out to them if that's their lifestyle, but that's what they're doing. It ain't the Jim Brown days. They're not Jim Brown football players. They not. They are some of the cream puffiest uh, people on the planet, some of the most wimpy, soft, medicated cotton people. Don't let the physique fool you. And as far as you mentioned Bruce Lee was trained professional. His size, any size should be wary to bother with him because on a violence tip, because he'll hit you so hard. He trained to hit people hard. Well, they not being trained like that, and especially not in football. You got, especially these black children, especially them. They got these white coaches, and they're teaching them to be docile. They're not teaching them how to fight. They're giving them the blind side treatment.
Okay, let me
Here, just
interject
shut
with
up.
that comment real quick,
So
because
they soft.
that, particularly to that, when you're talking about the coaches nowadays, that's across the board. That's not a white coach just to black players. These are coaches, a lot of coaches in a lot of these sports, to all the kids, being light on them. And I'm doing a compare and contrast to when I was growing up and when my brother, when he was playing football and how he was coached. Coaches was hardcore, and I'm pretty sure during my father generation, even the judge generation, they were even harder. But nowadays, no matter what color, what background, they are all treating these teenagers with kid gloves, which is why we have the problem of this teen violence in schools and off schools. And see,
Well, I'll agree with that.
right,
I'll agree with that, Dana.
right,
And,
so
and they teaching the white boys to be punks too.
right,
That's
so
why
so
a
again,
six
so let
foot,
me
200 pound white boy thought he needed his brother to come with him to bully a 130 pound boy,
right,
hundred
so
fifty
what
pound
I'm
boy,
saying here is
because he was a punk.
So what I'm saying here is that when we're talking about the Caysen Allison, Carmelo Anthony, I don't know the guy name yet who shot up the high school, and I don't know the person who shot up the college. And this is all this week, right? Um, the common denominator is not race. The common denominator is lack of manhood training, lack of discipline.
Nah, I disagree. I disagree
All right, well,
100%.
stay right there, Twizzler, because it's
If I might interject, since I haven't participated much tonight, I think that was a punk play that was pulled off by the defendant. It's embarrassingly
I
sissy-ish.
was it a punk play,
I'm not talking
Judge.
about you. I'm talking about the young man that's the defendant in this case. It's embarrassing to me as a man to see that. That was just totally unnecessary. The drill is, which apparently has been forgotten, is if you get in a fight, if you get overwhelmed and it gets unfair, get the hell on out of there. He's on the track team, so he can run out of there. Next thing, you don't have to run. You stand your ground until you get overmatched and then you retreat. That's common sense. You do not pull a knife during a fist fight. That is a punk play, and that's why so many black kids get killed in the neighborhood. So many Hispanic kids get killed in the barrio. So many white kids get killed in the trailer parks is because there's no manhood being taught. And I listened to that mother today, and she got to talking about how terrified her daughter was. And I said, I see what went wrong here. Coming from a whole family, father and mother at home, what was taught in that family was a sissy thing. And I'm listening to this terrorized attitude. And I said, you know what? That sounds really horrible. If I'd been the defense attorney, I would have been very disturbed that my client's parents said that, where they tried to portray themselves as a victim. It was disgusting. Now, legally, I don't know what a jury's going to do. They might, I can predict, but I'm not going to be 100% correct, because when you get 5 juries, 3 of them will be excellent. One of them will act like they took the short bus to school. And the fifth one will act like they were high when they were back there in the jury room deliberating and listening to the evidence. So there's a 3 out of 5 chance, based on 50 years of experience and thousands of jury trials, that you will get a fair trial from a jury if your lawyer is adequate. And then when we talk about racism, let's interject this. We've got somebody that's family, and all of the people that are supporting the defendant are talking about racism, but what is his attorney? He's white. So that fails. The other thing is remember, he's the team captain in a school that only has 11% black folk, and the track team captain in a school that only has 11% black folk. So where does this come into play? What
Well, let me
these
tell you where it comes into play.
did,
We're
wait,
better
one second,
football
Immortal.
players.
Wait, Immortal.
yeah,
we're better.
well, it's
Immortal,
We're
one
better.
second.
besides the
Immortal,
point.
let him
I
finish.
played football at Dorsey High in Los Angeles and at UCLA back in the mid 60s. Okay. So it's not that I'm unfamiliar with football. We had Rydell helmets that didn't even have pads. They had canvas straps, and I broke three of them. And one time I remember I got hit so hard and broke one. People asked me who I was. I swear I thought I was Batman or something. But anyway, that's a different kind of thing. Martial arts, I've been taking it for 60 years. I'm pretty familiar with it. And my brother was listed for 15 years by Black Belt Magazine as, quote, probably the most dangerous human alive in North America. And if you want to see what it's about, look up Cliff Stewart, Google him, Bodyguard of the Stars, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Now, we get into this whole thing. It's just unmanly to do what happened. There is no justification under the law because getting your ass whipped, to use the crude language, is not an excuse to kill somebody. What has to be the case in layman's terms is that the defendant must be put in a position where he has a reasonable expectation that if he does not use deadly force against somebody, he himself is likely to be killed or subjected to injury that is life threatening or will cause permanent disfigurement, permanent disability, or an extended episode of painful recovery, broken bones, fractured jaw, that kind of thing. And even that might not excuse it. So that is going to be a very hard thing for somebody to establish. And he went wrong from point one when no cop even asked him a question. He blurted out, I did it. I was defending myself. So he didn't leave the option open for perhaps a theft from his person, which would have been a robbery, which might have said, okay, we have different standards applying here, which they do. You had a lot of other prospects. He opened his big mouth and he forgot about what you hear on every one of these action adventure, cops and robbers, bad guys, good guys shows, television shows ad nauseum for the last 60 years. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and may be used in evidence against you, etc. Apparently, he forgot all of that and didn't keep it in mind. And apparently, they didn't teach it to him in the fifth grade like they did us back in Los Angeles in the 1950s. So, I mean, something's gone way wrong here.
Well, well, if we're
Go
going
ahead.
to throw the P word around, the punk word around, let's
It's a
also
punk
throw it at the
word. There is
Metcalf
no
boys.
way to get around that. It was a
Yeah,
punk play.
okay, okay,
That's why.
I'll let you have it.
Wait
But
a
let's
minute.
talk about the
I ain't
Metcalf
sure.
boys and the
I
punk
ain't
shit they
finished
do.
Wait,
the
hold,
story
hold,
yet.
wait, real quick.
Hold
Hold on
up.
for a second,
Get on
Judge.
your mic.
Wait, 1 second, Judge. Immortal, your microphone sounds like you're underwater a little bit. So fix your audio. And then after the
Yeah,
judge
stay
talk,
on your
I'm going to
mic.
let you land your plane. And then I have to get to the other speakers.
Okay, now let me say this. First off, what the devil is going on here is these boys are punks the way they are raised because when they're 17, they don't have 18, 90, 20 fights. They're several hundred of these cases pending right now in the United States that just occurred in the last month, 5 of which are in Memphis, Tennessee right now. And I'm surprised that the press blew this out of proportion the way they are. They're chumping out the whole American public in the name of ratings and pushing an agenda. This is a common type case, and what's going on has nothing to do with race, because race, anytime you get black and white, brown, red, yellow intermixed and trying to interact with each other, somebody will be able to say race has something to do with it. People talk about each other. They call each other SOBs, dogs, low down, this, that, and the other, when there is a hot and hostile thing. Now, if you're overwhelmed, the drill is the protocol that men used to have learned by the time they got 17 was, if you are overmatched, get the devil on out of there and come back and deal with it one on one later on instead of facing down 2 people. You do what you got to do to escape. Punch somebody in his jaw, hit somebody in the balls, or whatever it may be, knock somebody's tooth out, and then you get on up. And meanwhile, did you spend the money on your Air Jordans that you should have spent on learning martial arts or boxing or wrestling or something? So this is not an isolated situation. This is a big picture thing, and that was an absolute punk play. There's no way around it. I don't care whether the 2 boys were avowed Klansmen. You haven't proved anything if you don't do it one on one, because you went to war. And the bottom line is yeah, you can do that. Go right ahead, but you're going to jail if somebody follows the law, because you don't get any special privileges because you're black. Nobody cares about what you felt when your feelings got hurt or you were scared, because guess what? Human nature being what it is, all societies, every single one on this planet, has been holding that men are supposed to be brave and courageous. And if you're not, you're a
Just quick
yellow back
question:
coward.
if a soldier gets
No, Twizzler, I have to let Immortal land his plane, and then I have to go to other
No.
speakers, and then I'm gonna come to you after Jason. So it's
And
it's the Negro creditor, Jason, and then you. But I need to let Immortal land his plane after the judge is finished.
now, when I finish, which is about in 30 seconds, this is not war. There is no justification for war. This is a member of another school student body that is playing, or they're interested in the competition with a track meet with another school in the same league, both of which have about the same 11% black population inside their school walls. So, and one of them is captain of the football team, also captain of the track team. So good. He had a great GPA, but somewhere in there, his manhood training was lacking, and he wanted to go to war when it was just a one on one or one on two situation. This isn't the first time it's been one on two in the world. And if you take this position that justified just by itself to go kill someone, there'd be a whole lot of dead folk, because every time somebody got whipped, that would supposedly, under this theory, entitle that person to pull a knife or a gun and kill somebody. And by the way, the law says the use of deadly force. So he could have pulled out if he was entitled to use the deadly force. So you get the idea. Would this have been a case where he could have pulled a 45 auto 1911 SIG or H&K out of his case and shot the other boy right in the middle of the chest? I would submit that when you look at it that way, people would say, oh, wow, why did he shoot him with a 45? Well, the rule of law that people seem to be overlooking is that it's only the application of deadly force, and it doesn't make any difference whether it's a 45 auto, 357 Magnum, Dirty Harry's 44 Magnum, or anything else, or a 9 millimeter, or a knife. it's all the use of deadly force. So the question is, when you start talking about deadly force, the easy way to think of it is, were the circumstances such that it would have entitled the defendant to pull out his 45 and shoot the victim in his chest, dead center? And if you say yes, then that's another issue. But if you say no, he wouldn't have been justified in taking out a 45 and shooting him, then you're right back where we are right now, because the standards are the same and there's no difference recognized between a knife and a 45 under these situations. Now, I pass the mic on that.
So Immortal, go ahead and land your plane and stuff.
I'll be quick. Okay, so I have reason to believe, and I do believe, that the Metcalf boys possessed the physical ability to kill him with their bare hands if they so desired. But no, but Carmelo didn't know, if they were going to take it that far or not. But they possessed the ability to do that. The punk question. If we're going to call Carmelo Anthony a punk, say he's softer than medicated cotton, okay, I ain't gonna argue with you about that. But also the twins were punks. If you got a problem with somebody, why you got to bring all these people? If it's supposed to be man on man, why are you bringing your brother? Okay, so that's a punk move to try to fight somebody half your size and bring along your twin brother to help you do it. Okay, that's a punk move. That's weak. And now let's get. Last thing is the question of running his mouth. Now I don't know what kind of attorney that Carmelo Anthony has, and I'm not an attorney. But if I was, if that police officer asked him anything, and I know cops, they will ask you something. They're trained to investigate through questioning. So if they asked him, "Hey, what's your name? Are you all right?" Anything, then he should have been read his Miranda rights. And
No, it doesn't have to be.
well, maybe I got that part wrong, but let's get to the part where running your mouth on the other side. On the other side, I got him on network television saying that they did an assault and battery and a attempted strong arm robbery. That's the twin said that. He said, "Oh
Well,
yeah."
that might have been, except somebody ran his mouth off and said, I was defending myself. If you read the literature on self defense, carrying, a lot of people carry a dangerous weapon now because they're legally armed and they carry a pistol. Where are many educational videos, training videos, magazines, books on the subject, and they all say, watch your mouth, because what you say in the first 30 seconds to 1 minute may set the tone for everything that follows. So he said he chose to say, that is, I was defending myself. That shows his state of mind. He was not apparently asked a question. That is what you call a spontaneous utterance. And spontaneous utterances are admissible
All right.
as a general rule.
Now,
So
now
what
also,
happens is that demonstrates state of mind, and that demonstrates what he thought of the situation. He's going to be held now, if he defended himself, of being able, through his lawyer, the facts and the circumstances, taking into context that he's presumed innocent right now, and also that he does not have to take the stand nor even put on proof, but the self-defense theory can be developed from the evidence put on by the prosecution. It will have to be shown to the satisfaction of the jury if that self-defense claim is going to stand. He has to be in fear of suffering death or bodily injury to the extent that it could cause death. Now, here's your problem with that. I've seen this. I tried 42 first degree murder cases where death was demanded as a penalty as the defense lawyer. None of my clients, former clients, etc., are on death row. I tried many more where death was not demanded, and I don't know how many hundreds I tried as a not defense lawyer, as a criminal court judge in one of the busiest jurisdictions in America when it came to homicide. The problem with that whole thing is getting the jury to buy the proposition that it's not inside a tent. This was an awning. and the awnings, what it was covering, was visible by an entire set of bleachers. So the jury would have to be convinced that these two twin boys did not mind all of these people witnessing them pulling off a homicide or attempted homicide on the defendant. So he would have to be able to show through the way he cross-examined people or put on his own proof if he chose to do that, or if he took the stand and testified on his behalf, which he has a right to either do or decline to do. And if he declines to do, it can't be held against him. He'd have to convince everybody that these two twins looking at this mess were going to risk killing somebody with hundreds of witnesses to the event. Now, next point. If anybody out here has ever been a bouncer or a security guard or anything like that, or even a cop, what happens when there's a critical thing? You call for backup. Why? So you can overwhelm the person without having to kill them and throw them out or move them out or stop what's going on. So the fact that there are two of them, and under the circumstances as they are now, which is our subject that we're dealing with for purposes of looking at and investigating conflict resolution, which is the title for this part 2, since we did part 1 on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Then what happens is, do you necessarily say which twin you want to go, twin brother, and tell this guy we want him to leave, or are both of us going to do it? Because unless he's going to violate the law and shoot one of us or stab one of us, then he'll probably say, I'm overmatched, I probably need to go, which is the same thing that happens at a nightclub when 3, 2, 4 security guards come over and say, hey, man, you got to leave. Do you want to take these 4 folk on, or are you going to pull out a pistol and shoot all 4 of them or one of them and say, hey, there were 4 of them and I was fearing for my life? You see, we have to take real world situations, and we can't look at one little incident in isolation without also considering the other aspects of what we're talking about.
And Immortal, if the video comes out and shows it was one-on-one, what will you say then? Okay.
Unlike the white supremacists, I don't have a problem admitting if I'm wrong. I do it all the time. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes, and when I do, and I recognize those mistakes, hey, if it come out that Carmelo was the one and all this time, I'm gonna feel bad, and I'm gonna say, damn, I was wrong. But now if Carmelo,
But not only that, no. Not only that, the father admitted that both of their sons was there, and the father apologized for both of their sons' actions.
All
now
right,
But
all right.
Twizzler, we're
So
Regardless, the
saying
wait,
if
video
let's.
the
All right,
video
it's
I
out
comes
need.
there
out
already.
Wait,
and
one
Peter
second, one second.
Cottontail, I'm not talking to you. I'm
All
not
right, one
talking to.
second, one second, one second, one second. I have to. I need to get to some new speakers because people have been waiting. So the Negro creditor
But
Jason
no,
was
Dana,
this.
you said
but just to
What?
finish answering this,
All
if
right.
it comes out
Yo,
Carmelo was justified, y'all are not going to do the same. You're not going to admit you were wrong.
All right,
I'll say if the jury comes back and says it's justified, I'll say
he's
that
already
that was wrong. He was
guilty. He's
justified. The jury
already guilty
spoke.
in a few other people's
all right. So
eyes.
let
But
me
he's
go. All
already guilty
right,
in
fine.
people's eyes.
Everybody, please mute up.
He's not guilty until he is proven so beyond a reasonable doubt upon the exercise of due process of law in a public
You
and
should hear
speedy
how you're
trial
talking right now,
before
Judge.
a jury. What?
mm,
You should hear how you're talking right now, because he's 100% guilty in
I'm
your
not,
eyes. You
he's
called
not,
him a
no,
punk.
you've never,
You said Jordan and
you've never
everything.
tried,
I'm
look,
listening to everything you're saying, sir.
you've never tried a case as a lawyer, nor have you presided over a case
I
as
don't
a judge.
have to try the case
Excuse
and no
me,
fact.
I'm not showing any bias. I found out that the FBI recruited the 2-man hit team from Quantico, Virginia, from the Marine Corps sniper school that killed Dr. Martin Luther King. If I'd been a biased fool who was a bigot and said this racist James Earl Ray should have done it and I'm going to make sure he pays, then that never would have come to light.
All
You
right.
see, when you back off, it's got nothing to do with how you feel. It's got to do with how you must perform because that's your duty. You are the referee or the umpire. It's your home team up there, but you still have an obligation to be honest in how you call the balls and strikes, or the downs, or the out of bounds, or the receptions, or the fumbles. It's your obligation to do it fairly. And we have to get past our emotions, which is a fundamental part of conflict resolution, which is part two, is the topic tonight. We have to get past our emotions and look at things. I'm not assessing this guy's guilt or innocence. I'm dealing with the fact that so many people who have talked like I'm hearing tonight have wound up in front of me over the years and wound up after proceeding before a jury in a penitentiary or entering a plea of guilty. I'm just trying to do my duty, my sworn duty, since I swore to uphold the law several times, to advise folk as to what the law is, and this is a good teaching tool. You see, we take what's out there, and there may be extenuating circumstances we haven't heard about yet, but what the claim is about and the reasons that people are saying it was justified, if that's what they're saying, that's not going to wash unless you have jury nullification, which is a situation where the jury says to hell with what the law is. We're just going to cut this guy loose. And I'm not unfamiliar with that. Judge, the jury has a question. Please, Mr. Williams, pass the question up. It's in writing, the court presumes. Yes, sir, it is. Please bring the jury in. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court has a question. The court will repeat the question for the record. Your Honor, if we feel that the victim deserved killing, do we have to convict the defendant?
All right.
So, I mean, all kinds of stuff comes up.
All right.
So there's no telling what will happen, but I'm talking about the law, and I'm talking about the penitentiaries being full enough right now without somebody acting a damn fool, and because they're selling wolf tickets about what they would do when they aren't likely to be confronted with the situation, but somebody listening might be and say, oh, I heard that it's okay. So yeah, that's the thing flashed through my mind. Young man, why'd you do it? Well, I'd heard it was okay. Well, you heard wrong.
All right.
See, I'm trying to correct you. So I passed the mic.
Okay, so here's the thing. Because it is conflict resolution, I do want to come to a resolution with ADS, but not right now. So, Peter, if you get a chance, you could request to come back up, and when I get through some speakers, I will swing back to him. And then I want to address something with Peter as well. So I want to go to the Negro, then Creditor, then Jason, Twizzler, South, Rob, Debbie, Antisocial, and go ahead, the Negro.
Hi, good afternoon or good evening, everybody. Hi Dana. Hi Judge. Peter. How's it going? With that being, with that being said, I want to do Unite the Right for 200, please. Unite the Right. I find it very ironic that when these people who are like white nationalists and whatever on the right side of the things, if you get what I mean, like they always talk about the Jewish community. It's like it's the Jews this, but it's the Jewish guy that's heading that Unite the Right situation. So when it comes across to me, when I see that when Jewish people say that they're their own distinct group, I'm calling cap, especially if they're upholding some type of white supremacy type of ideology or something like that. So that's what I observe. If you guys don't believe me in the purple pill, you see this guy saying that he's a Jewish man and yada 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 with Christian values, even though Jewish and Christianity don't really per se mix like that. I just find the whole thing very odd and peculiar that a Jewish man is taking the forefront of that unite the whites. And I definitely want to hear everybody's comment on that, especially those white nationalists that always keep blaming the Jews for everything.
Are you asking the room?
Just in general, yeah, with their because I definitely want to get a little bit off of Camelo this time. I think,
So anybody else
but talk about a
here
different
want to answer
dimension
that?
of the.
I
Yeah,
didn't. I
talk
didn't
about
even hear. I didn't even hear about it. The Negro, about that it was headed by a Jewish guy. I didn't even. I didn't pay it attention because I looked at it like Lamar said, like it was a psyop directed by government agents to pull people out of the woodwork and geofence people in to find out what they're up to. That's how I looked at it. But
It's
if you say it is,
a Jewish guy with Christian values, which is oxymoron. But yeah, okay.
Well, you see, I find it's very crazy that like white people who are silent about this, but they always blame that community, whatever so reason, on everything. And when they're actually doing things that could be detrimental to overall America or the community, they're not really speaking about it or trying to delineate or separate themselves from that type of behavior or even downplaying it. So I find it very odd and peculiar myself. Also, like if anything hypothetically was to tragically happen at that event, Trump released those J6er, and that guy is a J6er too. So like I find it, and there's like on his page he's bragging about it and talking about it. So I'm just scratching my head. Like, are these guys white or are they a Pacific different group? I'm always chalk Jewish people as white. I'm just gonna keep it 1,000 with you. I don't care what they believe in. I'm looking at their skin color and how they treat me as a Negro Black American. They don't really treat me as a citizen of this nation, whose ancestors who built this nation. So I look at them no different from any other white person I've encountered in society. So I find it very odd and peculiar that they're engaging with full on white supremacy from my perspective.
Can I say something about that real quick?
go
Yeah,
ahead,
yeah,
Jason.
go ahead. I'll kind of
So,
open it up to everybody.
I think that is more like you got like two Jewish, right? You got like the white American.
There's 32 different types of Jews,
Well,
respectfully.
yeah. I know that, but I'm just saying, like, you got like the original like OG Jews, which are from like Israel, and they're more like kind of like Arabs, right? I mean, I don't know. I think it's just a psyops to get the community riled up, the white community riled up to like do the shit and fucking go nuts, right? And I think that's a shame. I really do, because it's like this is crazy.
Just my thing to you, Mr. Jason, is why are white people not kind of attacking the individual, saying like, "Hey, man, you're a foreign white entity in white society. Why are you pumping this propaganda in my block, in my neighborhood? Where's the stand the ground or stand your ground on this white Jewish nationalist type or
No,
white Jewish individual?"
So I absolutely agree with you. So I'm from New Orleans. New Orleans is like a melting pot, right? We got all kind of race, creed, you name it. Okay. So if that was like in my area, I would be like up in arms by and like voice my opinion. It's not fucking right, pardon my language, not right. But like, I don't know. You are right. There's a lot of people silent on that. And it's sad to see. It's very sad to see because they're fomenting these like extreme right people, right? Saying that this is happening, this is this, and they're giving them false information to foment them into like doing something crazy, right? And I think there needs to be a large group of people because a life is a life, right? I don't care if you're black, white, Asian, Hispanic, I don't care. We all bleed red at the end of the day, right? We may have differences in cultures, we may have differences in languages and stuff like that, but for me personally, I stand up for that. I don't believe in that shit.
Well, I haven't seen anybody on the app that actually tried to delineate the Jewish community from speaking on white nativists or white native politics or so I find it very just odd and peculiar. And I even go one step further. I find it very odd and peculiar that he can sit there and say, well, it's black people and their hip hop and their music that's doing this, that, and the third that has caused this killing. But it is the Jewish people that have been plaguing the music industry for God knows when. So I just find it just very, very peculiar that like white people just as a collective is very silent on that aspect of it, nor are they not willing to address that. So I
You
don't
have a
know.
point.
I see a lot of cowardice behavior, and I don't really see it on the Carmelo Anthony side. I see it more on the white side of the game. Unfortunately.
You do have a point. I'm telling you, absolutely, yeah, you do have a point.
So I don't see creditor up here. I think he must have dropped down. So go ahead, Jason.
And thank you, Miss Dina and Judge and everybody allowing me to speak. You guys have
Yeah,
a
no
great one.
problem. Thank you for being up here.
Appreciate you.
So I'm a paramedic here in the city of New Orleans. Been here for 10 years. I'm a native from here. I've seen, and within my 10 years, a lot of stabbings and murders, right? My question, and this is a question for the judge and also for the audience, with the autopsy, because this is a crime scene, right? So with an autopsy report done by the coroner, would that generally tell a little bit more information, especially when it comes to like we go to court, right? If Metcalf had, defensive wounds, or where the knife was actually positioned, if it was in his chest or in his side, or if he was stabbed multiple times, because all the news articles and everything just said he was stabbed, right? In the chest area. So I think releasing that information will probably have a better understanding, like what kind of happened, because then you can piece together like the actual event physically, right? And my second question to the judge is, when you have a case like this, how long does it take from this case, from where we at right now, something similar to this, to go to actual trial, right? And actual have like the jury and everything like that and start all that process.
Hey, you asked me that question. It'd take about a year to a year and a half.
So
So
let me just say this: the DA did say grand jury hearing will probably most likely be in June, Judge, and then you say yeah, but the actual trial probably won't be until 2026.
Yeah, Judge, I don't know. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I would say the trial wouldn't be at the earliest until the beginning or the end of the year, if not Q1, Q2 of next year, because they'll probably waive speedy trial, correct?
yeah, because I think you have to do
State
the
courts,
jury selection and all that, right?
in the state courts, it's not really as much of an issue of speedy trial as it is in federal courts because of the rules that Biden and Stennis and Byrd got passed 40, 45 years ago, 44, 45 years ago. State courts usually, it's when you can get to them, and trials in state courts might run 2.5 years from charge to when this happens. We had somebody that allegedly committed a homicide in 2020. They just went to trial last month here in Memphis and got convicted, and the sentencing happened last week, so it's not unusual. I had the youngest person in the world on death row. I got the Arkansas Supreme Court to unanimously overturn his conviction, which was had in front of an all-white jury. He was 15 years, 2 weeks old when he was supposed to be executed, and I got a stay of execution 23 minutes before he was supposed to be executed. And he was supposed to have killed 3 people when he was in the 7th grade. Now, I donated my time pro bono and spent 50 grand out of my pocket defending him. And that included a 12,842 page printed brief that was bound in, it was hard copy, like a huge dictionary with hard bound, not loose leaf. So there was a lot of research in that, a lot of time spent, thousands of hours, but it was just giving back. And what I have said is this is quite often, but usually, to give you the perspective, what happens is it's another one of the killings down in the hood, the barrio, or the trailer park, where everybody's of the same race, but the protocol is I got scared, and that's why I stabbed him. I thought he was going to really hurt me, and he goes from there. So I'm looking at this as I have literally had to deal with hundreds of cases like the ones we're talking about right now. I know how they work out in front of juries, and I wasn't even the one that was the defense lawyer on those. I just presided over the cases. So understand, I'm just giving you the observation. There are exceptions to every rule. There are exceptional circumstances. Juries can do some crazy things sometimes, and sometimes they can follow the law. But if you do what this boy did who's on trial, you got a problem. Now, I will say this. I thought his $1 million bond was absolutely excessive because under the circumstances, you have to deal with the Fifth Amendment that says bond shall be reasonable, and the long established purpose for the bond is just to ensure that the defendant shows up to have all of the charges dealt with. And if he'll do that, the bond is not to punish him. The bond is only to guarantee that he will show up so that things can be completed, and you don't want him sitting in jail with the taxpayers having to feed him if it's not necessary. So I'll pay.
Okay.
Should we leave?
Jason, wait, go ahead.
Yeah, and the second part to my other question was for the autopsy report, right? Because I know that could tell a great deal about what physically happened, right? Um, would the DA be the one to release that? Family, or like who would release that? Because I've seen other court cases, right? Just like watching TV and stuff, like on court TV, right? They'll release like the autopsy report, make it public, and then they'll have like trial and stuff. So is that like something that could possibly happen?
We can't hear you, Judge. And I know he's driving, so he probably drove through a dead spot.
Yeah, but
Most likely, the prosecutor would submit that into evidence.
yeah, because as someone who actually been to like a bunch of murder scenes and seen people with objects, especially knives, right? I feel like that can tell a little bit of more the story, like what really did happen, right? If he had multiple wounds, or if was it a single wound or something like that. But I would like to thank Dana and Peter for this space. I recently found it a couple of days ago, and y'all guys are really informative. And thank you for all y'all do.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate you
Appreciate
coming
you.
up here. Do you see him? Did he come back in? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I
Invite
just added
people.
him. I just
Like,
added him back, Dana.
okay, I sent him co-host thing. Um, so anybody want to mention Caysen Allison case? I'm gonna go to
I
Twizzler.
was hoping someone would bring that up because that was going to be my whole point. Like I had a whole thing about that.
Okay,
Why
so
don't you tell us about it?
wait 1 second because I have to get to Twizzler, South, Rob, Debbie, and then Antisocial, then Nancy. So so let me just say this too. Well, I don't see ADS down in the request anymore, but I wanted to say to him, with everything with the back and forth, I look at it like this. You can agree to disagree. I agree to disagree no matter what race it is. And I think certain people um, miss the whole point with that. I don't care if you're white, I don't care if you're a woman, it doesn't matter. I can agree to disagree with you. And I have a right to do that. And I don't look at it because you white, I need to conduct myself in a certain way. No, I do read the room on with the room I'm in and adjust, but we could all agree to disagree. And it's a lot of people that disagree with Peter, and I do not like the notion. I don't like it when people want to call Peter a racist and how can I associate myself, blah 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 blah. But just because you feel that way doesn't mean I'm going to discontinue associating myself with Peter. I don't consider him to be a quote unquote racist or say anything that's anti Black Americans. But he may say some things that people don't like, and that's just life. There are a lot of things people say that you don't like, and vice versa. Just get over it. So, and then too, when people do come up, if you're going to say hello to me, don't just bypass over Peter. Even though I know Peter, you don't care, but if you see two people and you saying hello, say hello to everybody. And I just think that's a testament to, you know, how certain people move and operate in behaviors and stuff like that. So I think we all just need to grow up just a little bit, but we could still
I
be
pre-
ratchet at
I,
times.
I appreciate your words, Dana, and I'm not racist. I've never been a racist. I have many black friends that I vacation with, and I'm going to one's wedding in Italy over the summer. And if you notice, I don't use racial epithets. I'm not about it. I take people on the content of their character, and I abhor stupidity. I must say that I abhor people who are stupid. But I don't think there's many people in this room that are like that. And I like to give everybody a fair shake, and I like to hear your ideas and ideologies. Um, and that's why I'm here, and that's why I
Yeah.
love the
I
space.
mean, and Peter's messy. Peter's messy, but I'm messy at times, and that's okay. Diligent is messy. He's messy too, and I peep that, and that's fine too. So again, being messy is different from someone being a racist or someone being ignorant or whatever to the fact. So yeah, and I didn't like ADS. I didn't like that comment. If you're still in here saying when we're around European culture, we need to act a certain way. Fuck that. I didn't like that shit. So that's my resolution. Anyway, go ahead, Twizzler.
Dana, we have the judge back on stage too. If you
Oh
want to
yeah, I'm about
co-host him
to
up.
send him a.
Yep.
I don't see
I don't
Twizzler
even
up here.
see Twizzler. Yeah, he's
Oh,
gone.
go ahead, Sal.
Peace to the room. I see we have America being America. We have two separate trials, ladies and gentlemen. You have the trial of two teens at a track meet, and then you have America on trial, which loves this racism stuff. So you're gonna have to figure it out. Either you're standing by this liberty, freedom for all stuff, or it's just we're gonna have color of law and it only applies to certain people. Because I don't remember having this conversation when Trayvon died, when we talked about the size difference and why he got shot. So y'all need to figure it out. And yes, Jason, I live in New Orleans right now. I grew up in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So I'm in two of the top 10 cities when it comes to murder, which I know very well.
Yep.
To some of the other comments that were made by Brother Lamar, where he speaks about different things with the United States government, let's be very clear. The United States government, specifically the CIA and the Green Berets, have destroyed at least 64 different countries. We're not even going to talk about the Patriot Act, the NSA, etc. So whenever we're ready to all be Americans and defend the whistleblowers, etc., then we can have those honest conversations. There's a known history in this country. There are known problems in this country. This is why you have quote unquote Republicans not defending a black judge that's a quote unquote conservative for lowering the bond. Figure out your own racism respectfully. When we talk about different cultures, why you don't want to go to that side of town because it's dangerous, we can pull up law after law that was strictly designed to go against Black Americans. We can pull up immigration laws like the 14th Amendment and who these laws were really for. We can have those actual conversations, break down the history, etc. And once again, peace to the room. Shout out to Dana, shout out to Peter, shout out to Judge Joe Brown. But whenever people are ready to get out their side of town, whenever we're ready to stop playing that we're all these nice little Americans and stop making these jokes. Well, if black people had the guns and did that, whenever y'all are really ready to have that conversation, let us know. And my question for the rest of white America is there ever going to be a point where you're ready to be the minorities in this country? I yield.
If I might reply to that, that's one thing that fool Biden had right. In about 10 years, 12 years, there will be no majority race in the United States. Everybody will be a minority, including the white folk. So, what will be the excuse then? The majority or people that are just inartful when it comes to the political process? Let's take Memphis again. Memphis has 75% of the police are black. The chief of police is a black female.
Is anyone talking at the moment?
Yeah,
Yeah,
judge is talking.
you
Can
can hear him.
everybody hear him?
Nope, can't hear him at all.
Anybody
Well, I
else?
only can
We'll
hear
we'll
him.
drop we'll drop you and then cycle back up. We'll bring you right back up.
Okie
Okay,
dokie.
75% of the policemen in Memphis are black. 75% of the sheriff's deputies in Shelby County are black. The sheriff's a black man. The chief of police is a black female. The overwhelming majority, almost 80% of the city council is black. The same with the county commission. The board of education, all of the members but two out of the 8 or 9 that you have on the board of education are black. 75% of the jury pool is black. 60% of the criminal court judges are black and female. So we have that same lament about white supremacy, et cetera, diminishing justice here. So I want to know where it is, since I don't see white people in a majority running anything that has to do with how the justice system works in this area. But yet I still get the same laments. The reality is, and since I've been here the last half century by choice, is that we just don't know how to deliver. So perhaps if we got an attitude like they used to have 50 years ago of I'm black and I'm proud, and I don't need you to do anything for me, just get out of the way and I'll do it myself, or I'll exercise the authority that I do have and the power that I have to make sure that everything works the way it's supposed to be. Now, the way I hear it, and I've been there on the trenches for 50 years with the civil rights stuff, is why aren't we treated special because of what happened to us in the past? American law is such that you cannot structure it by giving somebody an advantage because of what they are. And by the way, that is the problem that is creating the onus right now when black folks say it's a white man's way of running stuff. Well, that's because they supposedly get privilege. It does not change just because you decide to say we want another group to get privilege. It's still a mess because you have the precedent going. And by the way, that's also the problem with so-called hate crimes. Within 10, 15 years after a hate crime being passed, everybody has cause to regret it, and you'll see why eventually. And in about 10 to 12 years, there will be no majority race in the United States of America. Everybody will be a minority. And the largest minority will be people who speak Espanol, habla Espanol. And that's kind of a bogus category because when you look at it on a census form, on a government application, a bank loan, it says Hispanic, non-Hispanic. If you're Hispanic, you skip everything that everybody else has to go to. Are you white, black, brown, red, yellow, etc.? So that is an artificially increased group because it homogenizes a lot of different groups that we would look at as separate ethnically if it were not for the language thing. So we might learn from that. Why in the United States of America do we have one group that is determined by language, irrespective of race, color, creed, national origin, or anything else? Example, my late stepmother was mostly Chinese from the Philippines. She had slant eyes, typical Asian, but she was classified as Hispanic. So, I mean, I liked her. She was a nice woman. But how does that boil down to, for everybody who does not habla Espanol, you got to be classified as Pacific Islander, Asian, Native American, or Indian, or Amerind.
So let me
Um,
interject and say this then to that,
yeah.
because even though white people will not be the majority as far as race, but when we look at power, who holds the power? And that would be a white face. So yeah, if you have, let's just say the majority of people would end up being people that speak Spanish or Espanol. However, they're not in a position of power. And just like President Trump, he declared English the number one and only language here in this country. Why? Because he's the man in power. So, as far as a race being a minority in numbers, okay, just you look to South Africa, the majority is black, but people who hold majority of the wealth and power were white. So it's two things when we look at minority and people who are minorities, or marginalized, and who are the majority and who are in power.
Well, answer to that very
Well, that
briefly.
wasn't. I didn't. That wasn't a question. That was actually my answer.
Yeah, well, making a response to that very briefly, in political science, what comes up is a solution. When no one group has the majority, which will soon be the case, what you have to do to get power is to set up coalitions where one group joins with another group to outnumber other groups. And that's what's going to have to happen.
True,
So
but
there you go.
it's economics too, and so
Well, that
so
too, but
people
it's
who
still how
also
many people vote.
wait 1 second. Let me just say this: people or a particular group who possess high economic status or who have money can also wield the power. So it's yes, you combine groups for the purpose of your cause, let's just say in politics, but you still control the outcome of it. When we look at APAC and the billions of dollars that is within that organization that they spread around on both parties so that they can make sure and dictate that policies are being passed that's going to benefit them and their group. But I want to go to Debbie and then
Well,
antisocial,
let
then
me add
Nancy.
something in here. Who's to give an illustration? Who's the richest man in the world? Elon Musk. He owns X that we're on right now. But how many votes does Elon Musk have personally? One. He can influence others by his advertising and what he spends on PR. But if the other folk are sucker enough to fall for something that's wrong, they're suckers. He didn't actually do that. The
No,
money
but
only
he but
buys
he
influence.
but he influenced and willed it, and try to wield something by his money.
Okay, well, all you guys go
If
jump
we
off
just
the
looked at
bridge.
to Wisconsin, it's a
Yeah, but
prime
all you
example.
guys, yeah, but all you guys go jump off that bridge over there. It's
It doesn't
120
matter. A lot of
down.
people
No,
do.
hold on. Go jump off the bridge. And I conduct a heavy advertising campaign to jump off the bridge. That doesn't mean you have to be fool enough to comply and actually
No,
jump
but some
off the
people
bridge.
do and some people
Well,
don't.
then
Some
they are
people jump
fool
off the
enough to
bridge and some
go.
people don't. But this is what I'm saying, just yes, we all have one vote. That is what we all have in common. But what we don't have in common is a majority of the wealth. So
And what's
when we
that got
look
to
at
do with
these
one vote?
lobbyists, when we look at these groups such as APAC, and they're just the distributing millions of dollars in people war chests, when you have lobbyists buying politicians because they have the money to do so. A lot of people can be easily turned to whatever you want them to do when you pay them off, and that is what's happening. So whether my one vote or cumulative of all our votes in this room, okay, but at the same time, it's going to be floating in one direction or another that is controlled by the people at the top that have the power to do so. And that is a fact. But let me go to Debbie. Debbie, antisocial, Nancy, and then Peter. I guess you could rotate people, bring people up. Debbie?
Debbie, you're up. You got to unmute your mic.
Sorry, I forgot. Um, I'm a Army veteran. I'm a boy mom. I'm a boy grandmom. I raised two sons, one that ran away from trouble and the other one that piled right in. Not because they had different rules, because the one that piled in disregarded my rules. If someone chased him, I wanted them to leave. Not because I thought they were weak, but because they were very big, and I did not want to raise bullies. I can't stand a bully. The one that ran away managed to come out of it in one piece. The one that piled in also managed to come out in one piece and go airborne. It's not that they're in situations, because children are going to be in situations every day. It's we have to teach our children, stop. You can't always act on your feelings. You can't. It's not a good idea. And 9 times out of 10 in school, the only question I hear is like, how do you feel? No, not how you, what do you think? What do you think is going to get you out of here? What do you think should be the resolution of this conflict? Use your head instead of your heart and your fist. Sometimes you have to use force. Understandable enough. Like I said, I'm a veteran. However, there better be a good reason for that force. Not just because you don't like someone looked at you funny or said something to you or insulted you. My whole career was spent dealing with public contact. I have been threatened. I have been insulted. I've had people say they were going to sue me when I had nothing to do with what they wanted. People do that. And you have a choice. You can either pass that crap on to someone else or you can let it stop.
That's a good sermon to preach to the police that shoot unarmed black people. Tell them that.
Really?
When
Well,
you get, look, let me say something. In the system, where do you get the idea that it is just police going around taking pot shots at black folk? That's not how it works. You have 340 to 360 million people. You may get a small percentage that, that's 0.00000 before you get to a number. Why is it when, just like I hear that in Memphis, when 75% of the cops are black, why do you have the ample opportunity to join the police force, but you want to play basketball or you want to go hip hop and you ideate on being a rap artist rather than being a policeman or a detective or a lawyer or a doctor or a dentist or a carpenter
Or a
or
soldier.
a journeyman welder or whatever it may be. See, why do we keep relating to things that way? And see, you have to talk to somebody like me who saw it like it used to be, the tail end of what it used to be. It was really awful in this country at one time. And what you're getting right now is part of the reason that you are saying what you're saying is because there's propaganda to get you to think that, and it's being put out by the rainbow cult so you won't pay attention to what's going on when they want to make the system worse by having the boys use the women's toilets and put on sports bras and panties and compete against the girls. See, that's what's being used. You're being chumped off. I mean, honest to goodness. Yeah, there's racism, but it's called xenophobia. And humans all show xenophobia. And if you take black kids, black men, black women, Asian women, and they are privately talking to each other, they will use racial slurs referring to other groups. That's inevitable. That's human nature. But the point is, you do what is necessary to increase the social compact and increase the cohesiveness of a given unit. So it works. I mean, you can do all kinds of stuff. I like to think of Joe Biden as urban trailer park trash, but that is in a way uh, a slur on white folk. And, good Lord, I've heard enough black folk call white people crackers. And I've heard slurs said against people of Hispanic descent, a Native American descent. And, that's human. So why are we getting so off into this whole thing where your feelings are worn on your end? If somebody's treating you one thing, yeah, but you also need to remember something else. The entity that is putting most of this in your head is Hollywood. And if you want the most racist remaining place of employment in the United States of America, go to Hollywood, Los Angeles, and you will find it in the Hollywood industry. It is probably the most racist still remaining in the United States of America, but we love it and we let them show us, tell us, guide us, and direct us in how we think, act, behave, and ideate. It's really real. And a lot of the message that I'm trying to put out here is stay in control of yourself. And if you've got your own thing going on, can't anybody do anything to you? And if you stop running around looking like some bozo the clown, just pushing a grocery cart filled with lawn bags like you're homeless or you try to look like a gangster, you don't get treated like that. I have represented or known some real live organized crime figures. They put on suits and ties. Why? Because they want to camouflage themselves, and the cop would have a hell of a time establishing probable cause because he busted somebody who was doing nothing but standing around with a briefcase and a suit and tie on. But you put on that your shirt tails out, pants hung down off your butt like you want to
Well,
drop
Judge,
them and
well,
bend
Judge,
over.
every group has
That
their
is,
criminal element, and
yeah,
and
I
I and
know
I'll
they
give
do.
you that the Black American criminal element is not the most sophisticated because we haven't been had the tools to do that. So I'll give you that.
Well, I
But
don't. What tools do we lack? What tools do we lack?
immunity from law.
There is no immunity from law. I put white guys in jail for a long time. I just got a brand new jacuzzi to replace one that was broken. It was a huge facility. Guy knocked the jacuzzi down from $12,000 to four something. I said, "Why are you doing it?" He said, "Judge, you gave me 12 years in the penitentiary 30 some years ago, but you stopped things and you lectured me for 30 minutes, and that stuck with me, and now I own all of this. So I'm returning the favor." He was white. Today, I just left before I got on. I came out of a restaurant and it was P.F. Chang's. And as I'm getting ready to leave out of there, two white folk and one black folk walked up to me independently and talked about they had been in front of me in my court. And they thanked me for straightening them out. So, I mean, and I said 42 first degree murder trials. All of my defendants were not black. And look at Johnny Cochran. He got a whole lot of white clients after that thing with OJ. Same thing with me. He and I, by the way, are friends, and I still have his phone number in my contacts on my cell phone, although he's dead. I had a whole lot of doctors, lawyers, and dentists, and millionaires white hire me to represent their kinfolk who had gotten in trouble. I'd say, ladies and gentlemen, you're here as prospective jurors, and I'd go through the laundry list. One of the most important things that you need to be inquired of is how many of you have had a problem with either being personally arrested or having had a relative or a neighbor or a colleague arrested. Please hold your hands up so the court can inspect you. And everybody in there, out of the 80 or 100 people in the audience, you have just two or three people who don't hold their hands up. So it's ubiquitous. It is not just a black thing, it is a thing that spreads itself all the way around. Look, they even jacked up the president of the United States. So, I mean, if you can get him and he's a billionaire, it ain't just something indicating that it's just black, because that's not true.
Judge Joe Brown, you made a comment saying that you don't understand why people in our community might not want to join the police force or the military and stuff like that, when there's already been government documentation saying that it's loaded up with white supremacists.
So
Like who
what?
wants?
Go in
No,
there
no,
and
no,
kick their
no, it's
ass.
not. So what?
You
Nobody
kick
don't
their
want to.
ass. See, look, you kick their asses in the damn locker room when they get out of hand. It happens. And trust me,
Yeah, and then you lose rank and pay.
I used to represent police unions around here years ago when it was really rough. And trust me, There were a whole lot of write ups because somebody acting a racist got his butt beat in the locker room. And there's a whole lot of stuff that still goes on in the police, so it's switching not from white versus black, but from Crips, Bloods, gangster disciples who have trained up folk to stay crime free so they can become cops and teachers and start influencing stuff. So it happens.
All right, I need to do something real quick because it looks like 7 people are requesting, but I can't bring people up, and I only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers here. So I don't know what is going on with this space. All right, let me go to antisocial. Were you finished, Debbie?
I did want to make a comment as, like I said, I'm a veteran. I've been in the military. I was born and raised in a military town. I went to school with everybody, everything Filipinos, Koreans, Vietnamese. It didn't matter. You all went the same place. You all had the same standards. And you either met them or you didn't. And in the military, it's exactly the same. You don't like
The more those
somebody,
benefits for Negroes then.
if you don't like somebody, you know what? It's a big base. Unless you're in combat, go away. I had lots of people I avoided.
Mhm.
Had nothing to do with color. It usually had more to do with attitude.
Right.
Yeah,
It,
say that Navy credit. Navy Federal. Yeah. Uh-huh.
All right. Well, Negro, I gotta stop interrupting, please. I need to go to antisocial, then OG, and I don't know what is going on with this space because I can't bring people up for some reason. I don't know if it's just a real number of people requesting. So go ahead, antisocial.
There, there's so much that people have said in this space, and I'm gonna try to address as much as the things that I can remember. For one of them being, I was in a space earlier today, and someone said, if you are prepared to put your hands on someone, then you should also be prepared to die. And I agree. Because whether you believe it or not, the same way you would protect your home from an invader, someone's body is just that same way. You can't just go around touching people, putting your hands on people, and just assuming that they're just going to walk away. You wouldn't let somebody walk away if they broke into your home and stole your stuff. No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't just be like, "All right, well, I'm just going to take a step back and let you do what you do." That's not how that works. When it comes to calling Carmelo Anthony a punk, I respectfully, I don't think that's the right term to use for him, considering the fact that nobody on this space knows the facts. Nobody is the presiding prosecutor, defense, or judge in this case. So no one can sit there and say whether he was a punk, whether he was either acting in self defense or not. No one actually has the footage. No one really knows the evidence. So no one can really speak on the case. Now, you can speak on previous cases, of course, but this one specifically, not everybody has the facts. But we do have the facts of is that no one has still brought up Caysen Allison. This case is so similar to what happened with Carmelo Anthony. It happened in the same state. It was a kid who brought a knife to school. They got in a fight and he stabbed him to death. And for 2 years he was on house arrest. Bail went from $1 million to $175,000, which is less than what Carmelo Anthony had to pay. And now his trial is beginning to start. Yet I have not heard someone call him a punk. It was what, 1-on-1, maybe two on one, and he defended himself the same way that Carmelo Anthony could have done the exact same thing. Yet he is perceived a punk. He is perceived nowadays. These kids don't know how to handle a fight with their fists. I'm gonna tell you right now, as a woman living in the state of Texas, anybody can get it if they think they can put their hands on me, especially since Texas is a stand your ground state. We don't even allow, we don't even need to have a license to carry anymore. You don't even need a license to carry. You can actually just have a gun on you, being able to be seen in the car, in a grocery store. That's why we have so many fucking shootings here. No one is, when it came to Case and Allison's story, and the same thing with Carmelo Anthony. It's the same thing, but no one is putting away the facts of that case. It is the exact same thing. Everyone's saying, well, you're not supposed to have a knife at school. Caysen Allison did. So did it. I went to high school and there people had knives at the school. That was just a normal thing to have. Hey, I got a package, or hey, I got something and I don't have anything to open it. And people pull out quick pocket knives and go about their business. That was not something scary. Saying that going to a predominantly white school isn't racist is a joke. Because I went to a predominantly white school where I was the only black girl in every single one of my classes. The only time I was acknowledged is when I provided something of value to them, such as being in sports, being in dance, providing something to the school that brought them more money. All of the black boys that went to the school that I went to, they were in baseball, they were in basketball, they were in football, and they were providing something to the school, such as championships, money, and endorsements. So they obviously got acknowledged. But if you were a black kid in a small town and it was predominantly white, you didn't get acknowledged. When it comes to this case, we could try to take race out of it the best we can. It's not going to happen, not in the world that we live in now. However, if we are going to spit facts, spit our opinions, if we're going to do all of that, we need to take other cases as similar to what has happened here to compare them. Because at the end of the day, if Carmelo Anthony is a punk and a thug for being a knife to school and defending himself, then Caysen Allison is the exact same thug, the exact same punk, because he did the exact same thing. No difference. None.
Agreed.
No difference.
Yeah,
So
we agree
everybody's a
with you.
punk.
Well, but
We
we ain't
I
heard
agree
think
you
he's
with
going
you.
to be
say
He's
that
a
though.
convicted
punk.
anyway.
But
I
may
think he'll
I
be
caution
convicted.
Hold
you?
on. Living in
May I
Texas,
caution you before you do something else? This is
yes. And here's the
recorded.
thing. I
Hold
would
on, hold on,
I
hold
didn't get
on.
to finish my statement
I
though.
know, but before you finish, you need to know this. This is recorded. It's on YouTube. And if you ever had occasion to defend yourself, somebody might draw this up to show your state of mind, and what you've been saying would get you in a lot of trouble. Now, keep going the way you're going, or you can remember the same thing this kid forgot, which is anything you say can and may be used in evidence against you. And it has already been ruled upon by many appellate courts that what you say, what you write, what you post on social media can be used later to establish your state of mind if you are charged with an offense where that counts.
Then let
Now,
me
just be
clear up my
careful.
state of mind. Anybody listening to this recorded space, if you touch me, harm me, offend me, rob me, you will find out. I'm not
Hold
afraid to
on,
say
hold on,
that
hold
because
on,
that's the
hold on,
facts of the matter.
hold on.
Recorded space
I
or
don't
not.
want you. I don't want you to get in trouble.
There's no
Just
trouble.
because.
I live in
Hold on.
Texas.
I know where you live. You said
Okay.
it twice.
So
Now,
right.
hold on.
So that
Even
means
in
if I live in
Texas,
a stand your
hold
ground
on,
state and
hold
someone
on.
threatens my
That's
life,
not
I
it.
have every right to protect.
Listen.
You don't understand the law. Let Judge explain it to you.
Listen,
I live here. How do I not understand the law?
I'm just cautioning you. Be careful what you say, because even in Texas, just because somebody touches you does not give you license to kill them. And when you use deadly force, it's called deadly because use of that force has deadly consequences. And use of deadly force means you're entitled to kill somebody. So what happens is, think of deadly force not as a knife, but as a 45 automatic. And the deal is, you're no more entitled to use a knife than you are to use the 45 auto. If it's okay to shoot the person with your 45 auto, 44 Magnum, 357 9 millimeter, it's okay to stab them because you have adequate grounds where you have a legitimate cause to believe that you are about to die if you do not use that deadly force, or you are about to be subjected to some kind of injury that might cause death. Now, if what the person does grab you, unless you're way overwhelmed, and then I hate to say it to the feminist out there, but there is a difference in the law, the way they treat men and women. A woman who is confronted by a large man might be justified in using deadly force to resist something under circumstances where a man would not be if it's another man, just like if it's a woman versus a woman, she would not necessarily be justified in jumping and escalating to use deadly force. You see, it depends on the circumstances, but be careful when you start talking about what you'll do, because there have been cases I'm aware of where that has come back to haunt the person because they did run into a situation where they had to use self defense. They killed somebody, and the prosecution promptly put into evidence what they said on social media. So it has consequences.
Am I
Just be
allowed to land my
careful.
plane?
Now, you can go land your plane, but I'm just trying to say, since I swore to uphold the law and I have a duty to also educate the public in the law, even though I'm retired, I'm just trying to help you out here. I'm not
And
giving you
listen, I'm
legal
not
advice.
against your help, but living in the red state that I've lived in all of my life and the rules and the laws that have been fixed by the governor of our state, I know what rights I do and don't have as not just a person, but an African American woman in this state. At the
All
end
right.
of the day, just like your house is your house and your car is your car, my body and my personal space is my body and my personal space. No, if I broke into your house right now, you have every right to use whatever force towards me because I'm invading your privacy. I am putting you in danger. Whether you know I'm going to put you in danger or not is not up to you to decide.
That's not the
However,
same.
how is
There
that
is
not
a
the same?
there
It,
is a
it
hell
doesn't
of a
sound like Judge
distinction.
believed that.
There's a hell
Okay.
of a distinction between making an entry, committing
An
a
entry?
burglary or a felony in somebody's home, and what happens just because they laid hands on you. Now, you have an absolute right in this country to self defense, but it has to be proportional to the circumstances. Trust me, you better have a good damn reason to escalate a mere physical situation to one where there's lethal force involved.
If you're breaking into my house in the state of
That's
Texas, that's
not the
stand your
same.
ground.
Excuse me. That's not the same. And that's called the castle doctrine, which has been the same for the last 1,000 years. It's an English principle. A man's home
And I'm
is
trying
his
to explain
castle.
what happens in Texas.
I know
Texas, not the
Texas.
other 50
I know
states.
I'm aware of the law in Texas, and it's about the same as it is in Tennessee, where I am now.
I wouldn't want to be black in Judge Joe court.
No,
Not at
you
all.
didn't.
Like,
No,
I'm
you
trying to
got treated fairly. The problem is that you have to comply with the law. There is no law that says just because somebody lays hands on you, you can kill them. You might want to say that, but just be careful. I wouldn't say it on national or not national, but social media, X, where was it, Dana? Didn't we have
The
somebody
White
from
George Zimmerman
Liverpool
clip.
just the other day on?
Liverpool, yeah, England.
England.
but to
So
define the actual definition of stand your ground, it's stand your ground allows you to use any deadly force in
no,
self-defense.
not
Is that not
no.
what it
That
is?
means no.
Check
That
the
is
notes.
not what
Check the
that
notes, guys,
means.
really quick.
That is not what that means.
Somebody please
It
look up
has to
deadly
be
force because
under
that's what I saw
circum.
when I looked it
Look,
up.
you don't and stand your ground has been. I charged that how I don't know how many times in Tennessee when I instructed the jury. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there is no obligation for the defendant to retreat. He may stand his ground, and
Judge,
that
if
has
a
been the
person
law
tell
for
you
the
if
last
a cop tell
150
you to back up,
years.
Judge.
Now, see, all I'm doing is telling you hard-headed folk what the law is, and you don't like it.
It's
So,
not that
I
I don't
mean, you
like the
act
law.
at
I'm
your
the most,
peril.
I can listen to the law, understand
You
it,
act
but I'm
at your
talking about
peril.
where I live and the
I
experience
know where you
no, no,
live.
no, you're not
You
hearing
have
me
a
though.
stand
But
your
you're not, I had
ground. I
a chance
hear
to
you, but
land their
you have a
plane because
right
you,
to self-defense. If you hit him with a club, if you hit him with a hard object, that's one thing. If you shot him or stabbed him, that's another. You see, you have to have a good reason to escalate non-lethal force to lethal force.
If I'm getting jumped, I'm going to do everything in my power to get out of that
Yeah, but
situation.
you better be able to show that you were in jeopardy. And a woman, you worry about other
But
things.
that also
Men don't
comes
worry about.
into play for Caysen Allison and Carmelo Anthony. As much as they
Yeah,
like,
and what happened?
and nothing, mind you, they could bring up every other picture, documentary of things
What
about this man being
happened?
a supposed thug, yet this video has never
It
seen the
doesn't
light of
have to
day.
be a thug. And
Pause,
by
you
the
guys,
way,
pause for
the
just a second.
truth in the streets is that the person who will kill you is usually the one that's most fearful out there. The scariest person out there is the one that'll shoot you or stab you.
And he
So,
should have knew better.
yeah, bottom line is
No,
that
no,
I
no, no.
don't
The guy who
care.
came
It
up to him
does
should have known
not
better.
give you the justification to escalate something where there is no lethal force being involved to one where there is, unless there's justification.
All right,
Texting that.
And
I
Judge,
want
where do
antisocial
people who
to get the last word and land her plane. I know she.
Judge, where
I'll
do people
stop it. If
who
you
don't
want to be
subscribe
hard
to that,
headed, just be
they end up
hard headed.
in the penitentiary, right?
Yeah, just be hard headed. But you understand their consequences. And also, everything you're saying, I have heard many times, but usually it's some black kid explaining why he killed some other black kid. Say the same thing you're saying. And I just said, well, you've been convicted by the jury, so I'm following the sentence guidelines and what you get for time. So
But
enjoy
a cop
doing your
could tell
time.
you to stop moving towards him twice, and he can shoot the
Wait,
person with
Halo.
no
No,
weapon.
you
I need you
can't
to mute
do
up for a
that
second.
just because he moves up. It has to be under such circumstances as, quote, most states have this. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if the defendant did use deadly force to defend himself, you have to find that under the facts and circumstances as he saw them, he had a reasonable belief that he was about to be subjected to death or serious bodily injury. Now, if that is something you can convince the jury, what was he doing? Walking up on me. Well, did
Your your phone went out.
Judge,
The
you cut
audio.
out,
feel
Judge.
he's just walking up on me. Well, what are the circumstances? Man, I'm gonna cut your gizzard out. Man, don't walk up on me after talking like that. See, that's the equivalent. Yeah, then that's another thing. You don't have to wait for him to pull the gun if he sits there, or the knife if he walks up on you and he's indicating hostility that he's going to take it there. Yeah.
All right,
Your
I
Honor,
want to go back
Officer
to
Thompson shot
antisocial.
the
Dana,
suspect
I have
when he
Dana, I have
made
a
a
question.
furtive movement under his coat as though to go
One
for a
second,
weapon.
Nikki. I got you. I want
Now, I'll
antisocial
pass
wanted
the
to
mic.
land.
Just
Yes, let
stop
her
so
land
hard here.
her plane
Go ahead.
without being interrupted.
Go ahead.
With what you said about the law, and I am putting that in quotations, I've said it 5 times, and I'll say it 100 times. I live here. I do.
Mhm.
I have watched as the laws have changed over the years from what could be good for us to what is horrible for us. Tried to get the governor that is currently in Texas out, but he somehow magically still remains. I have seen firsthand how a lot of the laws that he has passed in this state have affected me, my family, and other African Americans that live in Texas. When it comes to the stand your ground, I am not sitting there saying if somebody looks at you sideways, you shoot them in the face. I am not speaking on that. I am talking about if I am walking to my car and someone sits there and they grab on me, they're trying to take my purse, they're trying to harm me, I'm going to defend myself. I'm not just going to allow it to happen. I'm not. That's basic autonomy. I'm not just going to allow that to happen. No one, like I said at the very beginning, no one knows the full, authentic, 100% facts of the case of Carmelo Anthony. We're speaking on based off of what we know from the media and what we have been presented so far. Not all the evidence has been displayed to us.
No, it
Case
hasn't.
Allison, Case Allison is currently going through trial exactly laid out the way that Carmelo Anthony did. From the stabbing to the knife to the bullying to the fight to the whole thing is being displayed right now. Now, how that trial goes out and what they decide to charge him will ultimately either A or B decide how Carmelo Anthony will get charged in this case. It's going to be a little while before we even get possibly to a trial. It took 2 years for Caysen Allison to even get a trial at this point. It's just now starting. When this happened in 2022, so actually it's been almost 3 years. We don't know how long it's going to take before Carmelo Anthony actually goes to court and the evidence is presented and determining on whether or not he is guilty or non-guilty. All I'm saying is that in stand your ground states such as Texas, such as Florida, when you are feeling like you are threatened and you do, yes, have proof of the fact that you have been threatened to defend yourself, people are not just getting arrested. A lot of people in Texas have shot somebody based off of getting in their house. It happens. Everybody and their grandmother carries a gun in this state. Everybody. No, there's nobody you will walk by and they don't have a rifle on their shoulder or a pistol on their hip. It is what it is here. Both of these cases being in Texas, being a stand the ground state, Caysen Allison's case is going to really deflect on whether or not they are going to approve the stand your ground. Because if they use stand your ground for him, but that is not used for Carmelo Anthony, then we have a bigger problem now. But it just depends on what the evidence is going to present when he ends up going to trial. And I will officially land there.
Okay, now that sounds nice, except that's not what Stand Your Ground is about. And Stand
Okay,
Your
okay.
Ground is not about what happens if somebody breaks into your home and commits a felony, which is the burglary. You break and enter with the intent of committing a felony inside, that is a burglary. The felony can be theft, it can be arson, it can be rape, it can be murder. It doesn't make any difference. It's a burglary. When you have a burglary situation, the rules change. I'm aware of what happens when people carry. Tennessee has a constitutional carry statute. So if you are eligible to buy a gun, you can carry a gun. You don't need a permit nor a license. Now, that being the case, stand your ground is nothing unique to Texas. There are only about 8 to 10 states that have anything that requires anything other than standing your ground. That has been the common law for a long, long time. There were certain New England states that came up with the ridiculous code sections that said you had to flee. You could not stand your ground. You had an obligation to retreat before you had the right to self defense. And even those states have hedges because what is the guy going to do? Run off and leave his girlfriend, his wife, his mother, his children, his grandmother, his aunt? No, they have stuff like, ladies and gentlemen, if you find that the defendant made any effort whatsoever as though to retreat, such as attempting to pivot, making motions as though he were going to reverse direction, pivoting on heel or balls of foot as though he would turn to retreat, that is sufficient. In other words, it's not human nature. So you don't have to retreat. But the situation when you're inside of your castle, your home, has always been under English and American law that you can immediately go to deadly force. You might not want to because the person that broke in might be your own son or nephew come to make you a surprise visit after they got off from school, a drunk neighbor who thinks he's trying to get into his own house, and you might precipitate something that you would badly regret because you took out your own blood kin or a good friend. Now,
All right. I
I
want to.
passed the mic.
I'm
Go
gonna go to.
for it.
I'm gonna go to OG Choke, Nikki, Beatel, Linda, Halo, Carrie, King, El Hotep. If everybody's still up here,
Hey,
and
really quick, I just wanted, before we get too far past the subject, I wanted to post because as soon as I posted this up in the nest, the judge mentioned proportionality, and I just wanted to say that really quick that it's in the nest, and that's something to review because it is very, very important, and I feel it's imperative
that people need to pay attention to this, if for the sake of nobody else but like the kids that are listening to all of this stuff. So that's just why I'm sorry to interject out of
No,
turn,
why?
but
That's
that's
No,
my
no, you could, all people can't rebuttal to someone or what the conversation that was going on. So yeah.
and what
Um,
is the proportionality? You seem to be aware of it. You're going to explain it.
Hold on, how she jumped the line?
well, she did not jump in line. She's rebutting the conversation that antisocial and the judge was having. Are you serious? Are we 12?
Okay,
It
can
was a,
you
Well,
a
explain
I
what
rebuttal.
you
wanted
mean
to
by
rebut too, but they told me
proportionality?
no.
I think that would be
I
good.
posted it up in the nest. You guys can look at it. It's no biggie.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me speak for a second. Let me give some feedback because I'm glad antisocial brought up Caysen Allison. Now that I'm following that case, very interesting case because this is the actual trial. This is the witnesses. These are the evidence. They have videos. A lot going on, and I know either the prosecutors or maybe the defense of Carmelo Anthony, I know they have to be watching this, taking pieces of elements, not the whole thing, but pieces of elements, because it's the same, but it's different. But the common denominator here, because this is not someone's house, it was this. Well, Caysen Allison was active. It was at the school, kids fighting, kids getting jumped, and even when I was in high school, people fight. But the moment you bring a weapon, a gun, or a knife, and in black communities, quote unquote, in the hood, non-suburban and urban areas, let me say that, back in the day they used to have metal detectors at high schools, but never in suburbia, right? And which that's, to me, that's racial, but that's not the topic. But the point I'm trying to make today, just about a lot of other schools, whether you're suburbia or urban, they all have metal detectors. Every school should. Why? Because you are not, Judge, I need you to mute up, it's too much noise. Because you are not supposed to bring a weapon to school. And that is because as a teenager, you don't have the mental capacity to a lot of times decipher, okay, I need to attack this person with this weapon because they're going to kill me. No, you just don't want to get beat up too badly. So you figure, I'm going to defend myself, and I can't physically beat them with my fist, but I'm going to defend myself with this knife. But you don't know how to use a knife to not kill someone. You're just stabbing. And if you stab somebody once, Caysen stabbed this guy 5 times. And he lied to the cops and said he only stabbed him once. And then he ran away. So again, and the people are saying it was 5 guys jumping on him. He didn't want to fight. He's claiming self-defense. I don't know how much that's going to play into it. When witnesses saying, well, he didn't want to fight him, he didn't want to fight him, and they were jumping him, but then it was a one-on-one. See, we're talking about kids that, and he was 18 at the time, and a lot of people are 18 and they're seniors, saying, oh, he was just focusing on graduating. But at the same time, we're talking about teenagers and what is going on in this nation with teenagers. This is so much bigger than race, so much bigger. And so even to what Debbie was saying earlier, because she was talking about her kids, it's like you could teach your kids right or wrong, but then you just have some kids, everybody have their own separate personalities, and the older you get, no matter what your parents taught you, you're going to do what you want to do, especially when you leave out the house. Some kids will get it, some kids don't. Some kids don't get it, but then they may revert back to changing their lives. But there are consequences that comes with actions, and that is what is missing when we're talking about kids today, teenagers today. Parents are not implementing that in their kids. They are not discussing about the consequences of X, Y, and Z. I don't care what social economic background you may have, what race, what religion. If you're not if you're not constantly drilling in your kids the consequences of this, of, if you're going to having a weapon. And then a lot of times parents don't even know that their kids got a damn knife. A lot of them don't even know they have a gun. So I'm glad that I don't have to deal with teenagers in this day and age. My son, when he was in high school, him and his friends, they got surrounded by a group of boys, right? And they were pretending like they had a knife or a gun and, robbed my son. But they were ready to fight. But I think the guys was trying to jump him. So my son knew, yeah, I'm going to get my ass beat because it's more dudes, but he was still going to fight back. But I think one of them made it seem like he had a gun, and then they just robbed him and left. Cops came, they filled out a report. I had to call the prosecutor's office. And apparently, I don't think parents follow up because she was like, well, give me a call at 3 o'clock tomorrow. I called her ass at 2:55 because I want to know what the hell is going on, with the boy that with the boys that robbed my son. So apparently she was just like, he already had a juvie record, and I had the choice to press charges, to send him, I guess, to juvenile jail or whatever, or put him in. They have like these youth programs. I said, listen, my son didn't get hurt. He didn't shoot him. He didn't stab him. So I want to opt for him to go into a program. So again, but what if it would have escalated to him stabbing him with a knife? So I say all that to say we need to start teaching kids about consequences of their actions, because nowadays they're just feeling too much entitled, and we are focused on the race, and we're not focused on a bigger picture. I think everybody, white people, black people, but everybody need to be watching this Caysen Allison case that is going on now, and tomorrow is day 3 of that trial. So I'll just leave that there, and I'll go to OG, and then Choke, Nikki, Betel, Halo, Carrie, King, El Hotep.
All right, awesome. Good morning. What's up, Nina?
Can you guys hear me?
He said
Yes.
Halo, right?
No,
Yeah, Halo's
I
I
up.
said
said
Yeah.
OG.
OG.
Oh, OG. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I thought you said
OG.
Halo.
Let me interject something real quickly so the rest of the people can deal with this, particularly
Judge
since
Joe,
Nikki
Judge Joe.
has her hand up. Now, Nikki, on Tuesday evening when she was on this space, she did for conflict resolution part 1. She posted the Texas case law that deals with this. It's quite extensive. I researched it. It's on point. You can go to her site. It's at PsyOps Rabbit. I think Miss Nikki's got her hand up. So she's already put the law there, and that's what's going to happen in Texas. Again, we are not talking about conflict resolution because people are resolved that they don't want to resolve the conflict. They just want to go from 0 to 60 instantly. And that's probably why our conflicts are so dangerous. So just keep that in mind while we're talking, and remember the example I gave of what happens if somebody's unruly at a nightclub and 3 security guys, big guys, came up and told him he had to leave, and if he didn't leave, they grabbed him, one on each arm. Does that mean that he is entitled to shoot them or stab the security
But
guards?
they're not security, Judge.
It doesn't make any difference because the
Oh,
security
it does.
guard has no
It does
more
because
authority
security. I
than a
was security
private
guard for 10
citizen.
years, Judge. You have to get specialized training in
You
certain stuff.
don't need to have
Now, come on
specialized
now. Gotta
training
be
to be a
honest.
security guard. All you
Yes, you
have to
do. You
do,
need a security card for that, sir.
but look, the point is under the law, the rules that apply to the security guard are the same as they apply to an ordinary citizen and vice versa. Most people,
No, they're not. No, they're not, bro.
oh, yes, they are, buddy. And I practice in quite a number of states. They are the same.
All right.
There
I
is
need to
no
go to
license
OG.
the guard has that gives him the authority to use deadly force with any less restriction put on it than an ordinary
All right,
citizen.
I want to go to OG, and honestly, and Peter, if you can invite Diligent to come up, because I do have a question to ask him. I would like to ask him that question, but go ahead, OG.
Yeah, thank you, Dana. Can you guys hear me?
We
We
can
hear
hear you.
Okay. Shout out to you, Dana, for having this space and all. I appreciate you bringing me up. Shout out to both the co-hosts, Judge Joe and Peter. Shout out to you guys. Judge Joe, with all due respect, you're kind of long-winded there, sir. Uh,
Well, that's because I have
I
knowledge
know, I
and
understand.
experience.
I
I
understand. I
was
know you're the moderator.
certified
I know
to
you're the
resolve these
judge with
things.
experience. I know
There's
all everything you're
nobody
gonna
on
answer
here.
to say,
There's
but I wanted to
nobody
say it.
on here that has
Okay,
ever
Judge, just
presided
let him
over a murder
finish.
trial.
Let him just make his
Okay,
statement.
now that's why I'm long-winded, because I'm listening to
All
foolishness
right,
that
let
will
him
get
finish,
people
I,
landed
Judge.
in
I
penitentiary.
understand. I understand the foolishness. I'm gonna explain to you about the foolishness myself. But listen, there's a word, and I'm sure you know what the word means. Succinct. Succinct. Okay, so I'll
Succinct.
tell the audience what the word succinct means. It means straight, direct, to the point,
It
short as
was.
possible.
It
Okay.
was. If you are too ignorant to understand
No,
what
it's
that
not being too
meant,
ignorant, Judge Joe. I'm
yeah,
just
you are.
saying
Ignorant
it's
means
all
lack of
those
knowledge. It
variables. It's
means
all
lack
of
of
those
knowledge and
variables.
education.
It's
I'm
those
being candid
variables.
about it.
I've been sitting here listening, and first of all, it's been so much said that it could be some element of truth out of a lot of what people have said tonight. Uh, I mean, one of the things is about the Jewish people, talking about Jewish people with Christian values being an oxymoron. That is not true. A Jewish person with Christian values is not just an oxymoron. It's a segment. They are segmented and subsected. Okay, that means they are part of another group. Period. Whether they are Christian value, Islamic value, uh, Judaic value, any of it, whatever it is. Okay, uh, so it's not an oxymoron. Secondly, the childhood teaching is about self-defense. You have whole cultures that do this. There are cultures that teach their children from the age of 3 to 5 and beyond about self-defense. Okay, there are coaches that explain this. Okay, and so we have to be able to go along with some element of that. But the United States, what they decided to do, that would say that teaching a 5-year-old how to defend themselves is condoning violence. And I don't think it would be condoning violence. I think it would curb and curtail the criminal element. I think because if a criminal knew that they may get some resistance and pushback, possibly get their ass beat or killed, then they wouldn't do half the crimes that they do. So that's my thing about self-defense in America. We haven't been taught. We have to go to the army to learn how to fight. We have to go to one of the military services, branches of military to learn how to fight. And that shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. The average person should be able to learn self-defense at 5 years old so he can grow up with it, so he can learn it really well. Okay? And I don't mean to get all off a tangent with everything that's been said, but the average layperson does not understand these things. The average politician, the average judge, average lawyer, the average administrative judicial person does not know how to explain the elements of self-defense coming up from 5 years old. They don't. So when we try to say this thing about duty to retreat, they say it's a duty to retreat. But you know what? The first thing that a martial arts teacher is going to teach you, the first thing a martial arts teacher is going to teach you is to run, get out of there. Okay. If you can't run and get out of there, then you end the fight as quickly as possible. That's the next option. End it as quickly as possible. If that kills the person that you tried to end it with, so be it. It's better to be what they say, better to be facing a group of 12 than to be carried by a group of 6. I think that's kind of true to me, and that's the way I would practice. Okay, so I mean, it's just all of these things with people not understanding, and like I'm saying, even the lawyers, the doctors, any professional person, even yourself, Judge Joe, you explain some of your experiences and some of the things that you've gone through in your training. I'm a trained fighter myself. Okay, so what? So what? There are elements, there are dynamics, and nothing is the same. Okay? You have to be able to teach on the basic of it, the basic premise, teach on the basic premise, which is self-preservation. Self-preservation, not considering what the criminal element is coming in to do to you. Self-preservation. And the judges that have to judge these cases and whatnot, they don't know either. And except for you having the experience that you say you have, which I can believe some of it based on what you say, but I can tell by how you talk still. With the exception of what you're saying about yourself, they don't know. They don't know. And you know this, Judge. You know that the average layperson does not know anything about trying to differentiate the difference of stand your ground, self-defense, duty to retreat, no obligation to retreat, and all of these things put together. There is no way that the average layperson knows these things, because if the average person knew these things, we'd be halfway through the conflict resolution. We'd be halfway through it. And again, like I said, the average criminal or the criminal element, if they knew they were going to get the resistance and the pushback that they can get from a trained fighter or someone who's learned martial art from the age of 5, and now they maybe be 25. If the criminal element knew they was going to get that type of pushback, they might think twice about committing a crime. And that might save a few lives as well. I'm going to land. Thank you.
I don't disagree with what you said. That was right on point. The problem is that, get this point. You said a mouthful. I endorse it. I'm trying to make sure that the people listening in tonight and on YouTube, when it's played back, will get it too. Because people are telling things that they believe that happen to be dead wrong, that'll get somebody killed unnecessarily and result in people going to the penitentiary unnecessarily. When it comes to retreat, the law has long been in the entirety of the United States, you did not have to retreat. That is a new thing that came up in some of the New England states. I don't think there were 10 states in the whole union that came up with a thing where you had to retreat. These oddball states, you did. And there, like I said earlier, their jury instructions say, hey, we have to fudge this because this doesn't deal with human nature. Now, there is this thing called proportionality. In other words, every conflict is not worth a gunfight. And if it legitimates a gunfight, it also legitimates a knife fight. And if a knife fight is legitimated, it legitimates a gunfight. And if you want to get an idea about how unracist the principle is, everybody in here has probably heard of Wyatt Earp and the gunfight at the OK Corral, right? Does anybody realize that Wyatt Earp, Bat Masterson, and Doc Holliday and the other Earp brother, they all went to trial because they got charged with first-degree murder? They got acquitted, but they got charged with murder. So it's not unusual for these things to happen when there's potentially excessive force. A jury might acquit. The law, under the facts and circumstances of the case, may demand that the presumption of innocence remains. Sometimes the jury says, we don't like the guy that died. We think he deserves killing. And they'll then indulge in what they call jury nullification. In other words, they nullify the law and do something else. So it depends. I'm just saying that with people listening, they need to understand that the law does not permit somebody to be using deadly force and killing somebody just because their feelings are hurt or it looks like they're going to get punched out. It has to be more. Now, I pass the mic.
So the proportionality and with the fudging that you mentioned, that's not a good mixture, because what that does is it relegates the law down to what they've practiced over the last 150 years. Okay,
Yeah,
the slave patrol. That's what it reflects.
it's
It
not
reflects
slave
that.
patrol. Remember, Wyatt Earp, Bat Masterson, Doc Holliday, they all went to trial for murder behind what happened in the OK Corral shootout.
But that didn't nullify the slave patrol.
Yeah,
That's
well,
still the history. That's
well,
still the history of the law
not,
enforcement
everything's
in
not
this
slave
country.
patrol, and that's 160 years ago.
Well, it's 160. I just made a big guess at it, right? Like
Well, I
it's
mean,
we,
it's a
we
long
can go
time
back
ago.
to 150 years, 160, 200 even.
It doesn't make
Okay,
sense. It's not now.
no, it's not now, but it's the remnants of it now. And
Well,
you know what the remnants are? The remnants are the misunderstanding and the lack of knowledge that I mentioned. That's why.
I agree with you 100%. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing
But
right
it's a
now.
shame that the lack of
Serving
knowledge
what
comes from the jurisdiction. It comes the shame. It's a shame that the lack of knowledge comes from the law, the lawyers, the judges, the politicians. It's a shame that the lack of knowledge comes from them as well, and
this
even more
guy,
sometimes.
judge, sir, is trying to tell you what the law is. People want to act resistant to exposure to the law.
It's
They
a way
don't
to
want to
train
hear
it
it. You're
to act
listening.
towards resistance. There's a way to act towards resistance. There's a
What
way to act.
no,
If
no,
you're
no. I'm
trained,
talking
you'll know
about,
how to act.
I'm
Just like
telling you
just like
what
a martial arts teacher will teach you how to retreat. He'll teach you how to retreat. But you're not retreating, turning
that's
your back
not
to
what
your
I'm talking
enemy.
about.
You're retreating with your eyes wide open. You're
Okay.
retreating. When you retreat more aware if that's than if you were in the actual fight. You
Okay.
have more awareness in your retreat as you do in an actual fight. And that's
Look,
what a real martial arts instructor would tell
I've
you
taken it
and
for
teach you.
60, so I'm aware of the martial arts. Now, back to the situation. It's like scuba diving. Somebody says, why can't you just come up as fast as you can swim? Because you'll get decompression sickness, fool. You'll get what they call the bends. You can't do it. Well, I don't see why you can't do it. And if the fool goes out and does it, you're going to have to deal with this man being sick and maybe find a decompression chamber to put him in because that's just the way the thing works. Now, all I'm doing is telling folk what the law is about. You cannot use deadly force without proper justification. People have fist fights all the time. I grew up in an era where a grown man was expected to have quite a few fights under his belt by the time he got 18 years old, 20 years old. It was common, but you did not have everybody shooting somebody because it was a fist fight situation. You didn't have somebody shooting two bouncers at a bar because it was 2-on-1 and they were bigger than him. You see, it didn't work that way. Now we have, well, he felt like it. If anybody touches me, I'm going to put a knife in him. No, see, that's the wrong thing. And I understand what a wolf ticket is, but it's not appropriate when you're trying to learn something, and particularly not in the context of conflict resolution where you're trying to stop this insane violence that's going on out there. Now, we have white black elements, but what you're also saying is, young black brother, if you get upset with somebody or they grab you or they shove you, then you can kill them. Now, we have enough of that going on and enough people in the penitentiaries because of that. This is why I'm trying to be firm and saying that's not what the law is. And if somebody doesn't know it, well, sorry, but I learned it in the fifth grade to sixth grade. And I'm
But Judge, you can
surprised.
know the law and not know if somebody's gonna kill you. You
No,
don't know if
no,
somebody's gonna kill you. You don't have a crystal ball right in front of
I
you
know
and
you
saying, well, is
don't,
this
but
person gonna kill me?
you
Or
better have something going on than
well,
somebody
it should be that training. It should be that martial arts training that teaches you
maybe
how to retreat. And like I said, you're supposed to be as diligent in your retreat as you are in your actual fight. You're
you
supposed
don't
to be
have to
diligent either way.
you
Okay.
don't have
So
to
first you have that. But I got two questions to ask you,
you don't
Judge.
have
Look, I have two
to
questions I need to ask you.
But
Are all of the lynching murders are they cold cases?
proportionate to the
All of the lynching murders are they cold cases?
what are you talking about?
The lynching murders, all those pictures that you see with the Negro hanging from the tree and this crowd of white people all gathered around, they taking a photograph. Are those all those
Those
lynching?
people are
Are
damn,
they cold cases?
damn near all of them are dead anyway. What are you gonna do? Dig the
I know they dead, but are they cold cases?
if they're dead, it's called abatement by death. That's the legal principle.
And I'm talking about the case itself. The case itself. Is it even a case, or are they cold cases?
Not if
Were
they
there investigations done for the
not if
murder? Are
perpetrator.
they cold cases?
It's if the perpetrator is dead, it's a done case. It's abated.
I mean, the family will like closure sometimes.
Well, they might, but there's
Right.
nothing they can do about it. And any of those pictures you see are going to be quite ancient. So
Okay, so now
who's
the case is
alive?
going on right now. The case is going on right now.
Hey,
Before Carmela Anthony's case, this case about the person that killed. The case is going on right now. I forget all the names and everything, but that case. How long uh can that case before that case becomes case law? How
well,
long does it take for it to
not
become case
long
law?
reported. It has to be of such significance that an appellate court orders it to be reported. Now, just this last month and a half, there have been 5 almost identical cases that have happened right here in Memphis. I had hundreds that I presided over. It's no big deal. It's common because people don't get it. I mean, this isn't, see, this is what also is the worst part of this from my perspective is take a routine shoplifting case and imagine that the whole country is focused on a routine shoplifting case. This is about how common this stuff is. If there is a homicide, most likely it's to be just like this one. Somebody got scared and used disproportionate force and killed somebody and says, I was defending myself, and they wind up in a penitentiary.
But you talking about a common homicide that's in the commission of a crime.
No, I'm talking about one just like this.
Hey,
Just
Well,
like
it might have been a crime being
hey,
committed before it
my
happened
phone
with
is
the
about to crash.
self-defense. If he got assaulted,
uh,
if he got assaulted, that was a crime being committed before
that's
he did
not
the murder.
a simple assault does not justify deadly force unless perhaps you're talking
I
about
don't care how simple it is, you still don't know if the person's gonna kill you or not. You
of
don't know
course
what
you don't,
how
but
they're gonna
All
harm
right,
you.
I wanna
Who
I wanna
wants to
move
be
on to
maimed?
another speaker. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
there
Go
will
ahead, Halo.
Thank you. I appreciate
And then
it.
I'm gonna come to Nikki.
now. That's what the rule is. Get ready for it. It's
Hey,
like baseball. There are
I
rules.
think Linda was that.
Wait, Dana, I just have a something really quick to add, and I'll be so quick if that's okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Unbelievable.
So, Judge, at
Unbelievable.
the I just posted something from statues.capitol.texas.gov, so like the government website in Texas, and it goes through first. It's all highlighted, and it goes through first. All of the gun laws, and then it says at the bottom A-4, a person commits an offense if the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly carries on or about his or her person a location restricted knife. 2, is younger than 18 years of age at the time of the offense. Nothing here, nothing here says anything about the size of the knife. And this is the government website. So I don't know if that matters, but was just sent to me. So I wanted to ask you about that.
Well, yeah. The point is
How do I'm sorry.
proportionality. And I know people on here don't get it. And they're talking about how do you tell? That's part of growing up as a human being so you get a good idea.
All
And
right.
under the circumstances, you are supposed to read the circumstances. I don't know why people all of a sudden in this day, with all of the opportunities to become educated and sophisticated, they don't get it. That there are certain things that you are held accountable for that do not include it's okay to be ignorant. All
All
right.
right. So I'm gonna go to Halo, then King, El Hotep, Chris. I don't see Smiley up here. Oh, I do see Linda. And Linda, and then we're just right, and then that'll be it. So go ahead, Halo.
All right. All right. So what's going on, people? So
Oh,
listen,
hold on. Do me a favor,
this
Peter, and anybody else. Send Diligent a message and tell his bitch ass he should have. I thought he was gonna hop on in this space. His scared bitch ass. Well, go ahead, Halo.
I'll
All right, y'all
message
can,
him now, Dana.
y'all can hear me okay?
We can hear
Yes.
you.
All right. All right.
Roger.
So what's going on, Judge? I disagree with a lot of what you say, but I'm not going to go there right now. I got a question for you at the end. So if you could hold your the comment, that'd be great. But this has been my experience because I keep hearing that the threat was the rain stopped. He wanted to go to get out the rain like everybody else. And you have two large boys that might have been 100 pounds. They had 100 pounds between them both compared to his size. And knowing a lot of white kids that I grew up with, and I'm sure y'all have seen when, say for example, they want a seed or they approach a black kid, especially if he's one of the only ones or whatever, and they want an audience. Often they would come up kind of aggressive because they don't want to come off as like they soft or not from the streets. They have something to prove, especially in front of all the other kids. And so the fact is that they should have known better not to mess with or say stuff to people that they really don't know. But because they're used to bullying people between these two boys, because he brought his brother, let's be honest, and we're taking his brother's word, and his brother's making him sound like some angel. And we taking his brother's word as it was gospel. Oh, my brother just asked him to move over. Or my brother, man, come on. Let's be honest. You took your brother to approach this kid. You wanted he felt like he probably had an audience, and pretty soon I hope the video comes out. Okay, because I hear it was many people video.
He's rugging for me. Is he rugging for anybody else?
You cut out, Halo.
Yeah, he went down.
He did say his
Halo.
phone. He said his phone was about to die, so it might have went out on him.
He did say that. Now,
All right, so I'm gonna
still
move
the
to
point.
King. Oh, but
Still the
you
point.
wanted to answer him because I don't know if he could hear or not.
Well, I mean, but still the point is, why is this supposed to be a racial conflict when 19 out of 20 times when it happens, and it happens commonly, the two people involved are the exact same ethnic group? And the facts are almost identical. It might not have been at a track meet, but it was on the street at, basketball court, coming out of a nightclub. So why does race have to do with something that is happening all across the spectrum?
Because people are programmed to constantly feed into it. I'm
Yeah.
telling you, I was in a space, it was Diligent space. He's focused on FBA, and he actually admitted that white people are marginalized here in America. So whether you're white, whether you're black, whether you're Hispanic, whether you're LGBT, it don't matter. People are programmed to feed into it. This situation with Carmelo Anthony, it is not about race. However, it was the media that made it about race and the algorithms. I don't think people swear they're so smart that they're so goddamn stupid because people don't understand the algorithm, which is the matrix, actually dictates what you talk about, how you think, what you believe. I don't care how many followers you have. I don't care how if you think you are such an intellect or not. So we're all sucked into the bullshit. And if you can't understand that or you don't see the difference, then you're going down that goddamn rabbit hole. So, and I see it all the time. So sometimes even with you, Judge, I say to you, you're beating a dead horse because no matter what you say with all your knowledge with the law and your expertise, research, everything, it doesn't matter to people because people are going to believe what they want to believe because they're just programmed that probably from since they were a kid. That's black people. I don't care if you get upset. White people, you are so in denial, because how in the fuck are y'all not talking about Casey Allison case? If you're not, if this is if you are saying that you're not a bigot, you're not a racist, and this is not about race, let's stop talking about race with Carmelo Anthony. Why are you not talking about Casey Allison? Day 3 is tomorrow. Stabbing someone 5 times in the boys' bathroom in high school. You have high schoolers taking the stand. So if we want to talk about something that's trending and that's going on with the youth and this nation, that is a trend, why are you not talking about that? Why are you talking about a fundraiser for someone's defense? So white people need to check themselves.
And Dana, I think he's going to get convicted from what I read.
I think so too. Because he's using self-defense. You can't stab someone with a knife when you're not supposed to have it and say self-defense. Because if they don't convict him, and if they don't convict Carmelo Anthony, then the justice system is setting a trend telling younger people you could do whatever the fuck you want to do without consequences. You are entitled to that. And that is the problem. So if you white people, and then when diligent punk ass have his space, again, I'ma hop in
I
his
sent him an
space.
invite, Dana. Should
But he ain't gonna come in here. He's not gonna come in here
We all
because
sent him an invite.
and I only have
Oh, okay.
one question to ask him. But and the
Hey
reason why I'm
Dana,
saying him,
I got a message from Halo, and he said he wanted me to ask if you would bring him back up because his phone died.
Yeah,
sure.
if we see him in the room, I'll bring him right up right now.
So and I just want to ask someone, but someone like him and others, they have large spaces. So to get up on your space and to sit up here and say, well, white people are marginalized, white people are the minorities, or basically experience some racism, that is bullshit. That is bullshit. And then and then to have the audacity to prove your point, you want to pull something out your ass by saying, well, in 2025 we do have our pro-white groups. That's bullshit too, and that lets me know someone who is not educated on American history, and maybe they are, but they want to prove their point, that they're willing to say something real fucking ignorant. And I hear that in a lot of spaces, not just in white spaces, because I hear it in your spaces all the time, but in black spaces. But I look at it, me personally, when I come up in a predominantly white space, I'm coming up there with the facts, and I don't care if y'all like it or not. But why are you not talking about, we are not talking about Casey Allison? If we want to talk about stabbing and teenagers and what's right and what's wrong. So fucking, it's the trial, the evidence is out there. Why not dissect the evidence that's out there already? Instead of assuming or pretending like we know the evidence in Carmelo Anthony when we all don't know shit.
Good point. Excellent point, Miss Dana. But everybody wants to keep coming back to it, maybe because they get to feel the comfort of victimhood. Now,
But that's for white people as well.
I
And
mean, it's for everybody.
it's for everyone wants to be a victim but want to claim they're a fucking winner.
You know what though? Could we get Miss Nikki up here? She's got her hand up. She's the one
Honey,
that
Miss
actually
Nikki is here. Miss Nikki ain't going nowhere. I know that's your favorite pupil.
well, she did the research
Yeah,
on it.
she did
She
some
did some
research and you
real
were
good
so
research.
impressed.
Yes, I am.
Judge, a sidebar real quick. D has a question regarding the statute, right? So we're trying to figure out if the somebody who's underage, a minor, can possess a knife under 5.5 inches in a school setting. I say that they can, based upon what I've read. But if you look at the statute and you on the first page, you go to section B, right? It says prohibited by law from possessing firearms, and then it has subsections of B, which go A2, A3, and A4. Right? A4, it says a person commits an offense if the person, one, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly carries on or about his or her person a location restricted knife. Two, is younger than 18 years old at the time of the offense. That refers to being prohibited from possessing a firearm, correct? If it's a
That's
subsection of B.
also the type of knife. But the one you described is consistent with Texas law, but 5.5 inches from one end to the other is a penknife with a very short blade, which is not likely to penetrate someone's sternum or central rib cage to inflict the fatal injury. So we're talking about something else. And I'm saying do not believe what you see in social media in terms of the facts, but there are allegations and reports that some of the witnesses indicate that a black knife was used. That may be the handle, may be something else, but the law embraces a pen knife. Classically in Texas, when a person went to school, they had a nib pen, which is a goose quill, and you had a pen knife to sharpen the thing so you could dip it in the inkwell and write with it. That's what they're talking about. And
Now, wait, the in the statute it says nothing about the size, and it also says it's not legal for someone under the age of 18 to have.
yes, yeah, you're exactly right. And what you're running into is because everybody for the last 25, 30 years
Oh,
has
mine
been
does not.
trying to jump on the law and order bandwagon. There are inconsistent statutes on every state's code books where laws contradict each other. And that's why you have Supreme Courts in a state to resolve those conflicts.
Wait,
All
so
right, so
Judge, I don't understand.
go ahead, Peter, and then I'm
Can a
gonna go to
minor
Nikki.
can a minor possess a knife as long as it's 5.5 inches at the school on the school grounds
That's
or
what
not?
one
You
statute
can't
seems
have
to
no
imply.
weapons in the school.
Hold on.
According to the law,
That's
Dana, but
what
What?
not
No,
one
the pol.
no, no, no.
listen. That's what one statute seems to say. But the resolution would take place as to which statute is most recent. The most recent one typically would apply. And what would happen is the Supreme Court of the state of Texas might say that this old statute was superseded by the new one.
Okay, so pause right
This is
there.
so
Wait,
confusing,
one
Judge.
It
second,
is
Peter. 1 second.
confusing. That's
Wait,
why
just
people
please,
spend a lot
Judge,
of money
pause
to
right
go to
there for a
law
second.
school.
I need to say this. I need to say this, and then I'm gonna go to Nikki, El Hotep, Chris, Linda, Adam, Crypto. So whatever the law say, that's for you as far as a measurement of a knife to have in your pocket in public. When you go into a school, there are school policies. School policies, you cannot bring a weapon. That's just like you have the right to bear arms, right? And some
Weapons and
people,
tools are not the same.
what? Don't play with me, please don't. So you have the right to bear arms, and you walk out, you have your arm concealed in your holster or whatever, whatever. But when you go into certain stores and they have the sign of a gun and the X going across it saying no guns permitted in this store, that is their policy. So whether a kid has a knife on them or not, when you step into that school, you cannot have a weapon of any kind. You
But Dana,
cannot use a
Okay.
weapon of any
hold
kind
on,
on somebody.
Judge. Would you be held criminally liable for violating the policy of a store?
No, but that usually what
Yes.
happens is that they say this allows the store to prosecute uh,
If
under
you
the
walk into a
Trespass?
statutes.
store
That's
with a
Trespass you?
special
gun,
dispensation.
Trespass, yeah.
But now hold on. This is a question I have. If I recall Tuesday when we went over this thing with that statute, it did talk about at a school or in schools, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if
I'm
I'm
talking
wrong.
about a
No,
school's
I'm talking about this
policy. So
specific
wait,
Dana.
you
I'm
have
talking
to
about
wait,
this.
Judge. Let me finish.
I
Let
know
me
what you're
finish.
saying, but that's
No,
not
I
what we're
don't know. You
talking
don't know
about.
what I'm saying. You have the law, and then you also have school policies. So if you break a policy in the school where you bring in a weapon, say if you were bringing a gun in a school, you didn't use it, they just found a gun in your locker. They're going to call authorities. The same with drugs. You cannot have drugs in school. They're going to call the authorities if they catch you with drugs. And then when the authorities come, they're going to go by the law. So
Yeah, but
either way,
Dana,
you're gonna get kicked out of school or
but
you're gonna get
but
in
Dana,
trouble at the school. I'm not wait, please. I'm not talking about them using it yet. Just even having it. You're not supposed to have it in a school. I don't understand why people can't get that. But not only do you have it, you proceed to use it and stab someone, and then that person result in dying. So
Well,
you
that
got multiple factions on top of that.
That's not quite what we're talking about.
No,
What
that's
we're
what the hell I'm
No,
talking
that's
about when
not
I'm
what we're
talking about
talking about.
teenagers.
What happened was, I
Teenagers
believe,
are on
hold
trial.
on, hold on, hold on. If I'm not mistaken, on Tuesday, what somebody read was a Texas statute that said it was legal for somebody to have at a school a knife that from one end to the other was no more than, what was it, 5.5 inches?
5.5. Yeah,
Five
Judge, I
point
read that.
five
No,
I
but
inches.
they
read that.
weren't out of
So
school.
wait a minute,
They
hold
were
on.
talking
There's a
about this
resolution to
was
this.
out. This was out off the school
Hold on.
premises.
No, that's not the point. What happens is there's probably an old Texas law that allows that. And what somebody in the legislative body of Texas did is forget to have the new law supersede the old one. Now, what is going to have to happen if that comes up, if that's the actual situation, the Supreme Court of the state would have to resolve that, starting with a trial court, which would have to make a ruling on that and say, hey, this is a problem with what we have printed. We have two inconsistent laws. So typically, what happens is the most recent one winds up superseding the earlier one. It's a complex thing in the law, but
Yeah, and
that's
I'm
why.
not trying to go down that yellow brick
I
road
know,
right
but I'm
now.
just
This
saying
is what I'm
that's
getting
what
at, and
he's
I just want
talking
listen.
about.
I just want to get straight to the point. Then I want to move to
Yeah.
Nikki and other speakers because it's getting late. I just want to move straight to the point because on YouTube here, Crimson Tide put policy versus law, and this is what I'm saying to that. The policy on the school, because I'm talking about Caysen Allison. See, Carmelo was not in the school; they were out on a track meet. So Caysen Allison had brought a weapon to school. He had a weapon on him. He broke school policy. Not only did he have a weapon, he actually used the weapon by stabbing another classmate multiple times. He broke the fucking law. So you broke school policy, and this is what I'm saying. Kids don't need to be going to school with weapons, period. And then he proceeded to break the law. So you have a policy set in schools, and they probably have policy sets when you're talking about sport, athletic activities. So they're breaking the rules with policy, and then on top of that, they're proceeding to break the law. That's what I'm saying. That's it. Because we're talking about teenagers in a goddamn school setting, and we're going straight to race. We're going straight to these old ass laws in Texas, and it's like, let's just get back to the fucking basics here.
The policies are the same for in school and in school activities after school. The
So
policies are the same.
That's
okay,
generally
fine. I want to go to Nikki, and then I want to go to El Hotep, Chris, Linda, Adam, Crypto. Go ahead, Nikki.
You
Okay,
skipped me. That's
so
crazy.
Smiley got their
Sorry,
hand
who?
up
Who
as
was
well.
that?
Smiley had
Who
their
got
hand
Oh,
up.
I'm
I
skipped?
don't think
sorry.
we see
Yes,
it.
I think I did write your name down.
did you
You.
get Halo back up here? Because he did message me again.
I don't see Halo. Yeah, I didn't see him request. But okay, so it was
Okay.
El Hotep, Chris, then Smiley, and then Linda, Adam, Crypto.
Then I got skipped.
Who was that? Who's that? Nikki?
Or do I
No,
go now? Oh, is it my turn?
Nikki's
Nikki.
your turn now.
Okay. So first of all, it is part of the campus of that location is under the Frisco City School umbrella, so to speak. So it is considered school property. I did post something up in the nest regarding the knives in school. So from what I've seen, when it talks about the location restricted areas, of course school would be one of them. But it's the blade length, not the knife length. So like the blade itself has to be, I think, under 5.5 inches or
Six
something like
inches.
that. Yeah,
Six
so
inches.
the
Yes,
blade itself,
5.5 inches.
yeah, so the blade itself would be like let's say if he had a pocket knife, let's say. So the pocket knife wouldn't be under Texas law, it wouldn't be considered quote unquote like illegal. In the school they don't want it. So like where it gets kind of weird is like how I explained up in this post I put it is like you're looking at a situation where you're violating school policy and by bringing a knife. So it puts him in another situation again where the defense is going to have to explain it. So even if it's not breaking the law, he used it to break a law. You see what I'm saying? So it would get him an expulsion from school having it, and if they found it, he might lose his, captain of the football team or track or whatever. But it like legally they wouldn't be like calling the police unless the knife is larger. So um that's that, and you guys can kind of go through what I posted up in the nest. The other thing I posted up there again to touch on this, because this gets beat to death, but I feel like it's really really important, because I feel I'm with the judge on this, because it's going to get people in trouble already. And like there was just another shooting, the guy had a video out and he's saying, I felt like I was attacked and I went in there and like I was defending myself because I felt like these people were gonna kill me. But he went into the school with a gun and shot people. But again, it's like the proportionality doesn't fit. Like he can't use self-defense in the situation. I'm sure he might try, but he won't be able to. But if he saw this case, and if he saw what's going on with the media, and how, you know, it's almost like this is getting uh, a celebrity treatment per se, which is unfortunate, because I feel like it doesn't do anybody any good. Because when you start, and this isn't the media's fault. The media disproportionately pushes certain stories to create a narrative that causes a lot of this divisiveness. And it's done intentionally, because you can look at stories that aren't, like when you say, why aren't people talking about other cases that are going on that are similar? And I think part of it is because the media doesn't push it because it doesn't fit their narrative. And it sucks. And I think we have to be able to hold them accountable and say, hey, wait a minute, like why are you talking about this case, and you're leaving, facts about another case out? Or you know the damage that the media causes, like they need to be held accountable for that, mainstream media, because every single time something happens, they whip people into a frenzy, and then before you know it, there's riots. I mean, think about the timing on this. Like, if this case starts now and then you have another case and they're looking at they're every single case is going to be unique with their own unique, situations. But it's going to be what, 2026 during elections, for the midterms and stuff. Like, people have been talking about all that. So you have to look at the big picture, and you know the programming behind this, like the everything going on. Like, there's so much, and when you hyper focus on one specific case, like, you have to look at the full picture. Like, you have to look at everything that's going on in Texas, not just cases about people shooting. You have to look at what's going on in the leadership, in the government, and the governor, and what he's doing, and what's going on with the city, how they were doing the Muslim city there. Like,
City
there's
Council.
yeah, there's so much going on in Texas itself right now, that I feel like it's almost like they're trying to create problems with people. And I've gone into some spaces, and the way that people talk about other people is horrible. And I'm not putting race on it, because it doesn't matter, and it happens on both sides. And people need to just understand that we're all fucking human. Sorry to swear, but like, it makes me crazy, because it's something that people, I think, forget about. Like, you have some people, somebody is dead and somebody is alive, and like, they're both people and they both have families and they're both going through situations, and to dehumanize either one is not okay. you know and then I wanted to go through the proportionality stuff, because I started on it and I didn't finish, and I don't want to take up too much time, but I think it's important. So I don't know if you guys read it or not, but it goes with, you know, if I see Dana and I'm standing there and like we're having an altercation, we're having words or whatever, and and we're fighting, cat fight, and then she starts to say something like, touch me and see what happens. And she starts to go for her purse. And I think I brought this up before. And this is a hypothetical. This isn't saying like this is what happened, but I'm putting myself in a situation. If I see her going for her purse and reaching inside, my spidey sense is going to go off, and I'm going to want to take that purse and put it at a distance away from both of us because it could potentially be a threat. And I have a feeling that that might come out, that if there was a reaction to grab the bag, the guy that got stabbed didn't have control of the bag because the murder weapon was in the bag, right? So like if the murder weapon was in the bag and he obviously got the Carmelo was able to gain access to that and then use it, the bag was never out of his control to do that. So the one thing that I want to say about proportionality, which I think is very important, is the only person that understood who had a weapon on that at that time was Carmelo. So he went to this track meet. There were eight schools there as far as I know, and he went there knowing that he had this weapon. And so when he went in and had this altercation, during the whole time he was aware. They weren't aware that he had a weapon, but he was. He was aware that they didn't have a weapon because as far as we know that there wasn't another weapon found at the scene. So if you have somebody that's going and saying, push me and see what happens, in my mind, he has an idea of what could possibly happen because he has a weapon. So he already knows that he has a one up on these people, right? And so
It's not grounds for premeditation, though.
well, I'm not necessarily saying premeditation, but it's an implied threat and there's intent behind it.
Yeah, but that's leading. I hear you leading.
So do you see what I'm saying? His
Hey,
No, I don't see what you're saying.
hey guys, it's Jake Lang here. Sorry, I have a huge day ahead of me tomorrow with this
Well, then
protest.
wait in line,
Nobody
Jake.
cared,
People
brother.
got their hands up. You wait patiently.
Okay, well, I waited patiently for 4 years and 6 days in a
White
prison.
privilege. That's what it is. All right, just shut the
Yeah, you
Wait,
want to
please.
come
Come
to the
on, bro. Like,
internet with
come
who
on,
is
bro.
privilege.
Jake? I don't understand. Who
Jake
are
is the
you,
one.
Jake?
He's starting the I'm a rally on
We
Saturday. January 6th political
don't
prisoner.
Get
care.
your
Wait for your
mans.
turn to speak.
Wait, one
We should
second.
send you to
One
El
second, guys. One
Salvador.
second. One second. One second. Okay, so you're a January 6th political prisoner. You know, and you were released. So what is your point? You think that what you should speak before everyone else because of that?
No, I have the national protest in Frisco, Texas, planned for Austin Metcalf on
Oh, you're the
Saturday.
white supremacist.
No, I'm
That
not. I just
that is
wanted to come
claiming the
in
white
and
supremacist
to say
protest.
hello to everybody in here. God bless you guys, and
Then keep your
I
hand
hope
up and just wait.
that you
Like
guys.
literally
No,
have to
I
interrupt
I'm
the
about
flow
to
of a
head to bed.
conversation for that.
Go to
I
And
sleep
actually.
then.
okay,
Degenerate as
so why
fuck,
did you
bro.
wait? Hold on. I
I
think
just
everybody
came
please
to.
stay on
I
mute.
Hey,
came
let
Everybody
to
stay on
Dana
jump
mute.
handle
in
this. Sure.
to promote.
Why did you want to come up just to tell us you're going to bed?
I didn't. I wanted to come in to promote the
He wants you to
event
tuck him in, Dana.
Oh,
before
you
I
wanted to
go to
come
bed.
in. Well, why you want to come in and promote this event? Nobody here isn't going to your event for anything. Well, I am, and a few other people are calling you a white supremacist. So really, you're coming up in here to troll. You coming up in here to subliminally say that you are a white nationalist, you are a white supremacist, you know, all that.
No,
Because
I
you
didn't
think
come to say those things. I
so
just
you
came to
think white
promote the
lives
event.
matter? You think white lives are in danger here in America?
Well,
Could we
I
send him to
mean,
El Salvador?
statistically, that is true, but I was just coming to
No, no, it's
say
not.
if
No.
No,
anybody wanted to
statistically,
come,
my ass.
I mean, I just know
Your number, I
I
can
mean,
tell you
statistically.
look,
right off
the
the bat,
only
your
the only
numbers will
danger
be
you're in is
skewed.
from your own. Look at what happened to Florida. I mean, come on, man. It's too
Well,
many school shootings.
anyway,
Second
guys,
one in.
Listen, listen, Jake, I appreciate you coming up, letting us know you have your white supremacist male rally Saturday on Easter weekend. God bless you. And that's you want to have a rally on Easter weekend with that. I don't think that that's not very Christian like, but thank you and have a good night. You could drop him down, Peter, because he ain't saying nothing. And now if he would have said something with some substance instead of trying to promote his what can I call it, his CIA op rally Saturday.
He just got 10 followers.
He the ops. No, I looked at his page. He got a following, but he's the
No,
op.
no, he just got 10 followers from people in here. Probably, I'm just saying.
So go ahead. Okay, Nikki spoke. Go ahead, El
If you want
Hotep.
to be
No,
on a federal watch list, go to the rally on Saturday. If you
Oh, I'm
want to be,
sorry, Halo. Yeah,
Yeah,
right,
thank you so
exactly.
much. I was like, man, I
Go
waited for an
ahead,
hour and a half, if not more, but I
Halo. Yeah, you
appreciate
have
it.
to finish up
All right.
Halo, then Al Hotep.
All right. So basically, what I was just saying that the threat was, and people don't, I hope his lawyers point this out. Between these two football players and this guy, he is a little guy compared to them. It's probably they probably got a good 75 to 50, to 100 pounds between them over him. They were the threat when they came up again. I believe because my experience, they had something to prove, and they did it in front of their peers. And they're gonna see this black kid. They're gonna probably talk to him. This is why he probably got so defensive. Like, yo, I'm trying to get out the rain and you coming at me like, get up and move. Why didn't they say it to somebody else? There's a reason why he brought his brother. Again, um, these kids do need to learn some self-respect. He would have been alive today if he just would mind his own business and moved on and stopped worrying about somebody else's business being underneath that tent trying to get out the rain. Only one kid in here that actually had that came from a two-parent household. There's only one kid that actually didn't have a criminal father, and that was the young man that actually pulled the knife. However, the other young man, his father was a criminal. He came from a broken household. He's known for bullying, him and his brother known for bullying, and unfortunately, this day it stopped. Now, yes, it is unfortunate, but sometimes you have the right to speak what's on your mind, but you don't have the right to touch nobody, push nobody, and you don't have the right to see what the response be to the words that you might be saying to that person. So it's important for us to keep it moving. Leave people alone. You don't know what people are going through that day, especially when they see two big old boys threatening might be saying something rude and obnoxious to them, and people want to give them a pass. Now, listen, and oh, by the way, I just want to tell Nikki thank you, by the way, for helping me out, trying to get me to come back up.
You're
So this is
welcome.
not absolutely. So this is not towards you or anything, but I have to speak to this. There is a segment of white people, okay, that have a problem. Back in the 50s and 60s or whatever, or 30s or whatever you want to go point time in American history, whenever they hear a black man or black anything doing something to a white person, there's a quick mob backlash. Matter of fact, it could not be true at all, and they still seek that person out. They're guilty in their mind, and they will go out and kill that person. Even if they were at the jailhouse, they will gather around the jailhouse, often grab the person out, take them to the bridge, hang them, kill them. I mean, this despicable people. All right? They're guilty in their mind already without any evidence. You're just black. And that's the truth. So, guys, we have to pull this back a little bit, understand who you're dealing with. I don't even believe it's really the media. I believe it's a lot of, well, it might be Fox News that love to get these things stirred up. It might be a lot of these YouTubers that they just prejudge. Listen, there's a video out, and it's gonna come out, and I believe you're gonna see just that. These boys really acting real threatening to this kid. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and get beat up by two football players. You got to be kidding me. Ain't no way, Judge.
Well,
Ain't
and
no
you
way.
get the fact that the defendant himself, not the two boys, is captain of the varsity football team.
And I told you this the other day, Judge. Regardless, he's captain. Look how big he
I
is.
don't care. You're playing
No,
the game.
you need
And
to care.
you,
Size matter. They always say how big
man,
and black we are.
excuse me, that does not cut any slack. He's supposed to be a healthy male. And I doubt seriously whether it's going to prove out that he weighs only 130 pounds. Now,
But you can't coach healthy males like we were coached,
well,
Judge. You
that's
know
true
that.
too. They're a little
Judge,
sissified
we
here. But
seen when this.
hold on. Here's the law.
Go ahead.
You're talking about it in Texas. This is what it says. And it was, I should have looked at this Tuesday. I thought it was from one end to the other, 5.5. But this says any knife with a blade, 5.5 inches long. There's an interesting thing about that. It carries a penalty of up to 10 years in the penitentiary as a first class felony and up to a $10,000 fine to carry a knife with a blade of 5.5 inches or longer
A
on a
blade.
school. Now,
So so
next
so
thing, uh,
wait, Judge.
yeah,
This at that point, right?
yeah.
There's a lot of student athletes that actually carry knives or whatever they need because they're athletes. They might be cutting strings or their shoelaces. They might be whatever they need. This is not unusual for them to have these
I gotta
things in
push
their
back on
bag,
you, Halo, on that. That's not true.
especially
I
if it's a
That's
played
not
pocket
true
knife.
at all.
football.
Hold on, hold on.
I
That's
played.
not a common thing.
No, it's
And it's
not.
not common for kids to bring weapons to school or to
No, it's
activities.
not a
It's not
weapon.
common. And you
What
know
if it's
why?
a
Wait,
pocket
wait.
knife?
No. It's not common because it's against policy. So it's not common. And even if you are an athlete and it does require for you to cut up some things, your coach or the assistant coach has that type of equipment for you to use. You don't just carry a regular pocket knife because you're an athlete.
Now, hold on one
Again,
second. Let me finish with what
let's
the
not paint
law
this
says.
kid as a
Hold on.
criminal.
Let me finish with what the law says. If it is a non restricted knife, which is one that possesses a blade of less than 5.5 inches, then it says that the schools may prohibit the carrying or possession of such knife. And it notes that if an adult, say a parent, violates this, the parent can be restricted from participating in any activities or visiting the school for up to a designated period of time. Now, this is the self defense affirmative defense. Self defense is considered an affirmative defense. This means that a defendant admits to committing a criminal act but claims a legitimate legal justification for it. If a defendant successfully presents an affirmative defense, they cannot be convicted. In the context of criminal law, an affirmative defense like self defense does not deny the underlying criminal act, but instead justifies it under certain circumstances. The defendant must prove that their use of force was reasonable and necessary to prevent imminent death or serious bodily injury. In other words, right now, you are facing death if you don't act, or injury that might lead to death. Self defense law varies
Mhm.
significantly from state to state, with some states allowing stand your ground laws and others requiring a duty to retreat. It is
So,
important
but that's
for
my
All right,
point.
so
individuals.
Halo, I need for you to finish up and land your plane so I could go to
Yeah,
the next
no
It
person.
is
problem.
important for individuals to understand the specific laws in their jurisdiction
uh,
and to consult with a criminal defense lawyer if they are unsure about how to claim self defense in an ongoing case. In Texas, all right, self
right. So,
defense
Judge,
and
that's but
stand your ground are
Wait, Judge,
related but distinct
let him talk.
concepts. Now,
Judge, but that's but again, I understand that, but that's my point. Again, these two other the boys that died, or the boy that died, him and his brother are football players too as well. All right, he had listen. They might get him on a knife charge. Just say it's granted they get him on a knife charge, but he had every right to protect themselves. You can't tell me two football player boys couldn't actually cause some grave danger to him.
Okay,
Of
wait. I
course
need
they
you to
can.
stop for a second, Halo, because I'm getting ill right about now because this everyone is everyone is going in a circle. It's an echo chamber. Everyone is
Okay.
trying to rationalize why he did it and the voice. And I want to stop that conversation because the whole purpose, and this is for the other speakers going forward. Please do not come up with commentary of rationalizing, well, he did it because of this and the boys were bigger and football. Stop comparing everybody. This is conflict resolution. Talk to the fact of what should have happened. Now, if you truly believe that Carmelo Anthony, quote unquote, is some type of hero because someone is holding a space with that title, then that's your belief. But then that's your conflict resolution, right? But speak to the
Mhm.
conflict. Speak to I hate when my dog farts and he sleeps right up under me, and the damn
Oh,
yeah, and the fart smell just as I'm talking, I smell it go in my damn mouth, honey.
hopefully
He
it's not wet.
no,
Ugh.
he farts in his sleep because he's in a deep sleep. But anyway, I just because I got a whiff of it. That's why. But
You gotta get
anyway,
one of those masks, Dana.
I
I'm
know.
just kidding. They
No,
don't
but
work. You
Yeah.
can
so
still
speak
smell
to
Oh,
that
the
whoa,
smoke.
hold
conflict resolution because I'm
on.
tired of the same echo chamber of he
Look,
had this and the boys are that. It's done with, and we
I-
don't. And I think that that's we're having people keep saying that over and over again. Why? Because there's no
yeah,
evidence that came out to say otherwise and nothing. So it's just all speculation. So I kind of want
that's
to
true.
push to the
No problem.
conflict resolution. So go ahead and land your
So,
plane,
so,
and then
so
I'll go a
I'm
little
gonna lay
more.
my plane. So, yeah. So again, there's video that's gonna come out, and like I said, I think there's gonna see some. You know, the guy's been a little bit more aggressive than with his brother, and I don't know why we take his word as gospel. But the hopefully we can listen. White people, you got to calm down. All right, I understand. Look, white people be staying out cold, boy. I promise you, they be staying out cold, and then y'all tell us not to be on cold. And it's like, okay, they stand cold. This man must be horrible. He killed him. He had no right to do this. No, he didn't have a right. Got to teach your kids better. That's where it starts from. Tell your kids to mind their own business. Leave these people alone. If you see somebody sit by themselves and you want to come up there and try to be smart, listen, mind your own business. The man literally could have been alive if he avoided treating this man like this or saying something to him. Could have been alive today. Say, you know what?
I don't know. And if I'm sorry, if that's your conflict resolution, that's
Absolutely.
a good that's a horrible analogy, and that's
It's
horrible
okay.
advice because you're basically saying if you would have just not said anything to him,
Hell yeah.
he wouldn't have stabbed you. Get the fuck out of here with
Hell yeah,
that.
yeah,
Because you know what
absolutely.
Read
you
his
Like,
know what
body
that speaks
language.
to?
Like,
Hold on for a
Excuse
second.
me.
Hold on. Because you
All
know
of
what
the
that
above.
speaks to? That speaks to the fact that you don't know how to resolve any type of conflict, that you automatically going to resort to some type of physical violence. So to say that it is the victim, because the victim is the one who has died, if he should have kept his mouth shut, he wouldn't have been stabbed. No. Learn fucking self-control. Why are you stabbing someone because you don't like what the fuck they said to you? And then I deal with that even here on these X spaces and sometimes on YouTube, but mainly on here. People don't like what you said, so they want to hold 12-hour spaces, or they want to hold the space and talk shit about you and make up lies and all this other bullshit because you ain't like what somebody said. As adults, and now we're talking about teenagers. And let me throw out a little bit of homework for everybody. Go and pay attention to the Caysen Allison case, because now that the trial is happening and you get to hear and see the evidence and what the witnesses are saying, you're seeing the high schoolers testify and the school officials and janitors and everything. It's very interesting to see what happened and how the evidence and everything is unfolding, because it's going to really give us a window to the Carmelo Anthony situation. And I don't know why people don't want to go and pay attention to that. That case is very important right now. But
you're supposed to.
I need to go to El Hotep.
Oh, okay. Hey, Judge, thank you. But again, I
All right,
disagree.
fine. I need to go to El Hotep because you said a lot. I need to go to El Hotep, Chris, Smiley, Linda, Adam, Crypto, Black, and Jake, if these people are still up here. And then that's it for tonight. Go ahead, El.
themselves or others from unlawful force, providing the force used is reasonable and necessary to prevent harm. Under Texas law, self-defense is justified if the individual reasonably believes the force is immediately necessary to protect themselves or someone else from unlawful force. And by the way, it's going to be a jury, the 12, to determine whether or not this was all reasonable. So,
Which
But
those
how do
juries
you
are
assess
not
under
that,
the
Judge?
trained
How
and
do you assess
situation,
that?
unbiased jurists prior to the selection
How do
process.
you
There's
assess
never
that danger in 3
you
seconds?
have to, you're charged with it. That's the law. And that's what the jury is
But
going to be told.
that's
You have to,
beforehand though,
I
Judge.
don't care. It's the law.
It may be, but
It's
there again, we have the law, not
Okay,
understanding
is
what
well,
the
Well,
is
law
no,
isn't it?
is.
hold
I'm
on a minute.
sorry. Listen, I have to stick with the speakers. Did El Hotep drop off or something? I'm
Yeah,
confused.
I think you lost
Yeah, he
service.
bounced, Dana.
All right, so
Yeah, it's
Chris,
logging
Chris
too.
is next because Chris been waiting. Chris is next.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think it's absolutely disgusting that anybody here would even consider the actions that Carmelo Anthony took as anything other than horrific and out of proportion. That- in a nutshell, I think you guys, white people, are not happy about this, and you're saying I'm hearing a lot of you guys saying that we're bringing race into it, and some talk of resolution and truth. I mean, guys, like, the statistics do not look good. They are not in your favor, not even close. If you want to actually talk about the truth, I mean, you got to accept responsibility. We're not the same culture. And I don't think that we're going to be
Are
able
you
to
a
live
white
together
You're
very
supremacist?
much
Irish. You're
longer.
Irish, right? You're
Please let him finish. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. I guess my whole misunderstanding is, why wouldn't you people want to live with your own
Hey, let me
kind?
get a Guinness.
I know he was a white supremacist.
Wait a minute. That's a
Like, wouldn't that
legitimate
be better?
question.
Wouldn't it make more sense at this
Well,
point
Chris, we do live with
when
our
look at
own
it from the
kind,
perspective
Chris.
of a
You guys won't leave us alone.
No, Chris, we black people live amongst the majority of black people do live amongst other black people.
Go back to Ellis Island.
I live amongst
Go back to
white
Canada,
people.
Chris.
Calling him a name, what is that? I don't. Didn't well. I be calling people names, so I really can't say that. But Chris, so what is your point, Chris? You saying that black people should just live amongst black people, but we do.
well, like, the thing is like, this is a white country founded by
Yo,
This
go
is
back
not
Europeans,
to
white
Ellis
white
country.
Island and
Let
finish your
him
Not a white
country.
country.
let him
the
finish, please. Just let him finish because I can't take the jumping off and everybody just coming off their mic at the same time. Go ahead, Chris. This is a white country. What?
this country was founded on the Naturalization Act of 1917, and it says that it was intended for Europeans of good moral character.
Mm-hmm.
The you people came here. The story
By
Teach
that
your kids
helicopter.
to
everyone
not.
takes to
You mean
heart
we
is
were
as
kidnapped?
slaves.
Wait a minute.
Like we
Teach your
like
kids
the
to
Wait,
not
let
narrative
him
call
is
down
that
the
finish.
we
people.
went to
Stop.
Africa and we bought you or traded something of value, brought you all over to America,
Human trafficking.
human trafficking or whatever, like, and then you got free. And so why are you still here? Like, why wouldn't you want to go back to your
Go
country?
back to Europe.
Well,
Indians was here first.
Chris,
Well, you
let
know
me
what?
ask
We
you a
don't have
question,
a
Chris. Are
country.
you
We don't have
going?
a white
Are you
country
going to the
to
rally
go
on
back to.
Saturday? Are you going to the rally on Saturday?
No, that's ran by a filthy Jew. The same Jews that brought you guys here from Africa.
Mhm.
Every
So
single
what is your
aspect of the slave trade was
are
Jewish.
your parents
And
immigrants?
you guys should
Let
be
me
with
ask you a
your own
question,
people, and
Chris.
the best.
Chris, let me ask, did your parents come here through Ellis Island or the Mayflower?
He's on
I'm
that
not going
Joe
to get into
Biden
the details
segregation
of
Chris,
how my
I
thing.
think
year.
everybody, please, everybody, stay on your mic. I want to ask Chris a question. Did your parents come here? Your lineage, was it via Mayflower or Ellis Island?
The point is that we
No, I
got
want you
here.
to
We got here
answer
a
my
lot.
question.
It's not on either of them. I'm not going to get into the
Okay, so
specifics, but
that
we
means
got here.
you're definitely not the Mayflower, and you either are too ashamed to say that your European peasant parents, well, great parents came here through Ellis Island, or you could be a Anglo-Saxon tether, but you too ashamed to admit it. Now, I don't care about your views, and you have a right to your views, and you have a right to say what you want to say, and you could finish up, right? And then anybody want to push back can then push back, but please don't interrupt them. So go ahead, Chris, finish up.
I like the rebuttal.
I just think nothing's going to change. There's going to be more violence. Like the 13% of blacks that are committing 60% of violent crimes, and it would just be a lot better if you guys went and had your own place. I don't know if it's a state, or I don't know if you want to be free and go home and get the fuck away from us, because we're sick of it. We're
Man,
done
the
with it. And
Who
that's
statistics
would
you
what's
you
using
causing
are
all
call
the
50
home
fucking
for a
years
uprising.
old.
black
You're using
American?
50-year
What's the
old
home for a
statistics.
black American? I'm confused because they're called black Americans, right?
You
So
were
what
born
would
here on
actually
Magic
be
Dirt,
the
and that
home?
makes you an
What
American.
home
I
would they
just
go
said that
to?
the Naturalization Act was founded
Your cheap
in
ass IPAs,
1917,
man.
and
Come
this
on,
country
like,
was
come on,
intended
bro.
for
Like, get some
Stick to
Europeans
better.
Canada, bro.
that look like us, that act
Get
like
some
us, that
scotch or
don't
something.
fucking think
Talking
that
on the
it's all right
U.S.
to
and you're from
stab
Canada,
Naturalization.
somebody
bro.
in the
Just
fucking
It's
heart
just what it says,
over
If
a
your
naturalization.
name
Can
is
I
disagreement
rebuttal,
of
American,
please?
if in your
cheating.
understanding, your classification, it's American, what home would you suggest they go to?
Can I
His
rebuttal,
profile
please?
says
Back
that
to
he
a
is in
black
Canada.
country where they came from.
It
How
says
about
that
you
he's
go
in
The
back to your
Jews,
Canada.
white
listen,
country
the
where you came?
Jews brought you
Can
here.
y'all
The
not hear
Jews brought
me?
you here. You're not our problem.
He's
This
not even
white guilt
Well,
here.
who is our
complex
problem?
that
You
we
won't
have is
identify. You
over.
won't
We're
identify
done.
your lineage,
Like
Chris.
We're
Irish. You
done
got
with
a
this
Just
Welsh
make
Okay,
it
fucking
hold on
accent.
for a
bullshit.
simple.
second, Chris. You keep
Dana, he
saying
doesn't
not.
even live here. He's from
I
from
know, because he
Canada.
keeps saying our problem, and it's like he won't even identify his lineage because he's ashamed to say that his lineage are peasants from Europe, probably Eastern Europe peasants, which is worse. Are you Albanian, sir?
Russian?
I'm white. I'm
Well, which
not
white?
black.
Are
That's
you
all
Oh,
that
white
white,
is
matters.
color.
white, or Caucasian, or Anglo-Saxon? What are you? It's a difference.
You're not
It's a
white.
difference. So which white are you?
Irish.
Which
I'm the white that doesn't have any black in his
that
genes
means you
You're
that
from
means
Black
at
you have
all.
Island.
all that means you
Stop lying.
half black. Because usually people that deny it the way you deny it and on this racist tribe, that means
You said
technically you half
recessive.
black.
You said recessive.
What's a black gene
Recessive.
look like?
Does anyone have any intelligible argument for
No,
this at
but you're not
all? Why
intelligent.
why
So
What's
can't
how
the
can you
best of
have
you go
how can
back
you have an
and make the
you
intelligent
best
call
of
a
your
argument?
own
black
How can you
country
have
and
an
gene?
your own?
intelligent argument when you're not intelligent, sir? You're not. You come up here with skewed stats, talking about something, go back to your country as if we are in 1865. Come on. This is not the
Well,
Marcus
wait a minute.
Garvey era. The
May
fuck?
I ask a question? Are you Irish?
No,
What are you? What do you classify yourself as when you say you're white?
French and English.
French and English.
He's lying.
Okay, hold on. If you're French, the French population, due to its connections with Algeria and North Africa,
6.5%.
and also before that, there is a very
At
high
most.
probability that if you got a DNA test, you would have a significant percentage of recent African DNA in you. Now, have you had a DNA test done?
Of course not. He don't want to find out the truth.
Now, the other thing is a quick impromptu test to look at a genetic marker. Look at your fingernails. If you have what they call half moons at the base of any of your nails, any of them, not all of them, that's a lighter colored area at the base of your fingernail where the cuticle starts. That means you have some recent black ancestry. It's a genetic marker.
Damn, I'm looking at my
So,
hands and I got those. So I
yeah,
guess
Wait,
that must be the Middle Eastern in me.
Yeah, that's because you got some
That's why
recent
we're getting reparations, Judge.
Like,
Yep.
sub-Saharan
just to clarify,
Who
the
is
Peter,
the
you
we,
African.
you
Peter? With
always do
Peter,
the
ain't
most.
no we get nothing, Peter.
That's the
Dana,
Nah,
most.
come
man,
on.
the other hands.
No, Peter, because listen, Peter, your
Peter's
blackness is
trolling.
from Africa, which means you don't get American reparations. You don't.
All right. All right. Fair
All
enough.
right, so Chris, that
I
was
want
cool, but you gotta get some better liquor,
yeah, talking
like
points.
before you
And your
Yeah,
come
so let me
through.
English.
move
No, the
on.
talking
Yeah,
Let's
he's
move
points
a
on
waste of
to
time with the
wait,
conversation.
we
hold
know.
on
We're
for a
gonna
second. He's a waste
I'm
of
gonna
time.
drop him.
We gotta go to Smiley, Linda, Adam, Crypto, Black, Jake, and I see Anthony and I see April Shower. So go ahead, Smiley.
So to
It's
the
Hitler.
point of
Are they coming?
the piece to the space, peace then, and peace to everybody in the space. Um, yeah, it's crazy that it's Holy Week and we got these people calling for the death of a teenager. Man, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like I need y'all to really soak that in. It's Holy Week. Y'all claim to be so damn holy, Bible thumping, all of this righteous God, and y'all calling for the death of this young man. He made a decision that he don't like. We gotta let's be honest about it. Cause when we went to the police station, he said, "Did he die? Is he alive?" He was asking about the well-being of this other person. So all of this woo-woo shit y'all talking, it has to come on. It's gonna sit in front of a jury, and if he's actually like gonna speak to his piece about that part, or his lawyer will for him, he's going to get off, right? It's a matter of, okay, will he do time for a smaller piece of it, right? Because I'm gonna tell you this. I had a situation that happened with me that's very similar, right? Peter, stop something down to me, you goofy, right? And I was at work. Let me tell my story, damn it. I was at
Yeah, go
work.
ahead, tell
Nobody's
your story,
interrupting
man.
you.
We
Go ahead.
listening.
No, you're not. I'm just
Go ahead.
saying, like, you're trying to
You
prove a
look
Why do
point
you care about
as
the
the
emoji?
co-host,
Nobody's
and
interrupting
it's
you.
not
Go.
doing nothing. Like you're emotionally invested in this shit for no
No,
reason.
why do you care about
Focus,
his
brother.
why are
Okay,
you
emoji?
okay,
Focus.
looking at
We'll
okay,
the
let
okay,
him
screen while you
distract
okay,
you.
talking?
okay, okay. I just know Peter be trolling, so I'm just saying this, right? I was at work, had an altercation with this dude. Not gonna say no names where I worked at. It's like 2020, middle of COVID, right? Middle of COVID. Swear to God. Me and this dude, we were going back and forth. This dude thought it was okay to say the N-word. Oh, because he cool with black people. Blase, blase, blase. I checked him. I said, bro, chill. Right? Things go back and forth. I bring it up to people. He does it again. He bumps me. And then for like a span of like a year, it's really, really tension, really, really awkward when I'm working with this dude, right? So one night, me and this dude were in the store closing up. It's just me and him. Dude brings a switchblade to work all the time because that's
I was gonna say, did he ask to suck your dick or something?
And was it a hard on or
nah, 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 nah.
a
So
diesel?
he whipped out
You like it's
Smiley,
you and
was it a
him in the
hard
store
on?
alone.
All right, guys, let them finish, guys.
he
Come on
whipped
now.
out the
Come on.
switchblade, runs up to me, stops right in front of my face. Right, I almost knocked this nigga the fuck out. I said I will knock you out if you ever do something like that again. But that's assault, right? So if I would have did whatever I did to him, it would have been justified. What I'm saying is, for y'all to come at Carmelo and say all of this shit, it just it's stupid. Because I feel like right now, looking back, I should have knocked him out and then took the knife and did whatever the hell I felt like doing. Because you
You
don't
probably should
threaten
have, bro.
somebody and think that
No,
it's
no,
You would
no,
okay,
have been
no,
in the
Yeah,
no, no,
right?
absolutely.
no.
penitentiary.
If
But
you had
I
knocked
know,
him
but
out,
you
if
get
you
where I'm
knocked him
going.
out, that's one thing. If you had a weapon to resist
Yeah.
him pulling the switchblade or a deadly weapon on you, that's another thing. If you knocked him out and rendered him incapable of continuing his assault on you and you killed him, then you're guilty of
It's all
murder.
on
Disarm.
And
camera,
they
so
proved
I
that.
wasn't gonna do
Now,
that.
now,
I'm just
now,
saying.
now, if you were
Disarm and
now, if you,
subdue.
now, if you were a white guy, he knocked you out and stabbed you. He would have got off, bro. That's
No, he
basically what the
wouldn't,
judge
because
is
I
saying.
convicted some
Well,
white guy just
well,
of that. And
judge.
he went to the penitentiary
Judge,
for
he
15
took out
years.
Judge. He took out a knife. What if it was a gun and he grabbed?
It,
I'm gonna
does,
land here,
it
Judge.
doesn't
Look, here's the
it
thing.
doesn't make any difference whether it's a knife or a gun. You're missing the point.
This is why I brought it
I
up,
said,
Judge.
would he have been entitled to shoot the boy in the chest with a 45? If he stabbed him in the chest, that's deadly force. If he shot him in the chest with a 45, that's deadly force. All the statute deals with is if you are entitled to use deadly force, either pistol or knife.
Judge,
So the
that's true,
point
but
is,
the point of me bringing it
yeah.
up, you didn't let me land. The point of me bringing it up is when I brought it to corporate and I told them what happened. They told me that the footage was deleted. It was gone. They said we had an error with our security system and it went down and it was gone. Shit like that just happens where evidence gets lost when it comes to black people. Shit just gets lost in the mix. So when he said, I'm not going to put shit up for grabs, that's it. Comparing one stab, right, which is sloppy from a military or a professional killing or martial arts standpoint, to 5 stabs or anything else beyond one is disrespectful and is disingenuous. He stabbed him one time. What the fuck are
He's
we
dead,
talking
bro.
about?
He's dead.
All right, so
Man, what
He's
why I
what
know
dead.
why
privilege is taken
again,
away?
Smiley. I just said I'm tired of the echo chamber. So are you landing?
No,
Because the thing is conflict resolution, not to go back
Okay,
to
so to
who
answer
did
the
what.
question on conflict resolution, I'm gonna land here, right? Conflict resolution, what should have happened was they should have saw the young man, read his body language, and left him the fuck alone. That's what should have happened. It's
All
not
right,
like, oh, let's
thank
have a
you.
whole back and forth. He doesn't like me. He has an attitude. We're gonna keep trying to convince him that he needs to move. No, leave him alone.
Right, you should have just left him
That
alone.
means
But
you pull out your
I
cell
told you.
phone and
I
you
told you,
record it
Dana.
and let somebody else handle the matter,
but yeah,
right?
that doesn't mean you put out. Yeah, that it doesn't mean take a weapon out and
What if he
slice
come with
somebody
slang
anybody.
words though? What if he come
All
with
right,
gangster
wait,
word and hit him?
stop. I need to go to Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
Thank you. Hey, thank you so much. So I was on Tuesday and I shared about 3 of my family members that were murdered. And it was domestic violence. Um, and I posted also on um, on the chat about the number one cause of death for pregnant women is homicide. And there is a problem in every community. So it's not just a Black community, but there's a problem with dealing with conflict. I think that it is appropriate to address and hear the resolutions as it relates to this case. I think that Carmelo Anthony, once beyond the court case, would be a good representative, ambassador for conflict resolution in helping others and his peers in dealing with choices that were made that day. And regardless of whether people where they sit on it, once he is beyond that, the court, the hearing, the trial, or whatever, I do believe that he will do some time. I don't know how much, and I don't know what for. I don't believe it's first degree, but I do believe that, based on what Judge Brown has indicated, the burden of proof is now on the defense and not on the prosecution, if I'm understanding it correctly. Um, he said that he did it. So the prosecution does not have to prove that he was the person who stabbed and caused the death. But now the burden is on the defense to prove that it was self-defense. And I believe that regardless of how this falls out, there has to be some form of and champion to talk about the self-control and situations that we find ourselves in and our young people find themselves in. For me, I'm older.
And my father came from the South. His brother was lynched by the real Ku Klux Klan, not the white supremacists you all talk about today, but those who truly lynched and tied Black men to trees. So that is how my father ended up in the North. And in dealing with seeing a real Black man growing up, dealing with racism as real racism, for me, I was bused. I did integration into schools, and my father called a boy, um, and, and him teaching my brothers, 6 brothers, how to be men, how to conduct themselves, and how to not engage with foolishness and to stay on task. And no matter what, I the conflict resolution that my father, advice that my father gave, especially to my brothers, was to understand the assignment. If somebody calls you the N word, it does not require you to defend your people or your race or any of that. It is to stay on task and be about your business. When people try to trap you into anger, to not be furious and not be hot-headed to defend anything, they don't know you. They can't define you, and they cannot affirm you. And we were raised in a Christian home that God affirms us. So whatever people call us is irrelevant. And so I believe that one of the things that would benefit from this instance is to have an ambassador of sorts, similar to what my father was for my family and my brothers, 6 brothers. None of them have gone to prison. None of them have been in jail and the like. And that was impossible for a family of 10. Impossible. And rare for a Black family not to have uh, that type of life where we didn't go to prison and different things like that. But I will tell you, it wasn't because we were so good. It was that our father set an order on self-control, be about your business, and not let people take you off of your mission. And on the call tonight, I've listened, and I feel what you're saying. Upset people are upset and emotional. Some of the comments were very emotional. Some of them were irrational. Some of them were very well thought out. Neither here nor there. My opinion of your thoughts is neither here nor there. But at the end of the day, I believe that the people directly involved in the situation should champion um, and be a champion for the people that we say that we represent, so that we are not, so that the next generation will at least have some wisdom, which I believe that's why we have the
No,
judge on the line, is to say, look, these are the elements of the crime. This is whose, burden of proof it is. Here's a little bit of information to dive into it. But at the end of the day, it's a tragedy for both families. One has to bury a child, and another family has to defend and hopefully not see them bury them in prison. So it is not a good situation, notwithstanding. But at some point, there will be a resolution. I do believe that he will be serving some time in prison just based on the facts that have already come out, that he's confessed to killing them, and confessed to stabbing him, and then subsequently causing death. I believe that is not going to be overlooked in this instance, as it has been in some other cases. But I think for the conflict resolution, the advice that I would give is that there should be a voice that should continually be talking, especially after this case. And maybe it is Judge Joe Brown. Maybe it is Dana hosting these things. Maybe it is group discussion. But it is going to be resolved in the court system. But in terms of people and showing me some respect and, don't come up on me and what have you, we're living in a much more violent time than I grew up. And especially than I grew up. But the time that we lived in now is reminiscent of the time that my father grew up, where killing was legal. I mean, seriously.
Linda, you have to start landing. Because I
Yeah.
gotta.
Falling asleep.
I'm sorry, but I
No,
waited a
first of
long
all,
time. I
don't be
apologize.
disrespectful. No. Hold on. I needed her to land so I could get to other speakers, not because what she was saying was fucking boring. So don't be disrespectful. Cause she waited and she was very respectful for everybody. So don't come off your mic being fucking disrespectful. Matter of fact, Linda, take your time. We'll wait. Go ahead.
Miss Linda, keep going, please. You're making good sense.
She might have a double mute.
See, that's the ancestors.
Halo, I think you're retarded. I
I'm
really
just, I'm
do.
Very
sorry.
much so. He's very, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go
I'm
ahead.
messing with
Go
you. I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead, Linda.
Maybe because it's like 2 something in the morning, but I don't know. But I really do think you're retarded. I think you're
I'm
that
not
artistic
retarded. I'm
person
sorry.
that that RFK Jr. was talking about yesterday. I really do. Go ahead, Linda. Take your time.
You gotta
Miss
you got
Linda.
you gotta unmute, Linda.
Miss Tarver, please
Yes.
unmute.
Yeah. And I will land. All I'm saying is this: there is a sense of anger and bitterness and wrath in our culture, and not necessarily just in the Black community. It's in our culture, and um, because of that, it needs to be addressed. And some people addressed it spiritually. Some people find, religion, it helps them get to a calm, and some people find a pack, a group, or a positive. We are not seeing a lot of fathers in homes, which can be a contributor to why some men um, are not able to get that wisdom, or get the wisdom passed down, and how to handle the circumstances. But I can only speak to my family and what helped with my brothers. Um, and what helped with my brothers is to have a father to tell them to stay on business. There needs to be a voice, and I don't see it at this juncture, talking about the conflicts, um, talking about self-control, self-respect, and even respect for others. And so as an older elder Black woman, I don't see the self-respect from some of the folks here that would like to cut it off or call me boring. You call me what you want. I don't really care. My point is that the conflict resolution will require a voice that is respected, or um, a dialogue, or a authority that can be respected, so that the anger and bitterness and wrath in the culture can be identified and owned. People don't want to own their responsibilities and their decisions. And Mr. Anthony Carmelo is going to have to own the decision that he made. Right or wrong, or whatever he felt, he's going to have to own it. And I do believe that once his trial is done, and whatever sentence or not sentence he gets, he will be able to, he needs to be one of those voices to warn others behind him of the decisions, making decisions. They used to have a place called Scared Straight, where you send young people into prisons to talk to people who've made decisions that put them in there. And so I believe that one of the conflict resolutions things that we can do is just have some folks who have um, done the time for the self-defense, for whatever, to be a voice for our future generations. Thank you.
Ma'am, don't you think the man that died wish he would have made a better decision that day?
I can't speak for the man that died. All I can speak for is the young man who is being viewed um, as a predator. And my concern for the young man that died is for his mother, who has to bury her child. And right or wrong, whatever he did, right or wrong, any mother that's got to bury their child, it's a devastation. And I've met some mothers, and I have some people in my family who's had to bury their children. So I'm just telling you, 2 cousins and a niece got murdered. So I understand the depth and the pain, and I'm not blaming the mother for however she's feeling right now. So for that family. But for Carmelo Anthony's family, I know that they are catching grief. I know they probably are getting death threats. And I know that he is talking to his family, wishing he had made a different decision. I do not believe that he would say, I would do the same thing under the same circumstances. I don't believe that. And I don't believe you believe that.
I don't believe the kid who died
All
would have
right,
said.
I don't need Halo. I need to move on to another speaker. Are you finished, Linda? I'm gonna go to Adam.
Yes, I'm finished. I just came up with the ideas, and thank you for allowing me to
No, I really
speak.
appreciate you
Though they
speaking
were
to
good.
conflict. Yeah, I
They
appreciate you
were
speaking
good.
to conflict resolution. I really appreciate that. Um, Adam is Adam, then Crypto, Black, Jake, April, Rihanna, and that person I can't
Raina.
pronounce his name, Raina. And the person I can't pronounce your spell or say your name. But go ahead, Adam.
What's up, Dana? What's up, Judge?
Hey,
Hope
How you
Adam.
everything's going
doing?
well. Interesting. Like, I don't know, man. The way I look at it is it was an incident. I haven't posted much. Actually, I haven't really posted anything about it other than regards to like the initial incident report. Uh but you're right. Like there I don't know who said it. There is definitely an agenda to this. I saw all of a sudden I see like, oh, black kid stabs white kid. Like, what does it matter what color they are? They're kids, and it's a tragedy. And somebody got stabbed, somebody lost their life, and somebody's facing life. You know, it's a tragedy. And I think conflict resolution is a very important thing. I don't know the situation. I haven't seen any footage. I can't form any sort of opinion on it. So I just keep my mouth shut. You know, like this black and white thing is it's just ridiculous. I think it needs to stop. Like what are these people protesting in Texas? Uh, the kids on ankle bracelet. Yeah, the bill was reduced. Yeah, they got some GoFundMe money. Well, everybody has the right to, raise a defense to try to like, get a reduced sentence or whatever the case is. He did kill somebody essentially, so he's gonna face some charges, like a lot of people said. It just matters to what degree. As far as knife fights, like I've had people pull knives on me. Like one time I beat this dude up. Like, well, I let him. I'm a counter defense kind of guy. Like I'll let someone swing on me because I know I'm quick enough to like dodge it and then counterattack. So I beat this dude up. Like he came at me 3 times, and then at the third time, after like I just tapped him up a few times and then put his arm behind his back and restrained him. I'm like, yo, you done? And basically he went to his car, and I'm like, all right, this dude's grabbing something. He comes out with a box cutter, and he's like, this is my territory. He's some Italian dude. And he's like, I'm like, all right, whatever. This is your territory. I already whooped your ass, so I ain't got nothing to prove. So, everybody's seen that shit. So I just took off. I'm like, yeah, this is your territory, bud. Whatever, all this that good stuff. Even though we got into a scrap, yeah, I was able to like, walk away from that situation where I don't know how, the proximity of this situation. Another situation, I was at somebody's house pool party. Not pool party. We were just hanging out in the pool area of this chick's house. And this is like back in the day, like, I'm 20, somewhere around that age. And her brother comes out, pulls a knife on us. And, I just kind of kicked a lawn chair at him, and we tapped him up, threw him in the pool. And then that was it. We resolved it. That was the one thing. And, I think, you know I've gotten into situations where my buddy was well, not even my friend, it was a friend of a friend's, was getting jumped by like you know a bunch of people, and he's in the middle of the circle and everybody's kicking his ass. He's got like 30 to 35, maybe 40 people at a keg party out in the, like, whatever, the school jump squad, whatever. The high school football team was beating his ass. And I jumped in there. This is why I want to, like, I just want to point out, it's easy to stand in with a crowd. It takes courage to stand alone. And his friends didn't do anything to help him. They said to me, "Oh, he's getting jumped." I went in the middle of that circle and I started blocking shots for him, and I started screaming at everybody, "Back the f up! Back the f up!" And you know what? You know what it did? It broke down their group mentality. So, like, there's resolutions to things. If it takes some courage to stand. But I don't know the details of this particular situation, but other situations there are resolutions, that you could because if I get into a fist fight with somebody too, right? I punch them in the nose the wrong way, that bone's going straight through their brain and they're dead. And that's with my hands. So I'd be charged with some degree of, possible murder or self-defense or overuse of force. I don't know.
All right.
So I'll yield on that.
Thanks,
I
Peter.
just wanted to talk
Well
about some
said.
conflict
I wanted to
resolution.
ask Brother
Well
Adam a
said.
question.
Well said.
Adam, do you think that when you chose to do what you did as far as blocking or dodging whatever, do you think a jury or a judge is gonna give you do you think they're gonna tell you that you had time to think or that you could have done
Yeah.
better? If you had to end up killing
Yeah.
this person, do you think they're gonna say, well, while you was ducking and dodging, then you could have been thinking about how you wasn't gonna kill him? Do
No,
you think
I
a
just
judge or
took.
jury would
I was
Yeah.
like, let me give this dude
say
a
that?
chance to recognize that he's slower than me. He swung twice, And the third time I stood still, took the shot to the face, and then used that. And then I was like, now you fucked up. And I started throwing some fists at him, had him against the car. He bit my shoulder, and I tapped him up some more. And then,
But what if he had a
that's
died?
just
What if
what
he had a
happened,
died?
bro. Like, we used to scrap back in the day, and we didn't have to, like, yeah, he pulled up a knife like a pussy, but,
What if he had a
that,
died though?
but I was like, all right, whatever,
He
and
don't
I
want to
moved
acknowledge
on.
that.
I wasn't like,
Yeah, he can't even hear me. Or yeah, he can't acknowledge it or something.
what you want me to acknowledge?
I said, what if he would have died?
What if he would have died?
Yes,
Who? The dude that I beat up on self-defense?
correct.
He swung on me first
Okay, but how you gonna prove that if
because
he died and you
I know
can't
how to
give
restrain
testimony?
myself.
Yeah, but that's
I
the
know
whole
not to
thing
go
going
too
on
Y'all are
right now
far.
about
delusional,
self
bruh.
defense.
I was
But wait,
raised
but
I
Y'all
real
was
are
quick,
raised that
delusional.
way,
real quick, real quick, in OG, you have it's a audio thing. It's like an extra sound of bass coming out of your phone, real quick. But so what Adam was saying, he got into a fist fight with a guy, and I guess you're saying, OG, well, what if the guy he was fighting would have died? But see, Judge said that self defense means you gotta match you got to match the same person's not energy but the same type of force. So if a person came at you with a knife and then I guess you grab a knife to defend yourself, that would be self-defense. So if you're fist fighting and it just so happened one person died, yeah, he could claim self-defense, right, Judge?
I thought the
That's
purpose of the
right.
space was actually conflict resolution. Is the purpose is people not dying? Like,
He
come on,
well,
asked
that's
Dana.
him
what I
a
was saying. I
question.
resolved
Listen to
that
me.
conflict.
OG asked
It's
him
the
a
same
question, if
thing.
the guy had died, then what? So that's what the response is for.
Well, if he used the same type of force that was used against him, and in the process of causing his assailant to cease and desist the use of violence against him, and he died, that's legitimate.
All right, so I want to go to Black, then April, and
Because
then
I've thrown down a bunch of times in my life, to be honest.
Black, April,
Yeah.
Raina. I hope I just said it right.
You did. Thank you.
And I don't. I gotta call you another name. I'm a.
It's Shimon. Shimon.
Well, I'm gonna
Oh,
say
silence.
foreigner.
May I make one little quick remark? I'm a retired judge. I've been doing this for more than a half century. Yes, the law requires that you be able to quickly make those assessments. That's called being a human. And if you claim you can't, then you need to look in the mirror and ask yourself what's wrong with you.
Go ahead, Black.
Well, and I
Uh,
never pulled a
Yeah,
weapon
and
personally.
I appreciate you allowing
Judge,
me to
was your
speak.
father white? Because you sure is biased to some of these points you've been
if,
making.
Of course, I sit there and I presided and I
no, he
applied the
said, was
law
your
and I did
father
it.
white? And again, that's coming from someone who's literally
For
been
me,
diagnosed as being retarded
no.
or
You're asking me
autistic.
if
That's
my
the new word,
father was white?
artistic.
Yes, I'm asking if your
No,
father
he
was white.
wasn't white.
Halo,
Because you got
Neither was
some
Halo,
my mother.
bias.
Halo is artistic. He's artistic. Now go ahead.
Well, autistic
Yeah,
anyway.
go ahead,
Know how
Black.
to draw.
Go ahead,
I
Black.
feel sorry. I'm sorry then if that's the case.
Go
Hmm.
ahead, Black.
Go ahead, Black girl.
Yeah, it was a light mute there, but yeah, I appreciate you letting me speak. Yeah, we're talking about conflict resolution here. I'm a military veteran. I don't know how many people here are, but at least one of our backgrounds and job duties is understanding threats, and conflict resolution, actually de-escalating situations, right? So the funniest thing here that I see the average person doing is completely ignoring the number one dangerous weapon of all, which is the mindset. And I don't hear anybody assessing the mindset more than the immediate situation. The funniest thing about terminology, right, is when you talk about threat, you have a threat, you have threatened, and then you have threatening. Those are three different situations in which threats can be assessed, which I haven't heard anybody here, especially the people older than me, actually use that critical thinking point, right? So what do I mean by that? I mean that at some point this brother felt threats seen a threat, assessed a threat. Anybody, especially if you're not military, can say anything is a threat to you if you don't know what it is. As you know, if it comes at you at any situation just negatively, which all you energy seekers, a lot of you all assess even the smallest things as a threat, right? So for somebody that's 17 who's still developing a mindset to understand, right from wrong and values and morals and all this stuff, it's like I hear a bunch of adults weighing in on what a 17's mindset should do when it's still in development form, and no mercy whatsoever. Whatsoever. And the funny thing is, no adult wants to hold responsibility to the situation when these are parents. Parents. There's a lot of parents in here. Y'all are showing me that you actually rely more on the system's accountability than your own accountability, because a parent would have prevented this from the start. Why? Because both parents could have made sure that their children aren't out there doing anything to threaten other children in society, right? And it sounds like somebody failed there, but nobody wants to assess that. But we want to go get jurors from all over the place who have all the biased backgrounds, all the most fucked up judgmental characteristics to anything and everything, and they want to make a decision on a young man's life. We've dismissed a lot of things in the world, but right now, for some reason, because we can't hold ourselves accountable as adults, we want to take everything out on the children. And it's starting to bother me, especially when we talk about conflict resolution. So, has anybody asked the young brother, did that other person make him feel threatened at any point of his life prior to this incident? Because there's something psychologically, being a corpsman, uh, field medic for the United States Navy, that we have to ask these questions, right? If anything was to happen, if a conflict happened in the barracks, people get beat up, somebody got shot in the field, something, you got to find out what happened, especially if it was friendly fire. Well, where was the mindset at first and foremost? People just drive past and start putting all this reason on the action. So, my thing is, what motivated this brother to wake up and feel like he needed to protect himself with that blade? Because a lot of people are ignoring that. Like, everybody as a human being that lives a normal life doesn't feel the need or necessity to carry that, right? Everybody wants to analyze the penal codes and the laws, but everybody's ignoring what makes a 17-year-old wake up and think he needs to take a knife to school to begin with. Why? Is anybody checking their social media? We live in a new age now where parents are terrible at paying attention to what's happening to children nowadays. I got little brothers and sisters that I have to look out for because I have ignorant ass adults in my family that just don't believe shit happens the way that it used to in the 1800s and 1900s, because technology is a lot faster than these old folks. They don't want to admit that. And old folks made it. Funny thing is, old people made technology faster than them, but they made genius little children that know how to hide so many things from them, like being bullied at school. When I was growing up, a lot of folks never took bullying seriously, and they just told you, somebody put your hands on you, sticks and stones, and but they don't know how to address this shit with cyber world fucking antics and people that can actually hit you up from all over the place. You don't know what this kid's background was, what he does on social media, what his Facebook and Instagram DMs might have been. You don't know how many of his friends he probably had in group chats that might have been harassing the shit out of this kid. Did anybody investigate that shit? Nope. We all just made an assessment that he's a vile, futuristic, devilish black man like the rest of us, right? His future was already scorned by the mindset of America, who's never addressed its poor ways of looking at its American neighbors, right? Because we're American. But in this space, I heard a lot of black isolation mentally. Because if you can't call us black American, you don't see us as a part of your judicial system at all. That's the problem. So you're already judging somebody outside of the American judicial and whatever the freedom and stuff is supposed to stand for, because it's not even being viewed psychologically as an American, right? Because if I call you American, but you call me black, do you see how you about to start judging me? But we're supposed to see this as American justice, right? So do you see where I see everybody's breakdown kind of already messed up and biased to an extent that could ruin somebody's life? Aren't we tired of doing that as adults, especially for the kids? I thought we were protecting them. Sounds like we want to just Get him out the way. And for some reason, it's like I think of my little brother every time something like this happens. Because I told my little brother in the military, hey, you remember I used to do karate growing up, man? I was a brown belt at 10 years old. Then breaking boards with my bare hands. Board is the same as a human bone. The funny thing is, you don't need a weapon to kill nobody. They train you that in martial arts. Shit, MMA. Y'all watch it on TV all the time. Take somebody to break them men apart because they're bare hands and they're ready to destroy each
You
other.
learn how to use restraint as well in martial arts, right? I took Tang Sudo myself.
Well, martial arts is the art, and that's the art there. But in the real world, when you don't have the referees and you don't have the whistles, you have to understand what the reality is. And not everybody's trained to stop. Not everyone's trained to go. So a lot of people are in positions where they don't know what the best is, and we like to put adult scenarios on children, especially the ones that are threatened and don't want to bother mom and dad anymore because they're too scared to actually have that conversation with the ignorance, right? So I think, in conflict resolution, the resolution aspect of this, we decide that, yeah, we've all made mistakes, a lot of us, unfortunate mistakes for many more of us than others. And there might be a chance in the world that we can make a decision that might actually benefit all of us, right? Like as Americans, right? Where we can actually see this shit as a situational, maybe we shouldn't go so hard on, maybe we should do something with the school policies and stop having so many loopholes in here because we adults created this where we're all sitting here with the madness, right? Adults made this madhouse we're sitting in right now trying to figure out what's the best way to move forward, which shows what the problem is, right? But if we ignore that step, we're going to constantly keep ruining people's lives. I don't care what you do. And this is just basic, common sense. Like you keep jumping the steps. You're not going to actually resolve anything. And that's the biggest problem with the world. We want to keep skipping steps and then call it a resolution. So when we start with transparency, I think we might get something done. And I'm going to land there.
Well, let me ask you a question. I personally knew 3 individuals who died in the Nam at 17 years old. They lied about their age, but they volunteered. Uh, each of the persons involved, the twins, including the deceased one and the defendant, will be 18. In other words, no longer minors. They're not children under the law now. They're just minors, but they will be in their majority entitled to vote. And I think the longest period of time is about 4 months for one of them, 5 months. So that makes all that difference between 5 months, 4 months, and you're a child and now you're an adult and you can vote. Or,
Yes, because in 24 hours, a grand decision can be made to start life between two individuals.
oh,
And we're,
yeah, but then again, on that, you're 12,
but
13 years old. They
so you
say
have
you're
to give
grown enough
time
to
the
get fingered
credibility
at
for
the vet.
we got to give time its credibility for development, something that people want to gauge for others with judicial systems and stuff that have no play on how humans develop. And when we're talking about the youth, we're not giving them a chance when we're putting the pressure of the judicial system that's truly articulate and built to only address
But
adult
you can't.
maturity
How are you going to discipline the children these days?
by
They
by
that.
disciplining the parents because
I'm talking
nobody
about
wants to
the
go at the
parents. How do the
parents' response
parents control the child
because
if
the
they can't
child has to leave a
He's talking
supervision
about
of
child
understanding.
protective services in that regard.
No, no, I don't even believe in that because that's a government dependability in which we're still subtracting from the parents' responsibility. We're in a world now where the parents believe it's the teacher's responsibility, the police, the government, and everybody's responsibility but theirs to make sure their damn child knows how to act outside. And that's
Okay,
the problem. And nobody wants to punish an adult because that's your fucking friend. And that's
okay,
the problem. Your neighbor is the problem as adults, and we want to blame the kids before we say, look, Chuck, you should talk to your fucking kid, man. He's out here causing problems in society. If my kid has to take a gun to school, it's because I didn't come talk to the other adult and say, yo, man, why is this even happening for children? You don't have to like me, I don't have to like you, but we need to do this the right way to get the children to not go and grow up to be demons in the eyes of people who will just take their lives away from them because they don't know any better, right?
Well, let me ask you a question. This would be the first generation where that would be true, because in just about every generation prior to that, the youth resolve those things on their own. Why now are they so helpless and delicate they have to have a parent come in and resolve things that ought to depend upon the exercise of common sense, decency, and as we used to call it, man, fight fair. That you didn't beat him, man. You cold cocked him or sucker punched him. What's wrong with you? You still a punk, man, because you didn't beat him fair and square. And
Well,
see,
because
somebody
back
was
then there
telling
wasn't
me,
technology that invited the entire world to the children's hands.
what technology invites the
The
whole
phone.
world?
Because
What?
back then we were using
TikTok.
landlines growing up, and there was a supervision. There was a real controlled household supervision on what happened. And nowadays, due to inflation and distractions, the children get phones faster in their hand before they get an understanding if their parents give a damn about them or not.
Well,
That's
that, but
true.
that's true.
So
That's
then
true.
we have to understand that the parents need a better restrictive responsibility on how they're monitoring their children, the technology they're putting in their hands, and making sure that this stuff doesn't happen, because a child can literally be manipulated just through the phone through other individuals, and it could take them to the real world where one person might give them the same encounter that happened through this phone. And now they're responding in action because they had these encounters that there was no supervision to begin with for people to pay attention. Not saying that's
Let me
every
put
single
something to you.
individual.
I got elected to two 8-year terms as a judge. That's 16 years. Toward the end of it, I retired because I had retirement length of time in, and I got this TV show to do binding contractual arbitration. But here's one thing: when I got on the bench, the statewide recidivism rate was 84%. It had been that way for the last 30 years before that. When I retired in my courtroom, I dropped it down to 18%, and it was still falling. The secret to that was when you were working with the people that you were sentencing, if you put them on probation, if you set a bond, they had to come to my counseling sessions. And what I did to get them to straighten up is to put the sense of personal accountability in their heads and in their hearts, which meant that it's nobody's fault but yours. If you let them do what they're doing to you for a number of reasons, you're getting chumped off because it is in their interest, meaning your adversary's interest, to get you to act the fool. And if you start thinking of yourself without having a lot of self esteem problems, you start comprehending that you are a man and nobody can make you do something, because there is an option, which is death, that you can always exercise. You can play kamikaze. And I'm not saying that there might not be instances where you have to do what you have to do just because of a moral imperative, but you pay the consequences. And today I find that one of the things that I was looking at toward the end of this time on the bench was people call doing something heroic, meritorious, or whatever, and there are no consequences to doing it. That doesn't count. Now, did it work? Well, right before I got on this session today, I was walking out of this restaurant. It was P.F. Chang's, and at least three people, two black, one white, walked up to me to thank me for 30 years ago, 25 years ago, 35 years ago, straightening them out and giving them to understand what personal accountability meant, so that when it comes to an issue like conflict resolution, if you have self esteem that you've built up in yourself, and it's your responsibility to do that. If it's lacking, nobody else's, and I teach them that, then a lot of things that might have upset you before you develop self esteem
You know, Judge, I
no longer
respect that a
bother you.
million percent. The thing that I'm trying to bring to the light here, though, is in 2025, right? Especially coming from the new age military, global threats are now in the palm of people's hands. global threats. And I mean
Sure.
threats to a level that nobody can comprehend. And one thing that I've tried to tell children, just like with the housing crisis, it's really hard for certain people to explain how you're going to make $1 million to own your first home in some of these metropolis areas, right? So it's just like understanding the
Yeah.
new age era of
I'm sorry. I
threats.
don't mean to cut you off. I'm gonna have to go to April and the rest of the speakers because it's getting late.
You make some interesting
No,
points,
he
though.
does, but it's like it's past 3 a.m.
You gotta give people 5 minutes to talk. Some people,
Hello.
Well, first of all,
Hello.
he had 10 minutes actually. So
oh, I know. I'm just saying, just try to give a little bit
no,
better
you're not going
structure.
to tell me what I need to do. So I let people talk,
I appreciate the mic. Y'all have a good
and I
evening.
thank you. I really appreciate it.
Excuse
So
me.
go ahead, April.
Can I go after Raina? I'm sorry. I'm just
Yeah, go ahead.
in the
Go ahead,
middle.
Raina.
So, to the title of the room, I haven't been here long enough to know, but I feel like, or I want to ask, has anyone in the room discussed yet the conflict resolute um, action of people actually speaking to their children? And when I say people, I mean white people in particular, because there seems to be a trend of white people thinking that they have the right to impose, idealize, suggest, or presume what Black people should be doing, where they should be, where they have the right to be, how they should sit, how they should walk, how they should look. I'm just wondering if the discussion has been introduced that perhaps white people need to consider that they are not in a position of authority over Black people, Black children, um, Black people, period, as to what they are doing. Because what I want to say is that it is an absolute tragedy what happened to Austin. As a mother, I could never celebrate his death or consider it a good thing or consider it a good decision. I could never say I agree um, with Carmelo's decision to stab him, even though I don't believe he intended to murder him, right? We can look at a similar case in the courts right now in Texas. When we look at the kid that stabbed the gentleman in the bathroom several times, we can say, okay, he probably intended to take him out. But I don't believe, based on what I understand or the information that has been made available to me, that Carmelo intended to end Austin's life. It was a tragic outcome. But I feel like what is being skirted around and generally ignored is that Austin, being a high school student of the same stature as Carmelo, felt it his responsibility or his right to impose upon Carmelo what he should or should not be doing. And I'm just wondering, in terms of conflict resolution, has it been discussed that if Austin, his brother, or anybody else who generally felt it was their right or their purpose to impose upon Carmelo or to enforce upon Carmelo consequences as a result of him doing what they presumed he didn't have the right to do. Like if anyone is discussing with their children, like in general, If someone's doing what they're not supposed to be doing, what do we do in that instance? Do we impose ourselves? Do we authorize ourselves in authority to then physically impose correction when that's not our place? Are we talking about that? Because we see that very often. We see it in the case of Zimmerman. I mean, I know he said he was neighborhood watch. We even see it in the case of Daniel Penny, right? Because Jordan Neely had not actually physically done anything that threatened the physical safety of another person. But because he was yelling, threatening, speaking in a way that made people uncomfortable, Daniel Penny took it upon the authority of himself to impose a consequence for that. And so, for the conflict resolution piece, I'm just wondering if we're discussing a reexamination of people's rights who are not in a position of authority. You are not a police officer, you are not a coach. And I'm talking about in this instance, Austin was not a police officer. He was not a school officer. He was not a coach. He wasn't even an adult. And I'm wondering why we're not really talking about that.
We actually did,
Oh,
and
okay. So I wasn't here.
it's like I didn't want. I'm tired of people wanting to talk about the incident, and it's more so conflict resolution. But this space been going on for like 5 hours, and it's like past. It's like 3:20 a.m. East Coast, so
So
everyone is like tired.
May I
after
ask?
that, I just have a couple legal questions for the judge if
Go
you
ahead.
feel
Well, wait,
Go
no, you
ahead.
could just do one legal question because I need to get to April and
Oh,
another
okay.
speaker.
Okay. Okay. Judge, if the Daniel Penny case was in your court and it was left to the judge's discretion. So it wasn't a jury case, it was a judge case. Would you have viewed that as self-defense?
I would view it as not so much self defense as defense of third parties, which has the same standard as self defense. And I think I would have come back with exactly the same verdict as the jury did. In fact, I've done that before.
All right. I want to get to April and Foreigner.
One thing, I, something you mentioned something that hasn't come up. Yes, individual citizens do have a responsibility to assist in the maintenance of public peace, dignity, and order. And that's part of the problem we have right now. People stand around with their cell phones wanting to record it so they can put it on TikTok. And they neglect their duties to assist in maintaining public peace. See, our system was created when the Constitution went into effect 1789. That's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 some years before the first police came to America. There was no such thing as police when the Constitution was ratified. That was a creation of Sir Bobby Peel, Robert Peel. You know it is Scotland Yard. They invented police, and it was first brought to the U.S. in Boston and New York in the late, well, actually around late in the 1840s, late 1850s, early 1850s. So we had no police The Constitution is written with the scheme of the citizenry imposing public peace. So just
Do
that
you think that
clarification.
Did we have sheriffs back then,
Austin's
We had
Judge?
actions
sheriffs, yes.
were in honor of
Long
that
time.
duty?
What now?
Do you think Austin's actions were in line or in honor of that duty?
Well, here's the